Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. If a fake god could not be killed, then how could this battle continue? Run. Lure them away and buy time for Xiao Hui. Xianxia grabbed onto the Valurium sect master and immediately turned into a cluster of lightning that flew towards the distance at the speed of light. You want to escape? Can you escape? The Red Lotus was furious and shouted, "Suppress!" More than 50 Heavenly Tribulation Realm believers with divine talent raised their hands at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible and colorless pressure descended from the sky. Xianxia's speed was fast enough. Theoretically speaking, when the enemy could not control space, the speed of light was the fastest. As long as he ran first, no one would be able to catch up to him. But things are different now. More than 50 Heavenly Tribulation experts simultaneously released their pressure. The pressure was as if the entire sky had collapsed, fiercely pressing down on Xianxia. This time, Xianxia's speed was greatly restrained, causing his full speed of light to be suppressed to only 1/5 of the speed of light. The Red Lotus shouted coldly. Behind her, there was a tyrannical flame explosion that pushed her forward, turning her into a flame shadow and shooting towards Xianxia. I'm catching up. I can't escape. Run by yourself. Leave me alone. Xianxia kicked the Valurium sect master away, while he himself stayed behind to deal with the Red Lotus. More than 40 Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts also flew over with their hands raised high. The Valurium sect master immediately sent a mental message to Xianxia, saying, "There are still 3 days left. No matter what, we must persevere for these 3 days. Only after 3 days will the spatial passageway open again." On the other side, far away, a gigantic statue towering in the clouds stood in the sky. It could be seen that this statue was made from an entire mountain. Beneath the statue, there were circles of over 100,000 people worshipping the statue. These believers' cultivation bases were generally not high enough, and they did not have the talent to obtain divine grade. Xiao Hui flew directly over the crowd, but no one could detect his existence. This is probably the statue of the Master God, right? Xiao Hui's expression was grave as he turned to look at the distant battlefield and said, "We need to act as soon as possible." He took out a small bottle from his bosom. It contained the power of filth. Where should I put it? He examined the statue and found an unexpected problem. What was condensed within the statue was the power of faith. The beliefs of countless people were like hundreds or thousands of rivers that eventually flowed into the sea. He had to put the filthy energy into the final gathering point of the power of faith in order to achieve the greatest effect in the shortest time possible. Although thousands of rivers would eventually enter the sea, theoretically, no matter which river the polluted energy was put into, the sea would be polluted. However, putting it into a river would take a long time to completely pollute the power of faith. In this process, a false god might discover the abnormality of faith and find the crux of the problem. Xiao Hui raised his head to look at the statue. He tried his best to see the veins of faith within the statue. Will the power of faith gather in the spiritual sea from all directions like the meridians in a martial artist's body? He looked at the female statue's dantian, but couldn't see anything. The power of faith was an illusory thing. It was different from spiritual energy and astral energy. It was simply impossible to see with the naked eye. Damn it. It seems that to release the power of filth, Elder Xuelu's 7 apertures exquisite physique is still needed. Only General Xuelu could see the power of faith in the statue. Before Xiao Hui could make a move, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned into an afterimage and quickly retreated. At the same time, a flame descended from the sky. Boom! The heavenly flame was like a rolling pillar of flame that directly exploded onto the statue, shattering the statue into pieces and sending rocks flying everywhere. Countless believers scattered in fear. Xiao Hui's expression changed. In the distance, Xianxia had just met the Red Lotus face to face and was about to start a war. However, at this moment, the two of them looked towards the distant statue at the same time. The Red Lotus's eyes were bloodshot with anger. She pointed at Xianxia and gritted her teeth. "You heretics! How despicable you are!" Xianxia's heart sank as he thought to himself, "What is Xiao Hui doing? Didn't he pollute the statue? Why did he destroy it? It's useless to blow up a statue. If you blow up one, others can build 10 more. If you blow up 10, others can build even more. Only when the pseudo-gods did not know about it would they be able to further contaminate the pseudo-gods themselves. It wasn't that we didn't understand this logic. Further away, the Valurium sect master, who had been chased by dozens of heavenly tribulation realm experts, suddenly turned around and said, Ayaya, this Shalwi's brain has been burned. If I had seen this person's delicate and beautiful appearance, I would have known that he was an unreliable fellow. How could a normal man look like a woman? At first glance, he was not a proper person. Near the statue, Xiao Hui looked at the sky with a serious expression, only to see red shadows descending from the sky. Immediately after, an aura that made people want to kneel down from the bottom of their hearts burst forth. The 30 red shadows suddenly stopped in the sky and turned into 30 handsome young men. The eyes of these 30 people flickered with flames as they shouted in unison. The volcano dragon race has descended. Mortals, retreat. Volcanic dragons. Xiao Hui's heart sank. Those people weren't talking about the volcano dragon race. They were talking about the volcano dragon race. Red dragon. The dragons had arrived. Damn it. Why is it at such a time? Xiao Hui tightly gripped the small bottle of filthy power. The sudden arrival of this group of dragons was supposed to be a good thing, but they had messed up their plans. Looking at the 30 dragons, they were all heavenly tribulation realm experts. The most powerful possessed the 6th level of heavenly tribulation, and the worst possessed the 4th level of heavenly tribulation. Such an average level of vigilance was extremely frightening. One of the 6th heavenly tribulation dragon race men shouted, You fake god believers, you really deserve to die. Come on. Flatten this world for me. The other 29 dragon men immediately let out a dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens and turned into 29 fire dragons. These fire dragons roamed wildly between the heavens and the earth, and wherever they passed, they sprinkled a surging sea of fire with dragon breath. Countless believers were burning with flames as they screamed miserably and fled everywhere. That was dragon breath. The martial artists who were burned didn't even last for a second, but each of them suddenly stopped where they were and were burned into crystal statues. This fire attribute. Xiang Nan's heart trembled. In an instant, a handsome and heroic man appeared beside Xiang Nan and Red Lotus. This person was the Dragon Clan's 6th level heavenly tribulation realm man. He glanced at Xiang Nan and Red Lotus before finally looking at Red Lotus and said, You no longer have a Tao heart. You are a believer. Brother of the dragon race? Xiang Nan said joyfully. The man glanced at Xiang Nan and said, Mortal, back off. Looks like you're also resisting the pseudo-god. I'll spare your life and hide to the side to watch obediently. Here, our dragon race has taken over. So crazy. Xiang Nan frowned. This dragon clansman is so arrogant. He has been planning this for a long time. They rushed over and said that they were going to take over. What? Xiang Nan's expression was unhappy as he said, Listen to your meaning. If it weren't for me fighting against the false god, would you have taken care of me as well? The dragon man turned his head to look at Xiang Nan with a calm expression and said, That's what I meant. Right at this moment, the pseudo-god believers launched an all-out counterattack. Countless red-robed martial artists soared into the sky and began to fight against the 29 red dragon martial artists in the sky. Xiao Hui also happened to return to Xiang Nan's side and whispered in Xiang Nan's ear for a while. When Xiang Nan learned that the main god statue had been destroyed by the dragon race, his heart became even more indignant. What should we do? Xiao Hui whispered. The plan has been disrupted. The statue of the master god has been shattered, unable to release the power of filth. Should we stay and continue fighting, or should we prepare to retreat? After pondering for a moment, Xiang Nan made a decision and said, There is no point in continuing to fight. Pseudo-god believers cannot be completely killed, but they are not in a hurry to leave. Let's first look at the strength of this group of pseudo-god believers. At the very least, we should understand the strength of the enemy. The level of battle here is too high. Don't look anymore. Find a place to hide with the Valurium sect master first. When we meet, we'll meet up at the teleportation point. Xiao Hui nodded and disappeared without a word. The realms of the three sides were too high. At the very least, they were at the second level of the heavenly tribulation, Xiangnan. Xiao Hui of the 9th level of the martial saint stage was truly not suitable to watch. If he wasn't careful, he would easily be beheaded by the leaked saber light and sword light. It was too dangerous. Xiangnan sensed that the heavenly tribulation experts chasing after the Valurium sect master no longer chased after him. Instead, they returned to deal with the fire dragon warriors who posed a greater threat. Thus, Xiangnan felt a little relieved. The dragon male still looked at Xiangnan provocatively and said, "You haven't finished what you said just now. What, are you unconvinced? If you're unconvinced, I don't mind killing you first, then killing these believers." The serpent said, "Brat Xiangnan, the overall situation is of utmost importance. Although the people of the dragon race hate them, it is not suitable for us to form enmity with them at this juncture. Not to mention, our innate talent will fall on the dragon race. Don't act impulsively. We are not enemies," Xiangnan said to the dragon man. The dragon man smiled and said, "You don't have to say these soft words to please me. Do you want my forgiveness? What are you talking about?" Xiangnan's eyes turned cold. He had already grasped the hilt of the saber. He was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The dragon male said, "Am I wrong? Wasn't the current situation created by you humans? You are humans, and these believers are also humans. Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you at all. Have you said enough? Do you want to fight or not?" The Red Lotus had already lost its patience and said impatiently. Xiangnan and the dragon raceman looked at her at the same time. Xiangnan was surprised that this woman had waited until now, waiting for him to talk to the dragon raceman. But she did not interrupt. "There is nothing strange about this," said the serpent. "In the hearts of the believers, they are the righteous side. They have never treated themselves as scum who commits evil deeds. Of course, they do things like decent people. Let's turn around." Xiangnan looked at the Red Lotus and persuaded, "Stop helping the evil." The Red Lotus said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who is helping the evil? You heretics, you should submit to our God. This is the only correct path." Xiangnan said, "Your God has not done anything good. Burning, killing, and looting are not few." Red Lotus blushed slightly and explained, "I know that, but we must make some sacrifices if we want to do something big. If it weren't for you stubborn rebels, we would have been one under the heavens long ago. When that time comes, martial arts will flourish and martial artists will be led to the most brilliant pinnacle. Isn't this not good? My God has unselfishly bestowed upon us divine talent. Have you ever seen them do this for personal gain? Why don't you understand? My God loves this world so much, yet you want to assassinate him? What kind of dirty intentions did you have?" When Xiangnan heard this, he was enraged and said, "It's really robber logic, killing innocents indiscriminately and claiming to be the righteous side. Don't you think what you said is too ridiculous? Your God loves the world? If they love the world, they won't take away the martial artist's Tao heart. They can kill all martial artists anytime, anywhere. So what if I hand over my Tao heart? My God is selfless. How can I harm you? If she wants to harm you, why bother persuading you to grant you divine talent?" The Red Lotus said angrily, "Have you ever seen a person who wants to harm others before? Isn't it easier to directly kill you all?" Xiangnan sighed and stopped talking to her. He knew that he could not win. These people had already been brainwashed. "What are you talking about with the brainwasher?" The dragon male laughed loudly and said, "All right, at least I know what the pseudo-god believers are thinking. That's right. Killing these believers is not wrongful." With that, the dragon man's right arm trembled, and a crimson spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Zhang! The spear trembled in the air, emitting an ancient and shocking aura. Both Xiangnan and Red Lotus felt their hearts tremble as they looked at the spear at the same time. The dragon male proudly said, "The dragon spear is the strongest weapon of our dragon race. Every outstanding dragon warrior can go to the forbidden area of dragon, remains buried by the ancestors of the dragon race when they reach adulthood. Ask for a set of ancestors' dragon vertebrae and forge that 3,300-meter dragon vertebrae into a 5-meter-long spear. This is a dragon spear." When Xianxia heard this, he was filled with admiration. This weapon of his was truly not of the same level as the other party's dragon spear. There was only a drop of dragon blood in his saber, but his dragon spear was forged from the spine of a pure dragon race. Looking at the majestic and murderous dragon spear, Xianxia's heart was filled with envy. "There's no need for nonsense. Let's fight." The dragon man pointed his spear at the red lotus and said, "Attack!" The dragons were arrogant, so arrogant that they disdained to take the initiative to attack. When Red Lotus spoke to Xianxia, she was still willing to persuade him. Although her position was different, at least she hoped that Xianxia could enter the embrace of the gods. However, she did not have the slightest bit of tolerance towards the dragons. However, when she saw a flash of killing intent in her eyes, she said, "Outsiders, if you dare to invade the sacred land of our divine hall, you deserve to die." After saying that, Red Lotus raised her right hand high into the air with a red spear. She grabbed the shaft of the spear and aimed it at the dragon man. The weapons used by the two of them were astonishingly similar. Both of them were long spears, and both of them were red. The only difference was that Red Lotus's red spear was made from an expensive fire attributed or was of a very high grade and should be above Dao grade. It was roughly an elementary Dao weapon. However, Xianxia was unable to distinguish the grade of the dragon spear in the hands of that dragon male. The reason for that was because the dragon spear was a living creature. Its predecessor was an ancient dragon's spine. The grade of this weapon was not fixed. Whoever had the dragon spear in his hand, the power it could exert would change. Xianxia had already noticed this. Xianxia had witnessed with his own eyes that when the dragon male released his intense battle intent, the grade of the dragon spear had rapidly risen to the intermediate Dao grade. When Xianxia was in Bluestone City, he once had a weapon of this kind that was not fixed. It was called the Black Lin. That weapon was given to him by Miss Ruyan. However, Black Lin was a very basic weapon. It was only a spiritual item. However, a weapon of such a high level as the dragon spear also possessed growth. It was still very rare. Xianxia shook his head and put his thoughts back into reality. At this moment, the Red Lotus had already attacked. Her body trembled, and a ferocious flame swept out from her body, wrapping around the red spear. "Falling star Skyfire!" The Red Lotus shouted angrily and appeared like a dragon. Its entire body was wrapped in the long tail of flames that was dragged into the spear. She was like a flaming dragon, charging straight at the dragon race man's face. However, this dragon male is a real dragon. He sneered and said, "Isn't playing with fire in front of our dragon race a little too joking?" After saying that, the man opened his mouth and sprayed a large mouthful of dragon breath onto his dragon spear. The dragon spear had exquisite patterns, like a tiny red dragon wrapped around a spear. After the dragon's breath spat out, a strange scene appeared. The dragon-shaped patterns on the dragon spear seemed to have come to life. Xianxia almost thought that he could see the dragon body on the spear moving. Boom! The Red Lotus and the dragon man's spears collided at the same time. A terrifying wave of fire rolled out, engulfing Xianxia instantly. This time, the result was astonishingly powerful. The dragon male was actually sent flying 10 meters away by the Red Lotus. As for Honglian herself, she did not retreat at all. Xianxia was not injured in the flames. He said in a low voice, "It seems that the dragons will suffer a loss. Logically speaking, dragon breath should be the leader of the flames in the world. However, although the flames of the Red Lotus are made up of the purest fire elements in nature, they have been blessed by the divine grade fire vein innate." The serpent said, "Yes, I remember that White River once mentioned that the bloodline of a dragon king can be equal to the divine talent of a human. This man should not belong to the dragon king category. He is roughly the same as the Demon Emperor. He is an ordinary dragon. At most, he is equivalent to a demigod's innate talent, right? However, this dragon race is strong enough. He is at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation and is able to resist the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation. However, it is not simple for him to be able to do this. The serpent thought so, but it was clear that the dragon male felt that he had been insulted. The dragon male was furious and shouted, "What a brave human! He really doesn't know the heavens and earth." One man and one dragon fought together again. The dragons were born warriors. He was brave and good at fighting. This was not surprising to Xianxia. However, what surprised Xianxia was that Red Lotus was also a battle expert. She was definitely someone with a strong fighting spirit. The man fired a cage spear at him, shooting at the sky and the earth in darkness. However, during this process, Red Lotus succeeded in hitting the body of the dragon race man 3 times in a row with her spear shaft. The last time was when the dragon man exploded into an illusion and landed on the ground with a loud boom. Heh! The Red Lotus narrowed its eyes and sneered. The dragon race is nothing more than that. Roar! On the ground, in the endless abyss that had been blasted out, the dragon male let out an angry dragon roar. Immediately after, a beam of flames soared into the sky. The dragon male instantly rushed into the sky from the ground. His entire body was burning with raging flames, and his expression was already extremely hard to see. Xianxia hugged his shoulders and said, "If you don't have any other stronger methods, then you can step down and leave the battlefield to me." The dragon male said angrily, "How dare a little martial artist at the 2nd level of the heavenly tribulation like you speak so loudly in front of me?" Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he said, "I was trying to persuade you, but you kept saying rude things. You'd better pay attention to the way you speak. Let me tell you clearly, this woman in front of you has just obtained the 2nd item, the divine grade earth vein talent. Right now, she is gradually adapting to this earth vein talent. Her strength will increase with the battle." Red Lotus had only just obtained the divine grade earth vein talent for less than half a day, so it could be said that she had yet to display 1/10 of her talent. However, the more proficient she was, the more powerful the divine earth vein became. After she could completely control the 2 divine talents, her strength would undergo a qualitative leap. "You!" Red Lotus pointed her spear at Xianxia and said, "You actually exposed my background. You would rather help an outsider than help my fellow countrymen." Xianxia said, "You and I are not compatriots. I am human, and you are crazy. Enough!" The dragon male shook his dragon spear and shouted, "Awaken dragon soul! Today, I want to kill everyone." Roar! The dragon spear actually let out a dragon roar. The entire dragon spear actually started to wriggle and fission occurred. The dragon body patterns on the spear continued to split, spread, split, and spread again. A 5-meter dragon spear actually turned into a lava-like spear after several degrees of fission. It was already 7 meters long. The most terrifying thing was that this dragon spear actually possessed the power of a weapon of its own. The dragon spear was burning fiercely, releasing the aura of the ancient dragon race. There's life. This dragon spear is alive. It is unleashing its true strength. What? Xianxia was shocked. He could be considered a weapon forging expert, but this was the first time he had heard of such a weapon. The dragon spear was forged from the spine of the ancient dragon race. Now, this dragon spear was actually able to unleash the power of the ancient dragon race. The dragon race man was fighting alongside his ancestors. The serpent said, "Something's wrong. This dragon man's vitality is rapidly being depleted. His vitality has been transferred to the dragon spear. He used his own vitality to feed the dragon spear and revive it. The dragon spear is dead. If it wants to survive, it must invest its life force. That dragon male is feeding the spear." Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from the dragon spear. Each explosion was accompanied by an angry dragon roar, and the flames on the dragon spear continued to increase. This process was actually synchronized. At the same time that the dragon spear fission, the explosion also followed. When the dragon spear truly became a 7-meter-long spear, the power of the dragon spear had also reached its peak. Ancestor, please lend me your strength. After saying that, the dragon male suddenly exploded with his own strength. With a loud boom, the dragon power in his body wildly spread out. It actually blew Xianxia and the Red Lotus back. This was just a momentum, the oppressive force produced by the dragons when they erupted with dragon power. It was equivalent to the power a martial artist would produce when they erupted with astral chi. The power in Yulong's body could be considered demonic energy, but the pure dragon race's power was already a level higher than demonic energy. Xianxia didn't know what this kind of thing was called, so he could only temporarily call it dragon force. The dragon male roared and charged forward. The flames on his body formed a dragon-shaped flame that violently smashed onto the Red Lotus. The Red Lotus, which was originally gaining the upper hand step by step, was actually blown away and disappeared without a trace by this explosion. The serpent said in shock, "This dragon male's strength has increased by an entire level." As the Red Lotus flew backwards, the dragon male raised his right hand and clenched his fist. A square, invisible barrier formed between heaven and earth. Clang! As the Red Lotus flew backwards, it slammed into the barrier and bounced back. She covered her chest and spat out a large mouthful of blood. "You can't escape." The dragon male gritted his teeth. The Red Lotus's expression was gloomy as she touched the invisible wall behind her and said, "This kind of thing also wants to trap me. It's delusional. But that's good. I'm not in the mood to break it. I just happen to use it as a stage. It saves us from chasing after each other." With a single swing of his spear, he sent people flying to the horizon, and even had to fly over to chase after them. It would be better to keep this invisible gas wall so that everyone could fight within a fixed range, saving them the trouble they needed to come. This time, the dragon male was no longer in the mood to talk to the Red Lotus. He turned into a dragon-shaped flame and chased after it again. "He's pressed for time," the serpent said. "The dragon spear is devouring more and more vitality. He is almost unable to hold on. He must immediately break off the awakening of the dragon soul. Otherwise, the dragon spear will awaken more and more. Perhaps it will absorb all of his vitality in the end." Boom! 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 The man and dragon fought another dozen rounds. After the dragon race man's combat strength soared, he was already able to completely suppress the Red Lotus. However, after 3 fatal shootings in a row, he was skillfully dodged by Red Lotus. The Red Lotus's fighting spirit was extremely outstanding. Even Xianxia couldn't help but secretly applaud when he saw it. Battle consciousness, first of all, had to be on the premise that the difference in strength between the two sides was not that exaggerated before it could be effective. The fact that Red Lotus could do this had already surprised Xianxia. "Die!" The dragon male's aura surged. He slapped down with his spear, and with a clang the two spears collided. The Red Lotus was slapped and rolled within 5 times, and another mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. The dragon man quickly retreated. He took a deep breath and the dragon spear suddenly began to wriggle, turning into an ordinary 5-meter spear. The power of the dragon spear itself no longer appeared. "Disconnected," the serpent said. He disconnected the dragon soul awakening's life force feed. "Ha!" Red Lotus was panting heavily and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her thumb. She sneered and said, "Can't hold on any longer?" The dragon male was also panting. His face was pale, and sweat had already appeared on his face. "What kind of damn monster are you?" The dragon male's expression was extremely solemn. It was really rare for the dragons to suffer losses in battle. In a pure physical confrontation, once the black tortoise race left, the dragon race had never been afraid of anyone else. Even if the vermilion bird race and the white tiger race came, the dragon race would still be able to fight. But now, the dragon race's man was a little overwhelmed. The Red Lotus sneered, "This is the divine talent that my God has bestowed on me. Today, none of you will be able to leave." Rumble, 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 rumble. From afar, a series of explosions could be heard. Immediately after, A miserable dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The dragon male's expression changed drastically as he turned around and looked into the distance. Xianxia also quickly looked over and saw a tragic scene. 7 divine-grade heavenly tribulation realm martial artists were gathered in a circle. They used their spears to stab a fire dragon and descended from the sky. Hundreds of bloody holes had already appeared on the fire dragon's body, and it had actually perished. What? The dragon man's scalp exploded when he saw this. The serpent exclaimed, "A dragon warrior has been killed." The dragon man's eyes turned red as he roared, "You and I will not stop until we die." Soul awakening. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon spear released another series of explosions. This was the second time he had awakened the power of the dragon spear. The red lotus swept its spear and shouted, "Falling stars, go Tianhua." It's still a mid-tier Dao grade. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. The martial skill used by Red Lotus belonged to the same style as the invaders he had killed in the 5 continents realm. They were all mid-grade Dao grades. At the very least, this meant that the pseudo-divine believers had exploited at least one ancient ruin and obtained a complete set of cultivation techniques and martial skills from it. The Red Lotus's martial skill this time was different from Skyfire's. Her spear swept across, drawing out a huge arc-shaped flame. The arc-shaped flame first dived towards the ground, and then after reaching a certain distance, it suddenly jumped up. It was like an enormous hook. The dragon spear awakened and welcomed the flame attack. He immediately turned the spear and turned it into a disc, desperately resisting the attack of the Gaudian fire. The Gaudian flame held onto the dragon raceman and soared into the sky. Red Lotus, on the other hand, casually wore a long red dress and swept her spear down. Another Grand Dao arc flame was emitted, but this time, the arc flame soared into the sky and immediately dived after reaching a certain height. The dragon male was being pushed upwards by the Gaudian fire from the bottom up, and he immediately encountered the reverse Gaudian fire coming down from the top. Boom! 2 hookup flames and 2 large circular arcs joined together, pinching the dragon male in the middle. Martial skill continuous strike. Xianxia's heart sank. Gaudian fire was not a pure one-move martial skill. This martial skill could be continuously released, forming a series of moves with different styles. The battle that followed confirmed Xianxia's conjecture. The dragon male used his incomparably powerful awakening dragon spear to forcefully resist the opposing force of the heavenly Go fire twice. However, he was just about to charge over and launch an active attack. The Red Lotus shook its hair, twisted its waist, and swept its spear across. Another Gaudian fire swung horizontally. The heavenly gouge flame charged to the right. After reaching a certain distance, it suddenly turned around and charged to the left. Halfway through the charge, the dragon male was knocked flying by the heaven hook flame, and the charge completely collapsed. He's about to die. Xianxia thought to himself, the dragon spear awakens. We must launch an attack in order to display its maximum power. But that Red Lotus is very smart. She forced the dragon raceman to use the dragon spear to defend himself passively. At this moment, Red Lotus twisted her waist and waved her arm, sending another heavenly Go fire. Xianxia had originally thought that this time, her Gaudian fire would leave from the left and return from the right, attacking the dragon raceman again. As a result, Gaudian fire, a flexible martial skill, could be combined at will. The Gaudian fire released by the Red Lotus took over the dragon man, who was knocked flying by the flames from the bottom up, and charged into the sky with him halfway through. The Red Lotus shot once again, and another hook flame rose into the sky. It slanted down from the upper left corner to the lower right corner, changing the direction that the dragon male had been hit by the previous hook flame from ascending to descending to the right. In just a few seconds, the dragon man's dragon spear awakening was almost out of control. In his helplessness, he could only let the dragon spear fall asleep twice. As a result, the dragon spear fell asleep, and the dragon raceman was no longer able to resist the power of the Gaudian fire. Boom! The next heaven-hooking fire struck, and the dragon man used his dragon spear to resist, but it was blasted away by the flames, blowing the spear away. On the other hand, The dragon man himself spat out blood wildly, his entire body burning with raging flames as he fell from the sky. At this moment, a second miserable dragon roar came from further away. A dozen heavenly tribulation realm martial artists stabbed a fire dragon to death. Kid Xianxia, he can't do it anymore. The serpent sighed. This dragon male's vitality has been feeding the dragon spear twice in a row. Even if he risked his life to awaken the dragon spear for the third time, he wouldn't be able to reach the same level of power as the previous 2 times. He's too weak. Once a martial artist entered the heavenly tribulation realm, his aura was almost limitless. However, his vitality was still limited. The dragon man used the awakening of the dragon spear as a price to exchange for a period of high explosive power. At the same time, he also paid a painful price for this kind of behavior. At this moment, the dragon male had already fallen to the ground. He was burned by the terrifying divine-grade flames, but he was unable to expel the flames. Divine-grade flame, that thing was not something that ordinary people could understand at all. If it wasn't for the Fire Dragon clan's extraordinary fire resistance, he would have been burnt to ashes a few times ago. Ah! The dragon male let out an unwilling roar. This roar was a bit more desolate and unwilling. The dignified dragon race had actually fallen into this kind of land, causing one to sigh bitterly. The Red Lotus intended to attack again and completely kill the dragon race man. At this moment, the shadow of a fire dragon came from afar. The fire dragon transformed into a young woman. She grabbed the man's dragon spear and held him back. Xinghao, I'll lend you my life. The woman's eyes flickered with determination. The dragon male was shocked and said, No! Dragon soul awakening. Unexpectedly, the dragon woman did not hesitate at all. She grabbed the dragon spear with both hands, and the dragon spear awakened again. However, as the serpent said earlier, the awakening of the dragon spear requires the use of life force to feed it. If you want the dragon spear to survive, you have to give it life. The longer the dragon spear was awakened, the more powerful it was, but the more vitality it absorbed at the same time. That dragon woman actually sacrificed her life to sacrifice her spear. She frantically burned her life force, and a vast amount of life force surged into the dragon spear. Offer your life to the spear. She wants to feed all her life to the dragon spear. The dragon male's eyes were red as he shouted, No! The woman grabbed the dragon spear tightly and stared into the man's eyes. You are the only one in our team qualified to obtain the dragon spear. You are our hope, she said. Xinghao, for the glory of the dragon race. The dragon male's eyes turned cold. He no longer fought for the dragon spear, nor did he refuse. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound of explosions rang out one after another. The dragon spear began to crazily climb, from 5 meters to 7 meters, from 7 meters to 10 meters. Still improving, the dragon woman threw all her life force into the dragon spear. At this moment, her face was pale. Her body was like ashes being blown away in the air, falling off one by one. In the end, her resolute gaze turned into fragments that filled the sky. Ew! A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the world. 12 meters, giant dragon spear. Take shape. Xianxia was extremely shocked. He even saw that the fire dragon climbing on the dragon spear had actually opened its eyes. During this process, Red Lotus did not wait foolishly. She had set off the heavenly flame many times in a row, but all of it was destroyed by the explosion caused by the fission of the dragon spear. At this moment, the dragon male shouted, False god! Accept your life! The dragon male soared into the sky. The Red Lotus's expression changed slightly. She quickly released a flame that hooked the heavens. The dragon male didn't even dodge this time. He swept his spear and smashed the heavenly go fire to pieces. Too shocking. Xianxia frowned and said, A weapon can actually display such astonishing power. Sigh. But this dragon clansman is too stubborn. Why bother? For the sake of sacrificing the spear, the dragon race had sacrificed itself just like that. The dragon race's respect for glory truly shocked people's hearts. Die! The dragon male roared angrily as he rushed towards Red Lotus. The Red Lotus gritted its teeth and roared. Falling stars, heavenly obstacles. Who? A huge wall of fire suddenly stood in the sky, blocking the path of the dragon raceman. The dragon male held his spear and frantically stabbed the spear towards the wall of fire. Rumble, 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 rumble. A bit of cold light arrived first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. The flaming spear shadow scattered like a storm, destroying the wall of flames in an instant. We're going to win. Xianxia clenched his fists. The dragon male's aura surged and he roared. This spear will take your dog's life. After breaking through the wall of fire, the dragon male let out a dragon roar and transformed into a flaming shadow that spanned the sky, crazily shooting towards the Red Lotus. The Red Lotus bit her lips and no longer resisted. She knew very well that no matter how much she resisted, it was impossible for her to block the power of the awakened dragon spear. But at this moment, her expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the dragon man's terrifying dragon spear also struck her. Whoosh! The Red Lotus was blasted into an illusory figure, instantly shooting out, smashing into the invisible chi wall, still flying backwards. The dragon male chased after him at an even faster speed. His entire body was burning with dragon breath flames. The powerful dragon spear, pong 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 pong, continuously smashed onto Red Lotus. There's no sound of a spear hitting. Xianxia followed closely behind, and his heart skipped a beat. That doesn't make sense. That dragon male didn't use the spearhead to deliver a fatal blow to Red Lotus. However, Xianxia only heard the sound of the spear hitting the Red Lotus, but he didn't hear the sound of the spear piercing through the flesh and blood. There is only one explanation. The dragon raceman will never show mercy, and that is, Red Lotus dodged. That doesn't make sense. The serpent asked curiously, how can Red Lotus still have the strength to dodge after receiving such a heavy blow? I'm afraid her bones have long since been broken and she died. Clang, 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 clang. His voice has changed. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he said, no, this powerful earth elemental energy. The sound of the dragon spear smashing into Red Lotus's body underwent a qualitative change. In front of him, the dragon raceman named Xianxia was chasing after the Red Lotus, slowly slowing down the speed of his flying shot. Suddenly, a snow-white and tender hand suddenly grabbed onto the gun. Immediately after, this snow-white and tender little hand suddenly turned bright silver. Shit! Xianxia's pupils constricted. Nether silver. She suddenly possessed the ability to use the divine earth vein proficiently between life and death. There's actually such a thing? The big snake was also shocked. Isn't this woman's combat talent too frightening? She's almost catching up to you. Growing up in battle was presumably Xianxia's exclusive property. But today, another person also had such a special quality. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Red Lotus is not just a woman with divine talent. Apart from her divine talent, her combat attainments are also very terrifying. The dragon male only felt that the dragon spear was incomparably heavy and could no longer be slapped down. He was extremely shocked and furious. As for Red Lotus, she slowly raised her head, raised her face and said coldly, have you fought enough? Her face was also nether silver. This nether silver was not Xianxia's kind of giant saber-like material that was specially made from nether silver. Rather, it was nether silver that had been super blessed through the divine grade earth vein. In itself, it was much more powerful than pure nether silver. It was like a weapon, allowing an ordinary person to kill. It was completely different from letting a martial artist kill it. A martial artist's dipper chi could bless a weapon. It's really troublesome. Xianxia took a deep breath. In the distance, the fourth dragon had fallen. Xianxia knew that he was facing an unprecedented enemy. He was also the first person in the history of the entire dream world to have dual divine talent. The divine grade fire vein, coupled with the divine grade earth vein, made the Red Lotus an incomprehensible expert. Double-veined divine grade. Even the highly awakened dragon spear was unable to move. If this dragon male could reach another realm, he might still have the power to fight. It's a pity. The big snake sighed. Xianxia nodded slightly. The 6th level of heavenly tribulation was no longer enough to deal with the 5th level of heavenly tribulation of the Red Lotus. The dragon male had to reach the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation and cooperate with the super-awakened dragon spear to fight against the Red Lotus. Now, the Red Lotus pulled the dragon spear away from the dragon male's hand. The dragon male was even dragged into a stumble. Such a terrifying scene was unimaginable. In the sky, the female pseudo-god chuckled and said, "Ignorant and stupid races, how dare they fight against our god race? They simply don't know whether to die or not." At this moment, the Red Lotus anti-dragon spear pressed down on the dragon man's shoulder. Its sharp spear tip was aimed at his neck and could be cut at any time. The dragon male was furious and his fist landed on Red Lotus. However, at this moment the dragon male was already very weak, and he was unable to use his fist. The Red Lotus didn't even bother dodging. No matter how hard he struck his body, it could only let out a loud clanging sound. "My God! How will this person be punished?" Hong Lian humbly asked. The pseudo-divine woman raised her hands high and said, "Child of the dragon race, are you willing to sacrifice your Tao heart and become my follower?" The dragon race man laughed loudly with blood in his mouth. "Who are you? You deserve to make my dragon race lower its head." The female pseudo-god nodded her head and said, "Red Lotus, this person is persistent. Kill him." The Red Lotus's eyes turned cold as it swept across the dragon spear. In an instant, a tyrannical bolt of lightning burst forth. Clang! The dragon spear that was supposed to take away the dragon race man's life was actually struck by a bolt of lightning and sent flying. "What?" Red Lotus was shocked. She followed the direction of the lightning attack and looked at Xianxia. She asked in shock, "The power of lightning? Huh!" The pseudo-divine woman's expression changed drastically as she said, "Lightning envoy?" Xianxia's world-exterminating divine lightning came from the divine lightning bull after his death. How could he not recognize that the pseudo-god was of the same race as the divine lightning bull? Ah! Red Lotus was stunned. She was first shocked by Xianxia's lightning power, but now she was confused by the words of the female pseudo-god. The goddess pointed at Xianxia sternly and said, "You can actually use the power of my god race. Where did you learn to control this kind of power?" Xianxia slowly pulled out his huge saber and said, "Hey, that dragon child called Xinghao, today I will save your life regardless of past grudges. Remember this favor." Ha 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 ha. The dragon male laughed loudly and said, "Even I can't beat her. Just you. Capture him." The female pseudo-god shouted. Red Lotus's eyes turned cold, and she immediately rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and said to the dragon man, "Frog at the bottom of the well, watch carefully." "What did you say? How dare you slander my dragon race for being a frog?" The dragon male was incomparably furious. "Sigh." The serpent sighed helplessly and said, "This idiot." At the same time, a pair of angry eyes slowly opened in the sky. Everyone, the eye of anger. Xianxia's realm suddenly rose to the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the Red Lotus had already rushed over. Xianxia waved his hand and a bolt of lightning saber light shot out. The fallen heavenly lightning, the extremely tyrannical explosive attribute, was vividly displayed. Boom! A terrifying wave of lightning spread out, causing the Red Lotus to pause for an instant. "Ha-ha! An attack of this level wants to fight me?" The Red Lotus's expression was cold. Divine grade lightning vein. On the other hand, the pseudo-god's attention was in another direction, and her expression changed drastically once again. The cries of the Red Lotus turned into a flame shadow that pierced through Xianxia. However, she suddenly realized that she didn't seem to have hit anyone, and the Xianxia that she had pierced through turned into an illusion and gradually dissipated. "Shadow?" Red Lotus was shocked and hurriedly turned around. Not far away, Xianxia had already lifted the dragon male up and said, "Do you understand?" The Red Lotus gritted its teeth and suddenly launched a heavenly flame towards Xianxia. This time, the Gaudian fire was definitely different from the others. The flames were even accompanied by a dense bright silver color. The divine-grade earth vein affected the divine-grade fire vein. The powers of the two divine-grade innate abilities had added to each other's blessings. Hurry up and leave. The dragon man pushed Xianxia away. Do you want to die together? Watch carefully, Xianxia said. Why did I say you were a frog in a well? At this point, Xianxia abruptly turned around, his left hand supporting the bottom of his right palm, and a rotating finger shot out. Squeak! The thunder and lightning energy that was spinning at the speed of light instantly struck Go Tianhua. Rotating light finger was the natural nemesis of defensive martial artists. That Gaudian fire was actually pierced through by lightning under Red Lotus's dumbfounded gaze. Pong! Once the Gaudian fire was pierced through, it would cause an imbalance in strength and immediately collapse. The Red Lotus's expression changed slightly. She rushed over again, wanting to fight Xianxia closely. Her spear speed was like the wind, and a series of beautiful combination spear skills were aimed at the wind and water. However, compared to his battle consciousness, Xianxia was the master. Xianxia used an even more ghostly movement technique to beautifully dodge every shot of the Red Lotus. In fact, Xianxia actually found an opportunity to launch a counterattack amidst the dense attacks of the other party. He pushed open Red Lotus spear with one elbow, and his right index finger directly pressed against Red Lotus's shoulder. Rotating light finger. A bolt of lightning that was spinning at the speed of light immediately pressed against Red Lotus's right shoulder and crazily drilled inside. The Red Lotus was in pain and wanted to dodge, but she was pushed back by such a shocking impact. She couldn't move away at all. Once she dodged to the side, she was pushed backwards by the rotating finger and flew farther away. The ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing could be heard endlessly. The rotating finger crazily drilled into the nether silver skin of the Red Lotus. Suddenly, nether silver was drilled through. Pooh! Blood shot out from Red Lotus's shoulder. How could this be? Red Lotus widened her beautiful eyes and looked at her shoulders in disbelief. Xianxia stalled the dragon male and said to Red Lotus, "I'll be back." After saying that, he turned into a bolt of lightning and folded it in half 25 times in the sky, drawing Z patterns. In an instant, all the fire dragons in the sky disappeared. "Suppress him, said the Red Lotus anxiously. However, the other dozens of Heavenly Tribulation Realm believers were still in a fierce battle 1 second ago, and they did not react in time. As a result, Xianxia had already disappeared with the dragon male. Red Lotus still refused to give up and chased after him, but she could not catch up with Xianxia's speed no matter what. In the distance, Xianxia connected 25 fire dragons with a string of lightning. His left hand was still hugging the dragon male as he sped into the distance. The dense lightning exploded in the sky. The dragon male said angrily, "You're such a villain. You actually concealed your strength. Since you're so powerful, why don't you just kill that Red Lotus?" Xianxia glanced at him indifferently and said, "Bullshit. Can't you see that I increased my cultivation realm with Dao luck? The Red Lotus has dual divine grade talent. Before I can completely kill her, my realm will decline back. With my current cultivation, I can only save you guys." The dragon male was furious. "The dragon race will not flee. How can a coward like you be so cowardly?" "Oh, am I a coward?" Xianxia let go of the man and said, "All right, I won't stop you. Go back and continue fighting with them." "You," the dragon male said. Xianxia said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about running away. How did you get here and where did you get here? I hope I can return to the Dragon Clan with you. I have something I need to talk to the elders of the Dragon Clan about." At this point, the dragon male named Xianxia thoughtfully began to look at Xianxia. His expression gradually changed, and it became more and more meaningful. "What's wrong?" Xianxia said. Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, "I understand. I finally understand. I almost fell into your trap. All of this was arranged in advance, wasn't it? You deliberately put on a show like this to show me, and then you pretended to save me in the end. When I thank you and bring you back to the dragon race, You will discover our territory. As soon as he finished speaking, the other dragons howled and completely surrounded Xianxia. These dragons all turned into humans with angry expressions on their faces. The ice-cold dragon spears were aimed at Xianxia's throat. Only Xinghao's dragon spears were pure dragon spears. The other dragon spears weren't made from dragon vertebrae, they were just ordinary Dao-grade weapons. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Do you suspect that I am a pseudo-god believer? There's no need to doubt it. Isn't that obvious? Your plan is perfect, but one thing you have failed to do, Xinghao said sternly. Xianxia sighed and said, Oh? May I hear more about it? Xinghao narrowed his eyes and said, They shouldn't have arranged for you to pretend to be a hero. How can you, a small heavenly tribulation second stage martial artist, defeat a heavenly tribulation fifth stage? That woman, Xianxia said, her name is Red Lotus. Xinghao shouted, Even if your Dao luck is very special and you can temporarily advance to the third level of heavenly tribulation, do you want me to believe that a third-level heavenly tribulation martial artist, like you can defeat a fifth-level heavenly tribulation Red Lotus with dual divine talent? Humans, you underestimate the intelligence of our dragon race. Xianxia frowned and said, You said that I am a pseudo-god believer, and you said that I was cooperating with them in acting. Then tell me, how did I know that you guys would come here? Also, how do I know that you are here today? It just so happens that you will be acting today for you to see. Xinghao pondered. A dragon woman walked out from the side. She pointed at Xianxia's nose and said, Who knows if you've only arranged a play in this world? If all the other worlds with pseudo-divine sculptures were prepared for such a play, and all of them prepared for a character like you, how would we know? Last time, your fake gods found our dragon clan's territory. We immediately went into hiding. If you want to find us again this time, it won't be that easy. This sentence caused Xianxia to be slightly surprised. Did the false gods ever find the territory of the dragon race? Why did he leave? What else do you have to say? The dragon woman shouted. Xianxia said, I have a Dao heart. Of course. Xinghao said, Of course you will arrange for someone with a Dao heart to deceive us. Only in this way can you be more convincing. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he said, Your dragon race should be very strong, right? You can go and inquire about my background. My name is Xianxia. You can ask what I did before the appearance of the pseudo-god race. Xinghao waved his hand and said, That doesn't matter. No matter what you did in the past, when the pseudo-god race appears, you might rebel. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and sneered, Then there's no need to talk? I saved you, but you want to kill me instead. Xianxia endured it again and again. He couldn't help but feel that this bunch of crazy bastards had lost their minds. The arrogance of the dragons made Xianxia bored. Why bother talking to him? Do it. Kill him and avenge our fellow citizens. The dragon woman was excited and shouted as she stabbed the spear towards Xianxia. Xianxia was so angry that his right arm trembled, and the nightmare knife hummed as he prepared for battle. At this moment, Xinghao suddenly grabbed the dragon girl's spear and shook his head. In the end, he saved us once. Whether it was false feelings or hypocrisy, he saved us. Our dragon race must not owe such a shameless scum a favor. Let's go. The dragon girl glared fiercely at Xianxia and said, Wait for me. After saying that, the group of dragons left. Xianxia gripped the hilt of the saber, his arms trembling with anger. Calm down, said the serpent. There's no need to ruin our plan for a few stupid dragons. If we start a war with the dragon race by misunderstanding now, then we really won't be able to get our hands on the innate heart. This misunderstanding will get bigger and bigger. Xianxia was also a person who had experienced storms, so he understood this reasoning. However, understanding didn't mean that he wouldn't be angry. He could only forcefully suppress his anger. He shook his head helplessly and said, I really have never felt so aggrieved before. My good intentions have been replaced by a cold pair of eyebrows. The big snake instead smiled brightly and said, Hey, if you want someone's innate talent, it's worth it to suffer a little bit of grievance. I understand, Xianxia said. The big snake said, "What's going on now? Do you want to go to the meeting point?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Originally, I thought that I could go to the dragon race and find a way to obtain the heart of innate strength to increase my strength. It seems like it won't work now. I can only find another way to increase my strength, and that is to find the world-exterminating divine lightning. You've seen the strength of the Red Lotus. I can only fight her reluctantly if I use my full strength, even the eye of anger and the revolving light finger. Increasing your strength is imminent. Yes, she already has dual divine talent. Next, her realm will grow at an unfathomable speed. If we don't chase after her, it will be equivalent to falling behind," the snake said. "What do you think of the old man who has been leading us?" Xianxia said, "Well, your thoughts coincide with mine. You have to find a way to capture that old man and force him to ask where the ancient ruins are being mined. We still have nearly 4 days left. We have to hurry." Xianxia went to the rendezvous point first. After finding the Valurium sect master and he reported his safety. The Valurium sect master said, "So there is a false god who has already found the territory of the dragon race. In that case, if the dragon race hides, it will be even harder to find him. This is not good news." Xianxia said, "You two don't have to wait for me. I have another mission to perform. I want to find the ancient civilization ruins they mined. If I don't come back in 3 days, you can leave immediately." "Are you all right?" Xiaohui asked. Xianxia said, "Don't worry. Don't you know me? I have a lot of means to save my life. They still have a long way to go before they want to kill me." "It's settled then." After saying that, Xianxia bid farewell to the two of them and flew away alone. Xianxia analyzed his current situation very accurately. Apart from the 20 pseudo-gods who possessed 5 divine talents, he was not afraid of anyone, and the realms of these pseudo-gods had yet to rise. Although he could not defeat Red Lotus, he would not be defeated by Red Lotus. If he wanted to escape, Red Lotus would not be able to stop him. Pseudo-god believers are still growing up, and there should be very few experts in the late heavenly tribulation stage, so they are not a major threat for the time being. From the looks of it, the dragons have also greatly underestimated the strength of the pseudo-god believers. Xianxia said. The group of dragons brandished their teeth and claws. Their momentum was cold, but in the end, their faces turned ashen, and they fled in a sorry state. 30 dragon warriors, against 40 human believers, were instead beheaded by 3 dragons, forcing the 4th dragon to feed the spear with its life. The outcome was not without tragedy. However, what made Xianxia choke the most was the 20 pseudo-gods. Fortunately, the realms of these pseudo-gods hadn't been mentioned for the time being. Otherwise, who could be their opponent? Xianxia used the illusory concealment technique to change his appearance and aura. This made him look completely new, turning him into a brand new young man. Illusory concealment technique. If it was only used against him, it could last for 3 days and 3 nights. It was almost enough. He returned to the first shrine they had been to before. There were no pseudo-gods in this temple, and what they worshipped was only the divine statue. However, this was the location of the old man who had led the way for Xianxia and the others. The old man hadn't returned yet, and the dragons had destroyed the statue of the Master God. They should hurry up and continue to make new statues. At the same time, Xianxia also felt a strong fluctuation of Dipper Chi descending from the distant sky. Evidently, this world was ambushed. The pseudo-god race sent more believers and experts to reinforce the defenses of this world. If he wanted to do something in this world, it would be much harder. Outside the Divine Hall, there was a human living area. There were many new high-rise buildings standing in the clouds. The prosperity of that city was no less than that of Haojing in the slightest. Xianxia walked on the street. The stone path beneath his feet was still as new as before, and there were no traces of him stepping on it many times. It seemed that after witnessing the prosperity of the higher planes, the lower planes martial artists also had ambitions and began to further strengthen their living environment. At the same time, this kind of so-called welfare could also be considered a fake god, allowing the people to respect the fake god even more. Xianxia temporarily wanted to settle down here. After the old man returned alone, he would capture him alone. However, what was worth noting to Xianxia was that although the streets were extremely bustling, there were a few things that he had never seen before. It was a huge scarlet building that would appear every once in a while. The styles of these buildings were very similar, and there was a plaque hanging at the entrance of each red building. There were two big characters written on it, Dao Grounds, with the style of ancient fragrance and ancient charm. Out of curiosity, Xianxia entered one of the Dao Grounds. This place was open to the public and did not require any restrictions on entry. In the dojo, if one looked around, they were all ordinary people, but these ordinary people were practicing martial arts. Some of them were cultivating cultivation techniques and martial skills, while others were concentrating on reading thick books. Walking between the crowd was a believer dressed in a red robe. This believer looked benevolent and would occasionally stop to answer the martial artist's questions. Xianxia immediately understood that this was preaching. The pseudo-gods weren't limited to capturing the only powerful martial artists they had today. They were also focusing on cultivating the new generation of martial artists. The more heavenly tribulation realm experts there were, the greater the impact on the diary master's dreams, and the easier it would be to be discovered by the people of the divine realm. Behind this seemingly selfless and virtuous action was a terrifying plot. However, Xianxia was unable to reveal the real secret. He could imagine what would happen if he declared that this world was a dream and that the pseudo-gods wanted to expose their creator to the world. He's going to be treated like a lunatic. Poverty limits my imagination. This popular phrase among young people was also applicable in the world of martial arts. Low-realm martial artists were unable to understand the macroscopic realm of high realm. No one would believe what Xianxia said. They could not imagine what kind of scene it would be. Being treated as a madman or a cult was a certainty. Xianxia shook his head and walked out of the arena, preparing to find a place to stay. As soon as he walked out of the street, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. The figure turned around at the opposite intersection. Xianxia lowered his head and pondered. He seemed to have seen this figure somewhere before, but he could not imagine who it was just based on this figure. Xianxia frowned and quickly chased after him. However, upon turning the corner, he discovered that the familiar figure was not on the street in front of him. He's an expert, Xianxia muttered to himself. It wasn't easy for him to dodge his pursuit at such a fast speed without revealing any fluctuations in his astral qi. You want to escape? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible bolt of lightning flashed through his pupils. As expected, an extremely faint remnant of Dipper Qi appeared in the air. This remnant of Dipper Qi made Xianxia feel even more familiar. He chased after the remnants of the Divine Spirit Qi and returned to the entrance of the Divine Hall Mountain. The weak remnant of Divine Astral Qi continued to follow the stairs and enter the Divine Hall. Who is it? Xianxia quickly searched his mind, but he still couldn't match up to the person he was familiar with. Do you want to go in? The serpent said, entering this temple is a bit risky. Although you have changed your appearance and aura, we don't know if there are any treasures in that temple that can identify a person's true body. There are all sorts of things that can make the illusory hidden paradox technique have nowhere to hide. It will be troublesome. Xianxia waited over and over again and said, no matter what, I have to go and have a look. Half of a gourd has taught me a painful lesson. If someone else rebelled against me and joined our team at all times, it would be a big problem in my heart. After making up his mind, Xianxia climbed up the stairs. When he reached the mountainside, a strong aura suddenly whistled past above his head. Raising his head, he saw 20 heavenly tribulation 4th and 5th layers experts with divine talent flying towards the core area of the divine hall with thousands of martial saints. The efficiency is fast enough. Xianxia thought to himself. These people rushed back to support us so quickly and were arranged to be in this temple. I need to be more careful. Outside the temple was a huge mountain gate. After climbing the stairs to the top of the mountain, they arrived at the main entrance of the temple. Inside the entrance was the buildings of the temple. For believers guarding the door blocked Xianxia's path. Xianxia said, I am a martial artist from afar. I hope to have the fortune to see a god. The pseudo-divine believers didn't refuse any of the martial artists who came to seek refuge. They simply searched Xianxia and let him go. A believer enthusiastically led the way for Xianxia and said, "We welcome a martial saint expert like you." Xianxia glanced at the believer. His realm was the Heaven Scryer realm, and he was unable to see through Xianxia's realm. He only made a rough guess. The believer added, "However, it is not easy to say whether you will be able to see my God. If you are not in a hurry, stay here for a while." At this moment, there were already 20 more heavenly tribulation realm experts in this divine hall. Xianxia did not want to be too blatant, so he followed the believer everywhere. As he watched, the familiar remnant of astral chi in front of him turned towards the forest on the right. However, the believer took Xianxia to the left. Xianxia could not find any reason to refuse, so he could only follow him first. The believer arranged a residence for Xianxia and respectfully left. Before leaving, the believer also instructed, "Within a radius of 10 kilometers, it is your area of activity. You must not step into the temple area 10 kilometers away. Otherwise, you will be treated as an intruder." "Yes." Xianxia waved his hand. It was already nightfall. This was the second day that Xianxia had come to this world. There were only 3 days left before the spatial teleportation channel leading to the vortex was opened. Xianxia walked out of the door and stood beside the wooden fence, looking out. Almost every minute, 5 10-man patrols of believers would pass by on the crisscrossed main roads of the Divine Hall. This world had just been ambushed, and its defenses were extremely strict. Xianxia thought for a moment, but he still had to take the risk to search for that familiar figure. He knew very well how many members there were on this mission. He was one of the members of the Council of Elders. Only he, Xiaohui, and the Valurium sect master had come to this world this time. If another familiar person appeared, he would most likely be a traitor who had surrendered to the enemy. Where did he come from? Xianxia frowned. The 3 of them had passed through the teleportation passageway. But how did that familiar figure come about? Could it be that he could open the spatial passageway by himself? Or was it that that person had never been to the new world of the Maelstrom? Xianxia walked deeper and deeper along the remnants of the Dipper Chi until he reached the limit of his area of activity. If he continued forward, it would be the place that the believer had instructed him not to go. However, the remnants of astral chi continued to move forward. This further confirmed Xianxia's thoughts. It seemed that his acquaintance had a decent status here. Stop pass. For believers blocked Xianxia's path. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said proudly, "I am a friend of Red Lotus." The 4 of them were shocked and hurriedly said, "Are you a silver believer, Lord Red Lotus?" Xianxia said, "What are you talking about? Let me go." The 4 of them looked at each other with expressions of embarrassment. Xianxia rushed forward and slapped one of the believers to the ground, saying, "How dare you stop me?" The 4 of them were stunned and hurriedly made way. Xianxia swaggered in. "This move of yours is quite risky. The Red Lotus is in this world. If these people find someone to verify it, you will immediately be exposed," Snake said with a wicked smile. Xianxia thought to himself, "I can't care about that much anymore. I have to see who that familiar figure is." Following the remnants of the Dipper Chi, Xianxia walked all the way through the various large buildings with different styles, and finally arrived at the entrance of a glorious palace where the Lantern Festival was held. Since he was already here, the guards of the palace naturally acknowledged that Xianxia was allowed in and did not stop him. After they entered the palace, they were greeted by waves of wine fragrance and hearty laughter. In the open hall of the palace, there were long tables arranged in an orderly manner. On the tables were all kinds of delicious food and wine. The 20 heavenly tribulation realm experts he had seen before were all here, along with a large number of late martial saint realm martial artists. This group of people sat cross-legged, chatting happily while drinking wine. Xianxia found a table next to the door and sat down. He raised his wine bowl and took a sip. He lowered his gaze and began to search. "Looking for me?" A gentle voice sounded in his ears, followed by a person sitting down side by side with Xianxia. Xianxia's heart sank. He turned his head and looked over. After seeing that person's face, his heart became even more puzzled. Xianxia had seen this person before. He was the handsome man who had brought him out of the endless forest in the Six Emperors world. Afterwards, in order to save this handsome man, Xianxia broke into the Valurium sect and stole with him. "It's you," Xianxia said. The handsome man smiled and said, "It really is fate. Or perhaps it may not be fate." He didn't mention it clearly, as he had given Xianxia some face. He clearly knew that Xianxia was following him. "Who on earth are you?" Xianxia had countless questions stuck in his heart, but in the end, he only asked this one question. "Handsome man, what exactly is his identity?" His identity had changed a lot, and before that, he had been mixed up with Bai Wudao. The handsome man smiled and said, "How many times have we met?" Xianxia said, "Once in the endless forest, once in the Valurium sect, once in the eternal day, 3 times. The handsome man stretched out his hand and held Xianxia together, saying, "Since the fate of the 3 sides is not shallow, the fate of the 3 sides can be known by name. My name is Jiran." Xianxia nodded and said, "Xianxia, you don't have to introduce yourself. I know who you are. How did you discover my identity?" Xianxia asked. "My appearance and aura have changed. Time flies and he smiles without saying a word. He raises his glass and says, 'Say what those boring things do. It's fate to meet each other. Here's to young Master Xiang.'" The stone in Xianxia's heart still lingered. After drinking a cup of wine, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Time flies and says with a smile, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Xianxia laughed coldly. "Wherever you appear, it has nothing to do with me, but this place can't do it. If you are my enemy, then it would be a pity. I can only forget about the past and attack you." "I'm looking for something," he said. Xianxia frowned. "Still looking? Still not found. I told you. I only know that I'm looking for something, but I don't know what I'm looking for." Xianxia shook his head. "Your words are truly unimaginable. Forgive me for not being able to understand them. Not only do you not understand, even I do not understand." She sighed softly. "Do you believe in this feeling? When you always remember something in your heart, no matter what, you can't remember what you're thinking about. I always felt that there was something I had to do and something I had to look for, but I didn't know where that feeling came from, but I just knew." Xianxia looked straight at him and did not reply. "You care so much about my identity. Do you have to know if I'm an enemy or a friend?" Yizichen rolled her eyes helplessly. "Yes," Xianxia said. "Why?" Time passed and he asked. Xianxia said seriously, "Because I don't want to lose a friend like you. I need to understand your position even more." "Oh? So, I still have a lot of weight in your heart. It's rare that I have such a place in the heart of the famous Xianxia," said a heroic aura between his eyebrows. "It turns out that I actually have such a place in the heart of the famous Xianxia. All right, I can tell you. At least I'm not your enemy." Xianxia did not answer, but continued to stare at him. He also stared into Xianxia's eyes and said, "Believe it or not, if you want to ask, I'll answer. That's it." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "Did you sneak into the Valurium sect master and even the Bai clan to find that unknown thing? Even now, even if you don't hesitate to sneak into the pseudo-god team, are you still looking for that thing?" "Yes. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I know I have to find it." Yizichen nodded firmly. Xianxia handed over something from under the table and said, "Could it be that you're looking for this?" Time passed and he reached out to touch it. He felt that it was a thick book. He quickly lowered his head to take a look and saw that it was a black book. "No," he shook his head. Xianxia had just put away the black book when he heard a loud noise outside the palace. Immediately after, a large group of believers gathered around 3 people and walked in. Seeing the leader, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The person who was walking at the very front and was filled with heroic spirit was none other than Red Lotus. Behind Red Lotus were 2 believers with powerful auras. However, the crowns on their heads were not silver, but bronze. At this moment, all the believers in the palace stood up and bowed respectfully to the Red Lotus. Greetings, Silver Special Envoy. Red Lotus strode to Xiangnan's table and waved her hand at the same time, indicating that those people did not need to be too polite. Xiangnan had already clenched his fists under the table. At this moment, he was facing Red Lotus face to face, and there was only one table apart. A great battle was imminent. However, the Red Lotus picked up a bowl of wine from Xiangnan's table and gulped down the liquor in one gulp. She gently wiped her lips and said to Xiangnan, "Sorry for being rude." Xiangnan smiled and nodded. He heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. She didn't recognize herself. At this time, Xiangnan noticed that Honglian was followed by a large group of young people. Some of these young people were only 4 or 5 years old, while others were already in their early 20s. Some of them possessed decent martial arts cultivation, while others did not even have the slightest bit of martial arts foundation. Xiangnan felt strange in his heart. He was unable to discern the laws of these people. "Thank you for your hard work, Silver Envoy." A disciple of the 5th level of Heavenly Tribulation quickly walked up and cupped his fists. "This envoy has done meritorious deeds. I heard that, under your leadership, he has killed 3 dragon warriors in a row. His merits are truly outstanding." In an instant, the entire palace was filled with compliments. The Red Lotus waved her hand and said, "Working for my god. How can we talk about merit?" Unfortunately, that brat managed to escape in the end. The Heavenly Tribulation believers in the palace were all astonished. They had rushed back from the outside world and did not know much about the specific details of the battle. The 5th level Heavenly Tribulation believer asked curiously, "This envoy is humble. I heard that this envoy has received the blessing of my god and obtained a second divine talent. With your unparalleled strength, how could anyone escape from your hands?" That was what he said, but many of the believers were shocked. Who could escape from the dual divine talent Red Lotus? What realm was that person at? Could it be the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation? Red Lotus's eyes were filled with battle intent as she said, "That is a mysterious man at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Tribulation." Once these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. "This is impossible." The Heavenly Tribulation believer's eyeballs were about to fly out as he said, "This is ridiculous. How could such a strange situation happen in this world? With your strength, envoy, even a human martial artist at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tribulation is no match for you." The Red Lotus didn't seem to hear the shocked voices of everyone. She only said to herself, "One day, I will meet him again. No matter what, I will have to decide with him. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. I, Yuan Honglian, have never suffered a loss in combat skills since I was born. I will remember this debt." The initiator, Xiangnan, was sitting in the palace watching Red Lotus, listening to Red Lotus, talking about himself. He had to admit that this Red Lotus had a strong fighting spirit. But in this world, when it came to combat skills, Wuxia deserved to be number 1, and Xiangnan was number 2. The Red Lotus had encountered Xiangnan, and it could be said that she had encountered the biggest defeat in her life. The blow to her could be seen from her performance. Time passed and he squeezed Xiangnan's arm. He whispered, "Sure, young man." Xiangnan picked up his glass and handed it to his mouth. "How do you know she's talking about me?" he said calmly. After talking about the intruders, Red Lotus immediately stepped into the main topic and said, "This time, I came to this world to present a martial Dao seedling. These young men and women are people that I have painstakingly found from all walks of life. They are naturally born with extraordinary combat comprehension. Back then, my God gave me the task, and I never dared to forget it. But I have a mission, so I can't train them. I brought them here this time because I wanted to find someone with high combat skills to serve as their combat mentor." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the group of believers turned red. This was a big fat job. These youths were the good seedlings that the pseudo-god had pointed out, and they would definitely be the target of the pseudo-god's cultivation in the future. The realm was nothing. The pseudo-gods had endless resources, allowing these seedlings to quickly grow into peak experts. In that case, this group of people would definitely be the main fighting force among the pseudo-divine believers in the future. Of course, this group of people would not forget who was their combat mentor. Being able to be a mentor to these people meant that their status would increase, so naturally, there was no need to worry about it. All of a sudden, everyone scrambled to do it. The Red Lotus waved her hand, signaling everyone to calm down. There's no basis for empty talk. It just so happens to be here. Everyone can compare notes with each other. I've already said it. I'm not looking for a martial artist with a high cultivation level. I'm looking for someone with outstanding combat talent. That's why we only compete in combat, not in martial arts. Of course, whoever possessed the same divine grade and realm had higher combat attainments would be stronger. This was what the pseudo-gods valued. The pseudo-gods could give them realms and talents, but they could not give them an innate sense of battle. All right, everyone immediately applauded and was convinced by the arrangement of Red Lotus. At this moment, he stood up and pointed at Xianxia. I have a friend here. If he claims to be the second in the world, no one would dare claim to be the number one in the world. Xianxia was about to drink when the glass froze in midair. He looked at the passage of time in disbelief, as if he was saying, "You sold me." Countless pairs of eyes landed on Xianxia. These eyes were filled with provocation. The Red Lotus looked at Xianxia again and said, "Are you that powerful?" Xianxia put the wine bowl down and said, "No. Yes, my friend is the most modest. You have to think of a way to force him to show his true abilities." Time flies and says with a smile, "Yes, my friend is the most modest. Otherwise, he won't use his full strength, because he is different from the others and disdains to work with the underdog." These words were simply adding fuel to the fire. Those believers were all furious, pointing at Xianxia's nose and cursing arrogance. Xianxia was so angry that his liver turned green, and he stared at that time. "Don't be angry," she whispered in Xianxia's ear. "I said before that the thing I'm looking for is extremely important to me. I can only sacrifice you for the thing I'm looking for. Play with them first to attract their attention. Wait for me to turn this temple upside down." Xianxia was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What you're looking for, does it have anything to do with this, Daddy? No need to accompany me." Xianxia stood up and was about to leave. As a result, a large group of believers surrounded the palace gate. Xianxia took a deep breath and retreated. Hong Lian looked at Xianxia and said, "Judging from your attire, you probably haven't become a believer yet. Today is a good opportunity. You must know that the threshold for recruiting believers is still very low in the early days of our glorious divine religion. When our divine religion grows larger, the threshold for recruiting believers will also be higher. If you continue to delay and want to become a follower of our God, you will have to queue up properly. My friend is at the heavenly tribulation realm. Is it difficult for him to enter the divine sect?" Yizichen laughed. Red Lotus said proudly, "What does the heavenly tribulation count as? We have already taken control of the world's resources and subdued the entire Saint region. If you want to cultivate tens of thousands of heavenly tribulation realm cultivators, you can do it easily. The universe is now unified. The spiritual energy is much denser than that of the first level plane. Within 2 months, the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation will definitely be born. Within 6 months, the number of followers of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation will reach 5,000. Within 8 months, there will be more than 100,000 followers of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. This is an era of great martial arts. If you can't keep up with the changes, you will be eliminated." The time Red Lotus had mentioned was not exaggerated. Xianxia had known that a year later would be the day when a heavenly tribulation 9th layer martial artist broke through 1,000,000. In fact, Hong Lian's heroic words were too conservative. The speed at which the pseudo-god created a divine grade innate martial artist was extremely fast. One could imagine that millions of divine grade innate martial artists were bathed in the spiritual chi of a superlevel plane. In such an environment, it was not difficult to create the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. It must be known that these believers did not start cultivating from the body-tempering realm. They came from various planes, and they themselves had their own realms. Just a martial saint realm expert alone, there were millions of people in the saint realm. They didn't go from body-tempering level 1 to heavenly tribulation level 9, but from martial sage late phase and heavenly tribulation early phase to heavenly tribulation level 9. This figure sounded very exaggerated, but it was not a lie to count it carefully. Come on. Red Lotus gave way and said to Xianxia, let's see your superb skills. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Timefly blinked at Xianxia and flashed out of the palace. Everyone put their anger on Xianxia, who would pay attention to that time-lapse movement. Facing the excited crowd, Xianxia also felt bitter. The key point was that he hadn't started the fire himself. He was instigated by that brat named Shi Ran. But time passed and Xianxia did not want to fight, so these people would not let him go. Sigh! Xianxia sighed and took off his robe, revealing his full strength. But speaking of which, why does the name Time Ran seem to have been heard of somewhere before? He recalled it carefully, but he felt a headache and could not remember it. I don't know what I'm looking for. He had already smoothly entered one temple after another. Taking advantage of the fact that all the experts were making things difficult for Xianxia in the main hall, a trace of cunning flashed through his eyes. Main hall. The silver envoy, Hong Lian, and the two bronze envoys hugged their shoulders and waited quietly to admire Xianxia's extraordinary skill. Xianxia wasn't stupid enough to use the nightmare saber in front of Red Lotus, so he casually borrowed a long sword and said, "All right." The Red Lotus clapped her hands and said, "All right. Anyone who wants to be a combat instructor can challenge this friend. I'll do it." A man in a strong suit jumped out and stood opposite Xianxia. This person looked at Xianxia arrogantly and said, "Do you know where I came from?" Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Sunset Cloud Realm? Zhong Bufan. Oh my god. I've heard of him. When my god ruled over 600 planes, I heard that he was alone in blocking a world, killing hundreds of people with his own strength, invincible in the world." The challenger smiled arrogantly and said to Xianxia, "What's your name? Tell me your name." "Xiangbei." Xianxia said, "You're Xianxia." The entire arena was instantly shaken. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "Damn it. Why does anyone else know his alias here? But what are they cheering for?" Cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead. He quickly looked towards the Red Lotus and quickly thought about whether he had mentioned his name in the battle with the Red Lotus yesterday. Could it be recognized by Red Lotus? However, when he recalled it carefully, he did not seem to have mentioned his name. The reaction of the Red Lotus was even more unexpected for Xianxia. However, seeing that Red Lotus seemed to have heard the most inconceivable thing in the world, her beautiful eyes widened as she stared blankly at Xianxia. Then, two red glows flew over her face, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. What happened? Xianxia was confused. Boom! All the believers knelt down on one knee to Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and said, "You guys are..." The Red Lotus suddenly raised her head, tears rolling in her eyes. She rushed forward with 2 steps and grabbed onto Xianxia's hands. She was so excited that she was unable to speak. What exactly happened? Xianxia was even more confused. You really are Xianxia, Mr. Xiang?" The Red Lotus's eyes were red and she said excitedly, "So it was you who arrived personally?" "No, what's wrong? You know me?" Xianxia pointed at his nose and said, "Did you recognize the wrong person?" The Red Lotus said excitedly, "You are a second-class plane, a disciple of the Nature's Nature sect, Xianxia, and young Master Xiang?" Xianxia didn't say anything. He didn't know how his identity was exposed. How could this group of people even know his origins? Seeing that Xianxia did not answer, the scene became even more uproarious. The Red Lotus was so excited that she didn't know what to do. She was actually at a loss. After a long time, she said, "You are our hero, our spiritual leader." Xianxia said, "What?" The Red Lotus said, "When we fought in all directions, We had already heard of your great deeds. It's you, this hero who climbed up from the lower plane and dared to challenge authority. It was you who overthrew the Bai dynasty on your own. The #1 expert in the world. Bai he was even beheaded by you. Xianxia was stunned and said, "What you said seems to be true of me, but I'm not the only one who can do it." Red Lotus did not listen to this at all. She burst into tears with excitement and said, "You are our model." Only now did Xianxia realize what was going on. Together, this group of people had classified themselves into the same category as them. All of the people present were from lower planes, and what they were doing now was challenging the authority of higher planes. For some reason, they had heard of Xianxia's deeds when they were commanding the planes one by one. For a time, he had treated Xianxia as their forerunner, their hero. However, thinking about it carefully, it was really like this. Wasn't Xianxia the person who ended up overturning the White River as a nameless person? Xianxia hadn't expected that he would become an admirer of this group of people for no reason at all, even if he was beaten to death. The big snake was also speechless, saying, "Strange, strange. Back then, the world extermination battle had nothing to do with these people from the lower planes. Instead, they began to worship you. Strange things happen year after year. There are so many of them today." The Red Lotus was so happy that she didn't even know where to put her hand. She was both excited and guilty. She said, "If we had heard about your deeds earlier, we wouldn't have attacked the 5 continents realm like this." Xianxia didn't expect that he would have such a high reputation in the hearts of these pseudo-god believers. When this group of low-level warriors began to resist high-level warriors, they thought they were brave and fearless. However, they suddenly discovered that there was someone who had already done this before them, and he had done it very well. This kind of admiration came from the depths of his heart, not simply from being subdued by martial power. The Red Lotus was so excited that she spoke incoherently. She held Xianxia's hand and gushed endlessly to the other believers to show off Xianxia's great achievements. Even though the believers knew about Xianxia, there were no fewer legends about him than Red Lotus. However, everyone was still intoxicated. The Red Lotus's face turned red and said, "Do you know that when young Master Xianxia counterattacked the 6 Emperor's world, he was incomparable to our current conditions? We are now protected by the gods, blessed by the gods, and gifted with divine talent. However, young Master Xianxia did not have these conditions back then. He destroyed the Bai clan dynasty with 1 punch and 1 kick of his own. Everyone was overjoyed and intoxicated, as if they had personally witnessed the process of killing the Bai clan. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry, nor did he feel particularly comfortable in his heart. Being admired by such a group of lunatics, then who did he become? But this? Is it still a fight? Xianxia asked. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. The person who had been arrogant enough to challenge Xianxia just now immediately took a few steps back and said to Xianxia, "Even if I ate the courage of a leopard, I still wouldn't dare to attack young Master Xianxia. You are our example, our pioneer. This lowly one will never dare to blaspheme." Someone shouted loudly, "Since young Master Xianxia has come, let's bring young Master Xianxia to familiarize ourselves with the Divine Hall and introduce the situation here to young Master Xianxia." When Xianxia heard this, he waved his hand repeatedly and said, "It's not too late for those to do it tomorrow. Drink them up today." When he said this, everyone was naturally extremely happy. The Red Lotus pulled Xianxia to her seat, but she did not dare to sit on equal footing with Xianxia. Instead, she moved Xianxia to the main seat of the palace, while she herself lowered her hands in Xianxia's direction. The rest of the believers were also arranged in order. Xianxia's position was like the owner of this temple. He looked outside the palace and thought to himself, "Time flies. I can only help you here." In order to buy time for time ran, Xianxia suggested that everyone sit down and drink and chat. No matter what, he helped Xianxia once when he was in the Endless Forest. Even though Xianxia ran to the Valurium sect to save him in order to repay his gratitude. However, things like debt of gratitude couldn't be calculated as clearly as businessmen. "It's not like you helped me once. I'll help you once more." The two of us will be evenly matched, and we won't owe each other anything from now on. This kind of thing cannot be done in the South. In this way, everyone in the main hall was gathered together happily, drinking and chatting. Xianxia had many questions in his heart, but he couldn't ask them openly in front of so many people, so he could only let them go first. After drinking until midnight, the Red Lotus stood up and clapped her hands, saying, "Let's stop here. We need to control ourselves. Our world has just been ambushed by the dragons and is at a sensitive period. Everyone, don't be too presumptuous. Stay clear-headed and be ready for the enemy's invasion at any time." Everyone was still reluctant to disperse, but the words of the Red Lotus could not be rejected. They could only disperse resentfully. After inquiring about Xianxia's residence, Red Lotus immediately gave Xianxia another place and arranged for him to live in the core area of the Divine Hall. The few believers who had held Xianxia in their arms just happened to change shifts to the patrol team and happened to see Red Lotus respectfully guiding Xianxia. The four of them opened their mouths wide and broke out in cold sweat. They were extremely glad in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't offend that man just now. It seemed that the man really had a good relationship with Special Envoy Red Lotus. After arranging the accommodation, Xianxia sat down and began to plan his next move. Right at this moment, a gap suddenly opened in the door and window, followed by a phantom figure that quickly drilled in. Xianxia's reaction was swift. Just as he picked up the teacup, he heard the sound of the wind and threw the teacup towards the shadow that flashed in. The teacup whistled past, cutting through the air sharply. The shadow flipped over beautifully in the air and caught the teacup. Xianxia's movements were very smooth. The moment he threw out the teacup, he immediately followed suit. At the same time that the shadow caught the teacup, Xianxia's fist had already arrived. The shadow picked up the cup with his left hand and pressed down on Xianxia's shoulder with his right hand. Then he jumped into the air. Xianxia grabbed the man's arm and dragged him back down. His left fist smashed towards the man's face. The man's toes lightly tapped on Xianxia's back, and he was as active as a spirit snake. Around half of Xianxia's body, a spirit monkey climbed a tree, and its legs used scissors feet to clip Xianxia's head. Actually, Xianxia had already clearly seen who the person was, but he was surprised in his heart. This person's combat skills were actually so brilliant, so he inevitably had to have a good spar with him. At this time, the shadow hurriedly said, "Ah, ah, ah. No longer righteous ah. Already know who I am. Still fight endlessly." Xianxian smiled and stopped, saying, "What a villain. You sold me out so resolutely in the main hall, and you didn't allow me to get justice back." The person who had drilled in was astonishingly time-consuming. He chuckled and sat opposite Xianxian. He raised the teacup in his hand and drank it. Xianxian saw it clearly and couldn't help but shout, "Brother Timorin, your skill is very beautiful. You haven't even spilled tea yet. In terms of kung fu, there are very few enemies who can last 4 or 5 moves in my hands. I don't care about any of this, and I'm not interested." She smiled nonchalantly. Xianxian sighed and said, "I know that you are only interested in what you are looking for. Then I have to ask if you have found what you are looking for." Time Flies also sighs, puts down the teacup, says in distress, "No ah." Xianxian said, "You don't even know what you're looking for? So how do you find it?" "Hi, I don't have a clue. I just heard that there are treasures and good things, so I have to go and take a look. I think I might be able to recognize what I'm looking for when I see it." Xianxian smiled bitterly and said, "Then we have to find the monkey year horse moon? Oh, so I remember it too. No wonder. No wonder you were captured by the people of the Valurium sect. From the looks of it, your strength is too strong to be captured. You were deliberately brought into the Valurium sect by them." "Yes, I heard that the Valurium sect is holding an armament exhibition conference. I thought that maybe there was something I was looking for inside, so I thought of a way to sneak in. In the end, I got nothing. I went from sect to sect. Basically, I was disappointed. In the end, I had no choice but to sneak into the Bai clan's team and go to the Bai clan." Xianxian said helplessly, "After finding the 6 Emperor's world, I'm still unwilling to accept it. I ran to the divine hall to find them. How did you sneak in? Hi, it's hard to say. Although these pseudo-god believers have been blessed and their talent has increased, their horizons are not good, are they? There are many heavenly treasures. They haven't even heard of them before, let alone seen them. They are searching for treasures in various planes. Most of the things they have stolen are unknown. Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. He nodded and said, "It just so happens that you've been searching for treasures all these years. Your knowledge is not shallow. Why don't you help them identify the treasures? Also, you can sneak in. Nothing can be concealed from young Master Xiang." Xianxia thought for a moment and then opened his storage ring. He poured out all the messy things in his storage ring and said, "Take a look and see if I have any here. If you have any, just take it." I knew that young Master Xiang was a righteous gentleman. You went to the Valurium sect to save me for a little friendship. On the contrary, I used you. Sigh, I'm really ashamed to think of it. As he spoke, he swept his eyes through the things Xianxia had poured out and shook his head. Nothing, he said. It was quite courageous for a person to be able to open his storage ring and allow others to look for it. Xianxia's actions greatly increased his favorable impression in that time. As he spoke, his tone and attitude became more familiar. Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Then, a female voice sounded, "Wait here. You are not allowed to come in without my orders." "Yes," a group of low voices replied. Then, the distance door opened, and he walked through the flowers in the courtyard. Someone is coming. Time flew by and jumped into the cabinet beside the door. Ah! Xianxia stretched out his hand and could not hold him. He thought to himself, "What are you hiding? This fellow is really used to stealing chickens from dogs. When he sees someone coming, he subconsciously wants to hide." Just as he hid in the wardrobe, the door was knocked. "Young Master Xiang, are you resting? Please come in," Xianxia said. The door opened and a graceful figure walked in. Just as he arrived, a faint fragrance came from his face. Xianxia was stunned. It was Red Lotus, but strangely, her attire had completely changed. Previously, Red Lotus had always been dressed in a strong suit. She looked heroic and capable, and had the temperament of a woman not letting her brows stand on end. But now it was obvious that he had been carefully dressed, and there was not the slightest bit of recklessness in a martial artist's body. He was truly a noble lady. This girl was originally beautiful, but now she was wearing light makeup and her hair was as long as her waist. She was really beautiful. When Red Lotus saw Xianxia staring at her, she lowered her head slightly and blushed. She placed the tray in her hand on the table and said, "Well, young Master Xiang drank a lot of wine just now." As Red Lotus thought about it, she brought some hot tea for young Master. Xianxia called for Red Lotus to sit down and smiled. "Miss Red Lotus, please take care." The Red Lotus played with a strand of green silk and did not say anything. It only lowered its head and blushed. In the wardrobe, time passed through the cracks, and a large eye pierced through Baba Zaba's sparkling eyes. This person did not know what method he used, but he was actually able to conceal it from Red Lotus, making it impossible for her to sense it. Hong Lian raised her head and opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. Her eyes met Xianxia's and she hurriedly lowered her head. A wisp of pink-red cloud spread from her face to her snow neck, and then to her beautiful collarbone. Xianxia had seen her several times, and she looked very capable. Now, he really couldn't adapt to this kind of Red Lotus. He said, "Miss Red Lotus, is there anything else?" "Oh, it's fine." Red Lotus was slightly disappointed as she stood up and said goodbye. "Little brat Xianxia, why don't you ask her directly? There's no one here who has eyes, so it's convenient to speak," the big snake said. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Ah, Miss Red Lotus." The Red Lotus hurriedly turned around and said joyfully, "Young Master Xiang?" Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Since you're here, why don't you sit down and chat?" "All right." Red Lotus sat down shyly and began to play with her hair again. Xianxia was an old coarse man. He wasn't very sensitive to the little actions of these daughters. He didn't say anything, but he wasn't embarrassed. He was just thinking about how to open the chatterbox. You can't just open your mouth and ask, "Hey, where are the ancient ruins you dug up?" For a moment, the room fell into silence. Red Lotus lowered her head, only occasionally smiling. Occasionally, she lowered her head even lower. Her face was as if she was drunk. She was so red that she didn't know what she was thinking. At this time, a voice transmission entered Xianxia's sea of consciousness and said, "Young Master Xiang, you really don't understand the scenery." Xianxia knew that it was an idea that came from Timefly, so he said, "What's wrong? Even I can tell that the girl has feelings for you," she said with a wicked smile. "Why don't you just sit there and do that?" Xianxia said, "Don't talk nonsense. I just met her, so how could she have such thoughts?" Chi, 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 chi. When he mentioned this, Xianxia knew what to say. He said, "Ah, then what? Do all of you believers know my identity?" Hong Lian nodded and shook her head, her mind still floating out of the sky. Xianxia poured himself a cup of tea, poured another cup for her, and pushed the cup in front of her. The Red Lotus took the teacup and came back to her senses. She seemed to have remembered something and said, "Oh right, young Master Xiang, you must be careful. Not all believers are so friendly to you. Our believers are divided into different sects. I'm afraid the people from the Star-Lord sect will make things difficult for you." Star-Lord. Xianxia heard this address. Hong Lian and Xianxia explained carefully, "We believe in 20 gods. They are in charge of all believers. Moreover, there is no God's name. There is only a God's name. In this world, the God I am following is called Xingdua. Of the 20 gods, the one with the strongest strength is the Star-Lord. Now, he has ascended to the heavenly tribulation realm." Xianxia's heart suddenly sank. Heavenly tribulation realm. A pseudo-god at the heavenly tribulation realm who possessed 5 divine talents. Xianxia remained calm as he smiled and asked, "Why do Star-Lord's people have hatred towards me?" After the Red Lotus's detailed introduction, Xianxia finally understood the cause and effect. This matter had to be explained in 2 ways. Firstly, those believers who attacked the 5 continents realm, even Star-Lord's followers, said that their subordinates could do the same. Xianxia had killed many believers in the 5 continents realm and even killed a few heavenly tribulation realm cultivators. This matter caused the people under Star-Lord to be very dissatisfied. When Xianxia returned to the 5 continents realm, he did not conceal his identity, and many people had also called Xianxia's name. This exposed Xianxia's name. Knowing this, the believers under Xingjun still held an exceptional hatred towards Xianxia. After being blessed, the Red Lotus was assigned to Xing Duo's subordinates. She was responsible for searching for people with genius battle attainments from all walks of life, not plain invasion. Therefore, she had never met Xianxia before and had no hatred towards him. The second aspect was even more complicated. Back then, there were only 1,000 heavenly tribulation realm believers, but later on all of the false gods worked together to take down the Saint realm. One had to know that there were countless heavenly tribulation realm martial artists in the Saint domain. For a moment, the gods immediately had a large number of heavenly tribulation believers. Among them, the main force that had turned into believers in the sacred domain was under the direct control of the Star-Lord. These people didn't have any respect for Xianxia, and they weren't the lords of the lower planes who had been oppressed for a long time. Red Lotus and the rest of the martial artists from the lower planes had climbed up. They naturally admired Xianxia's deeds of offending below. However, those bastards from the Saint realm definitely did not have such thoughts. They were even above them. This was definitely not good news for Xianxia. Xianxia knew exactly how ruthless the people of the Saint realm were. They surrendered so quickly? So quickly. Red Lotus nodded and said, "Yes. My God has personally blessed a few Saint realm martial artists with divine talent. They did not resist at all, so they entered the embrace of my God." Xianxia gritted his teeth angrily. The Red Lotus said excitedly, "If young noble Xiang were to enter the embrace of our God, his future would be limitless. Now, every day and every hour, a large amount of Saint Spirit stones are sent back, rewarded by the gods and believers. Young Master Xiang will definitely receive the favor of Great God Starflower. That Holy Spirit stone will definitely be inexhaustible. Also that Red Lotus squeezed again and whispered, the portion of Red Lotus can also be given to young Master Xiang. Xiang Nan did not answer. His thoughts had already flown far away. Saint Realm martial artists were mixed. They came from a lower plane, but they had lived in the Saint Realm for more than 1,000 years. Basically, they weren't low-level martial artists in their blood, and their horizons were even broader than those of the 6 Emperors' world martial artists back then. These people belonged to different races and planes. They had witnessed all kinds of martial techniques, and they had dealt with all kinds of people. Each of them was as good as a monkey. If he encountered such a Saint Realm believer in the future, it would be really difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan asked again, then, once the Saint Realm believers join us, wouldn't you people become destitute? Red Lotus shook her head and said proudly, that's not the case. What we value now is combat attainments. Although Saint Realm martial artists are powerful, they only surpass us in terms of realm and talent. But now, the realm and talent are no longer a problem. Naturally, whoever has high combat attainments will be stronger. Take me for example. The number of Saint Realm martial artists who can pass through 3 moves in my hands is very few. When they see me, they have to be respectful. This Red Lotus seemed to be inviting credit, showing off to Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan nodded. He also acknowledged this in his heart. Low-level martial artists were only inferior to high-level martial artists in talent and realm, but their combat comprehension, attainments, and consciousness were all innate. Just like a person's sense of art, some aristocrats from wealthy families who worked hard all their lives might not be able to become great painters and calligraphers. Some poor children came from poor backgrounds and hadn't touched a brush in half their lives. But once they picked up a brush and trained a little, they would be able to display their sharpness. At this point, all planes are fair. When Xiang Nan asked this, he was already on the right track. He followed the vine and continued to ask, that's what I said. However, Saint Realm martial artists have come into contact with too many things. Do they know a lot of high-level martial techniques? But are the martial skills you guys learned enough? Red Lotus said excitedly. Of course it's not enough. The most powerful technique I've learned before was only a mystic grade beginner cultivation technique. However, my God has not given up on us. Since more than a year ago, a large number of our followers have been working under the guidance of our God to dig out ancient ruins. There are a large number of high-level martial arts techniques that can be found in those ancient civilization ruins for us to learn. Just like now, I have a few mid-grade Dao grade martial skills. Before my God appeared, I didn't even dare to dream of such a good thing. Oh! Xiang Nan pretended to be surprised and said, is there really such a miraculous thing? I have never seen a legendary ancient ruin. The Red Lotus was overjoyed. Just as she was about to speak, she thought for a moment and lowered her head in disappointment. Xiang Nan said, Miss Red Lotus, what's wrong? Why don't you tell me where it is and I'll go take a look myself? Hearing this, Red Lotus also felt that it was reasonable. So she took out a map from her storage ring and placed it on the table to show Xiang Nan. Before the primordial universe split apart, the area of human activity was much larger than it is now, and the distance between them was also very far. In the most primitive universe, it was already very difficult to verify how large the area of human activity was. Right now, the farthest human planet that the pseudo-god believers had discovered was already at the edge of the area of human activity in the universe, 30 light days west. It was located in a vast and unknown ancient cosmic sea of stars. Xiang Nan pondered for a moment. The universe was endless, but the region where humans lived was small. Now, the combined universe was only 30 light days in diameter. Moreover, only after walking for another 30 light days could one reach the ruins excavation site. That place was sparsely populated. Apart from the pseudo-divine believers, there were basically no humans there. Red Lotus pointed at a star to Xiang Nan and said, "This is it." "Yes." Xiang Nan nodded. The Red Lotus moved the star map and drew a large circle on it, containing a large number of stars. This is the region where all humans live at present. It is called the star ring, and it is the core of our universe. Outside, she pointed in different directions and said, outside the rings, all the way to the distant universe belong to the 4 major star domains. They are the Azure Dragon star system, the White Tiger star system, the Vermilion Bird star system, and the Black Tortoise star system. Xianxia said, outside the rings, there are all 4 major star domains? Even the edge of the universe. Red Lotus nodded. It is divided like this, but it is not clear whether the universe has boundaries or not. The desolate planet I pointed out to you is temporarily named Star 13. It is located in the White Tiger star system. Xianxia knew about the 4 great star regions. In fact, they were the 5 great star regions in the beginning. The circles in which humans lived in the universe were not as large as the star domains in the primordial universe. Understood. Xianxia nodded and said, thank you for your guidance, Miss Honglian. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find you for the rest of my life. Since that's the case, I'll set off tomorrow to see the 3rd civilized planet and broaden my horizons. Oh right, why number 3? Could it be that there are 2 more ahead? Red Lotus said, yes, we have discovered 3 ruins of civilization. However, the first 2 are of no value. There was a large-scale martial war on those 2 planets. Many documents, techniques, and martial skills were destroyed along with the war. The documents on Planet 3 are relatively intact. They are also the most valuable ones to be mined. There was nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes, so it didn't take much effort to obtain them. Xianxia also wanted to capture the old man and force him to find out the whereabouts of the ancient civilization monument. Unexpectedly, he actually received the guidance of the Silver Envoy, Hong Lian, at a higher level. Furthermore, it was introduced in such detail. However, Xianxia pondered. Civilization 3 is located in the White Tiger domain. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger star system were located in the west of the star ring. However, the 30 light heavens were calculated from the western boundary of the ring. The world he was currently in was located to the east of the ring. If he counted the distance, he would be 48 light days away from civilized world 3. That would take nearly 50 days to fly. Do you have a teleportation array? Xianxia asked. Red Lotus smiled and said, the universe is unified and the space is strengthened. Most of the teleportation formations have failed. However, we have our own space passageway and can borrow it from young Master Xiang. It only takes 1 day to reach civilized world 3 through the spatial passageway. Xianxia was overjoyed. Apart from being excited, he grabbed Hong Lian's hand. Red Lotus immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Her face was as red as a burning cloud. She struggled lightly for a moment and did not move. Xianxia only wanted to find the world exterminating divine lightning as soon as possible, so he didn't say anything to her. After sending the guests off, he began to gather information. He briefly analyzed it. There's no need to look for civilized worlds 1 and 2. There won't be any world devastating divine lightning there. This was very simple. There were 2 ways for ancient human civilization to fall. One was civil strife, and the other was caused by the divine bull of thunder and lightning. However, the divine bull only killed people. It did not have the time to destroy human buildings one by one. World number 1 and world number 2 didn't even preserve a small amount of literature. This could only be caused by the civil strife of human martial artists and the outbreak of a great war. In such a place, if the divine bull hadn't appeared, it would be impossible for the world-devastating divine lightning to appear. World 3 met almost all of Xianxia's requirements. As soon as Red Lotus left, Xianxia went to open the wardrobe, only to discover that Timefly had also disappeared. He didn't think too much about it. Time flies and he might not be able to find the treasure anywhere else. The next morning, Red Lotus came again. She meant to bring Xianxia to see great god Xingduo, accept Xianxia as a believer, and bestow Xianxia with divine talent. But how would Xianxia dare to meet Xingduo? I wore it when I saw it. He then found a reason to prevaricate. He only said that this world had just been ambushed, so great God Starflower must be extremely busy. As for the matter of surrender, it would be better to wait and see. The Red Lotus thought for a moment, but did not force it, so she took Xianxia to the spatial passageway. With an envoy of her level leading the way, Xianxia naturally followed the wind and water, stepping onto the spatial passageway and embarking on a new journey. This spatial passageway was personally constructed by the pseudo-god, and it lasted for a very long time. There was no need to worry about closing it. Within the spatial passageway, Xianxia was floating in the darkness. He didn't need to fly by himself, so he would naturally move forward. A day later, Xianxia rushed out of the passageway. In front of him was an unfamiliar sea of stars. The universe was cold and lonely, and there was no sound at all. Xianxia also knew that within 30 light days, there was no planet that had any life left. If a conflict broke out here, he really didn't have any reinforcements. At the exit of the passageway, there was also a divine hall floating in the universe. They asked Xianxia a little before letting him go. Xianxia had a Tao heart. This was not something to be suspected of. Not all believers were pulled out of their Tao hearts. Only those who had been blessed would lose their Tao hearts. People like Xianxia who possessed a Tao heart were countless among the believers. As Xianxia flew out of the divine hall, he saw a vast world of stars in front of him. The size of this planet was ridiculously large and exaggerated. It was even much larger than the Six Emperors' world. This was once the birthplace of an ancient civilization in the primordial universe. Xianxia's thoughts drifted far away. In a trance, he seemed to have seen the prosperity and glory of this place billions of years ago. It was more like seeing the shadows of countless heavenly tribulation realm martial artists flying through the universe, flying past in a daze. He shook his head and quickly said, "Big snake, do you feel it?" The serpent replied, "No, this world is too big. My perceptual distance is not enough to cover it." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then look for it. I will find it. Once you sense the power of the world devastating divine lightning, immediately tell me." With that, he turned into a beam of bright light and entered the ancient World Heritage Site. The scenery here was not bad. After countless years of human extinction, the planet once again flourished. There were lush vegetation everywhere, and the air was incomparably fresh. After crossing the clouds, Xianxia looked around and saw towers that were far away from each other. These should be the watchtowers of pseudo-gods. The excavation site was not concentrated in one place. The so-called excavation site was only the ruins of ancient sects located in ancient civilizations. Just like the Howran sect and the Heavenly Profound sect, they were all on different continental plates. Which direction should we start from? As Xianxia was pondering, he suddenly felt an earth-shattering roar coming from the distant ancient jungle. If hundreds of thunder exploded at the same time, even the ground beneath Xianxia's feet would tremble. Before Xianxia could figure out what was going on, he heard a large number of miserable screams. A group of over 1,000 believers fled frantically towards Xianxia from afar. Behind those believers was an overwhelming primordial ferocious beast chasing after them. The primordial beast was 3,000 meters tall, and its body was nearly 10,000 meters long. This colossus jumped up, down, like a whale constantly jumping out of the sea in the ancient desolate jungle made of towering trees. This thing shone with astonishing lightning. Howl! The primordial ferocious beast pounced into the sky and let out a heaven-shaking roar. With a PU sound, it spat out a giant thunderball that was more than a meter in diameter. Boom! The thunder and lightning blossomed among the fleeing followers. Hundreds of believers who possessed the good fortune realm didn't even have time to react, but they were all blown into powder. After the ferocious beast landed on the ground, countless trees were shaken to the ground and flew into the sky. Immediately after, it sprang up again, its huge body appearing out of the treetops of the forest and sweeping past the vast forest. A gigantic slap landed on the fleeing crowd. Boom! Another terrifying wave of lightning spread out, blasting 500 to 600 believers to shreds. Heaven's Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and said, For billions of years, without the command of a martial artist, such an astonishing monster was born on this ancient civilized planet. Without the destruction of humans, all species began to rise. In billions of years, what kind of monster would be enough to grow up? Xianxia was dumbfounded. From the looks of it, it seemed that the excavation of the ruins by the pseudo-god believers was not going smoothly. Just as he was thinking, a few hundred people had already fled from both sides of Xianxia in a hurry. Xianxia raised his head and saw that in the distant sky, that boundless primordial ferocious beast was pouncing from the sky. It has the power of thunder and lightning. Xianxia licked his lips and smiled. This shows that the world-exterminating divine lightning really exists. There must be a portion of the primordial beasts here. They have cultivated for a long time in the vicinity of the world-exterminating divine lightning to possess the power of thunder and lightning. Good job! Seeing that the primordial ferocious beast had already descended, it opened its enormous mouth and spat out a thunderbolt in the direction where Xianxia was standing. Xianxia rose from the ground and turned into a cluster of lightning. In the sky, however, when he saw a tiny figure, he resolutely rushed towards the ferocious beast. At the same time, the small figure raised a small fist and punched the ferocious beast on the forehead. Boom! Lightning shone everywhere. Tyrannical lightning shot out from between his fist and forehead in all directions. The gigantic ferocious beast actually shook its body and fell down with a rumble. Xianxia stood on top of the ferocious beast's head with his hands behind his back and said, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The ferocious beast opened its eyes, but it couldn't see Xianxia. Its eyes are too big. However, Xianxia was only standing on its forehead. "Can you see the mites on your forehead?" The big fellow lay motionless on the ground and didn't react. He looked a little stupid. Xianxia muttered to himself, "Looks like I don't understand human language." The serpent said, "That's for sure. It's been a long time since humans have lived in this world. The ancient demons here don't know what human words are anymore." Xianxia knew that it was reasonable. All the demonic beasts he had seen before lived in the same sky as humans. Even if they could not speak human language, they had heard human language before. They could understand some simple meanings. But the demonic beasts here were different. "Big snake, ask him." Xianxia thought for a moment and added, "Ask him where he absorbed the lightning power, or if he has seen the world-exterminating divine lightning before." The serpent immediately communicated with the primordial ferocious beast. After a while, the big snake sighed and said, "It's very difficult to communicate. This big beast has no language system. I can only feel a little of its emotions. It's very angry, very angry. I'm afraid it's going to kill those people. I can only feel this kind of emotional fluctuation from it." Xianxia frowned. This time he was in a difficult situation. He knew that this primordial beast should have seen it before, or at least was close to the world-exterminating divine lightning, but he was unable to ask where they had seen it. The snake could communicate with the animal spiritually. Even if the animal did not have a language system, as long as the animal still had logic in mind, the snake could sense their thoughts. But one of the troublesome aspects of this communication is that its logic can easily be overridden by emotions. Right now, it was only furious and didn't think about anything else. It was very difficult for the big snake to feel anything other than its fury. "I have to try my best to calm his emotions," the big snake said. Xianxia used his lightning power to form a huge palm and caress the back of the giant beast. Animals and animals, the situation is different. The head is most animals cannot touch the place. Easily caress the head of an unfamiliar animal. They are likely to be misunderstood. Unfortunately, Xianxia's actions still couldn't work. The big snake said, "No, it's still very angry. Take your time," Xianxia said. He did not intend to kill this primordial beast. He only used the power of thunder and lightning to temporarily paralyze its body. At this time, the fleeing believers also returned. All of them were furious. They stared at the ferocious beast with sinister eyes and said to Xianxia, "Senior, quickly kill it. This damned beast has killed quite a few of us." Xianxia said, "What did you do to it? You can make it so angry." Did you offend it when you were digging up the ruins? If that's the case, then I think this matter will pass. It just wants to protect its own home. You guys try your best to be careful in the future. A late good fortune man floated out of the crowd and shouted, "Forget it? Impossible. How many of us did it kill? My brothers died in vain just like that. No, I have to kill this beast today. Hurry up and do it. I order you." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "You ordered me?" After all, Xianxia was an expert at the second level of the heavenly tribulation. The late good fortune realm martial artist was frightened by Xianxia's gaze and took a few steps back. The strong man dared to say, "So what if your realm is high? I am the leader of this small-scale mining team. I am an ancient Chinese translator. I have the right to order you to do anything." Xianxia sneered, "I personally put it down, but now you're here to point fingers at me? Didn't you want to kill it? You can do it yourself. I won't stop you." At this point, the primordial beast suddenly struggled. At this moment, the group of believers were immediately frightened out of their wits, afraid that this monster would jump up and kill again. The translator gritted his teeth angrily and pointed at Xianxia's nose. "All right, you wait for me. Don't regret it. Let's go." After saying that, he left with a group of his subordinates. Xianxia shook his head. He didn't put that person in his eyes at all. He said, "This world hasn't been inhabited by humans for too long. These primordial ferocious beasts probably attacked humans out of a natural sense of territory protection. Looks like this big fellow won't be able to calm down. It hates humans. Not only will I not be able to appease it here, I will instead anger it even more. Let's go. We'll think of another way." Xianxia patted the monster's forehead and said, "Don't be so impulsive in the future." After saying that, Xianxia also jumped and flew into the distance. Since a small-scale mining team of pseudogod believers had been discovered here, there should be ancient ruins nearby. Xianxia thought to himself that he was unable to obtain any information from the primordial beasts. Perhaps the believers here might have discovered information related to the world exterminating divine lightning. The vast primordial jungle flew past his feet. The trees here were not as big as they looked. In some places, towering trees had already pierced straight into the clouds. Some of the giant trees were thick and hundreds of meters in diameter. Just the cross-section of the tree trunk was the thickness of an ordinary mountain peak in the Five Continents realm. Xianxia flew through such an ancient jungle like a mosquito in the forest. He was curious and kept looking around, occasionally landing on strange wild fruits. At this moment, he was standing on an incomparably large bunch of wild grapes, each of which was twice as tall as him. Tisk! These things are really amazing. Xianxia pierced through the skin of the grape with his giant saber and gently squeezed the grape with lightning energy. With a pop, a column of sour and sweet juice sprayed into the sky. If only little Sparrow had that little bastard here, he would definitely like this place very much. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Before Xianxia returned to the Five Continents realm, he had already dug out the little bird from China. However, it was still in a deep sleep, so it was not convenient to carry it with him. At this moment, the little bird was being taken care of by Su Kaiwei in the new world of the Great Whirlpool. Xianxia took out an empty wine jar and picked up a jar full of grape juice. As he flew, he tasted it. It was so delicious that it was unbelievable. These wild vines had lived for too many years. The grapes they produced were no longer as simple as fruits. They were just like spirit herbs. The fruits here also had spirituality. What was it? Could be considered a spirit fruit. The spirituality in that fruit was very, very high. If it weren't for the fact that all the spiritual energy in the world had already reached the strength of a superlevel plane, Xianxia would have really wanted to pick up more of it and bring it back. Just as he was thinking, a loud noise suddenly came from ahead. Xianxia flew high up, and a vast plain appeared in the distance. On the plain, there was a huge little wild beast running in panic. The little beast was only about 100 meters long and looked like a miner. It looked like a little bison, but it was slightly fatter than a normal cow and had a bigger head. The little buffalo was covered in soft white fur. On its big head, There was a pair of horns that were disproportionate, just like the horns of a big white steamed bun. Its eyes were exceptionally large and bright, and against that dumb and adorable head, it looked extremely stupid and adorable. However, at this moment, there were a few pieces of snow-white hair on the little bison's body that had already been dyed red. Xianxia looked at the red spots on the little white cow's body with rapt attention. It turned out that they were dyed red by blood. There were nearly 100 spears stabbed into its body, but due to its large size and long white fur, it was not easy to discover those spears hidden in its fur. It ran very fast, completely surpassing the speed of sound. Every time it sprinted at an accelerated speed, the speed of the sprint was like an explosion, extremely shocking. But at this moment it seemed to be very weak. Couldn't run anymore. After running for a while, it stood still and lowered its head to catch its breath. After a few breaths, it even coughed out strands of red blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A bright light chased after the little white bull. These bright lights flew in the sky, and all of them were human martial artists. Ha 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 ha! It can't run anymore. Brothers, surround it. The martial artists immediately dispersed, forming a huge encirclement. The little white bull panicked and ran forward regardless of her injuries. However, a dozen Fortune Realm martial artists blocked her path ahead. It was so frightened that it squeezed out a few tears and hurriedly turned around to run, but it was also stopped by a large number of martial artists behind it. At this time, many martial artists were laughing, taking out spears from their storage rings, and fiercely throwing them at the little white bull. The little white cow dodged everywhere, but its body was too large to dodge those tiny spears. Sounds could be heard endlessly. The spears that were covered by the aura constantly pierced through its skin and stabbed into its body. Gradually, there were more and more spears on its body. It finally couldn't hold on anymore. It used its 4 limbs to support its body and slowly lay on the ground. Many martial artists surrounded him and looked at the little white bull with a giggle. It lay on the ground, panting while sobbing sadly. It's really fun. A woman with a straight nose clapped her hands and giggled. It's a pity that it can't run anymore. Kill it. It was unknown if it understood the woman's words, or if it could sense the ruthless killing intent emanating from the woman's body. Little white Nyoer didn't know where her strength came from, but she suddenly leapt up and charged towards the east. This time, it came so suddenly that the good Fortune Realm martial artists were unprepared. It actually blocked the 5 martial artists in front of it, and was forced to break through the encirclement. Many martial artists were furious and hurriedly chased after him. However, that little white bull charged too fast, and none of them were able to catch up with the good Fortune Realm martial artists. A man angrily said, "Damn it! This bastard runs so fast. I didn't expect that he would be half dead and still be able to move. Humph! Let me see how far this stupid beast can run. Bring it up." His voice traveled through the aura to a distant place. Very quickly, hundreds of martial artists slowly flew over. These slow-flying martial artists looked like 300 to 400 people. They were holding a huge metal net together. That net was tightly bound to a giant white bull that was 500 meters away. "Cut it!" the man shouted. At that moment, a cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. She flew over with a 4-meter-long saber and stabbed into the giant bull's nose. Moo! The giant bull let out a painful howl. In the distance, Xiaobai Nyoer, who was rushing away against the sound barrier, immediately turned around and rushed towards her mother after hearing her mother's miserable scream. Its eyes were filled with tears as it ran and cried out. Seeing that little white Nyoer had returned, the male martial artist immediately turned into a beam of bright light and rushed towards little white Nyoer. He roared, "I told you to escape, little bastard. I've even rebelled against you." Boom! The martial artist kicked the adorable little white bull's forehead, kicking the little white bull flying out, rolling and colliding on the boundless plains. The giant cow mooed again and let out a miserable howl. Many martial artists surrounded him, each holding a spear and aiming at the little white bull lying on the ground. They shot randomly. Because the scope of this battle was too wide, Xianxia did not understand what these martial artists were doing at first. They thought they were fighting wild beasts here. However, it wasn't until then that he understood. Stop! Xiangnan roared as a bolt of lightning shot towards Xiao Bainyoer. The moment before the lightning struck Xiao Bainyoer, it suddenly spread into an arc. This arc wrapped around Xiao Bainyoer, and all the spears struck the light shield and broke. Who is it? Everyone hurriedly raised their heads. Xiangnan floated down from the sky. He floated above the little white bull and frowned. What are you doing? When everyone saw that Xiangnan was a heavenly tribulation realm expert, they immediately became respectful. Xiangnan said angrily, You can actually do such a dirty thing. Don't tell me your hearts are all made of iron. The woman with a tall nose hurriedly said, Senior, it's just a matter of killing a few animals for fun. Why are you angry? We're here to mine ancient ruins, but it's very boring. There's nothing wrong with coming out to have some fun. Don't you think? Have fun. Xiangnan frowned and said, This is called having fun? What's so funny about this? Get lost. Everyone curled their lips, but they didn't dare to contradict a heavenly tribulation realm expert, so they flew away resentfully. Xiangnan landed and used the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to treat the little white cow's injuries. After healing the big cow, he let them go. After dealing with this, he looked around, but saw a shadow of an iron rack in the distant sky. I think we're here, Xiangnan said thoughtfully. Those shelves should be excavating the site of an ancient sect. Let's go take a look. In order not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, he slowed down his flying speed and used slow speed to prove that he did not have any malicious intentions and was not an enemy. For now, Xiangnan still needed to disguise himself as a pseudo-god believer to cover his identity. However, as he got closer to the ancient ruins, spectacular scenes gradually surfaced. On the vast plains, the remains of enormous wild beasts were everywhere. The corpses were scattered all over the ground. Some of them were several hundred meters tall, while others were even more frightening. One rib after another, they were like knife-edge mountains. Such a spectacular scene surprised Xiangnan and praised the peculiar scenery of the ancient world. However, he slowly discovered that something was wrong with this situation. Those corpses didn't seem to be caused by the killing of ferocious beasts, because Xiangnan saw many sharp cuts on the bones. These cuts could only come from swords and knives. This was a huge beast cemetery, and it was slaughtered by humans. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He put his hand on the arbor and looked into the distance. He actually saw that it was spreading into the distance. It was a cemetery of endless corpses. Even at the junction of heaven and earth, it could not reach its end. Thinking back to the first one he saw, the furious lightning beast, he recalled the scene of those martial artists cruelly killing Xiaonuer. Xiangnan was thoughtful, as if he had thought of something. Just as Xiangnan was shocked, he suddenly felt something looking at him from the side. He turned his head to look and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Beside him, there was a little seal flying. Yes, that thing really looked like a seal, but it had wings that could fly in the sky on its back. This thing wasn't huge. It was at most 4 to 5 meters tall. It was tilting its head and staring at Xiangnan curiously with its large, sparkling eyes. Xiangnan looked into its arms. In its arms, its 2 short forelimbs were holding a translucent purple fruit. Seeing that Xiangnan was looking at his fruit, he tilted his head and held the fruit in his hands and handed it to Xiangnan. Such a loving scene had completely captured Xiangnan's heart. Xiangnan had seen all kinds of ruthless people, and he had never admitted defeat. However, it was precisely such a cute and kind little animal that could soften his heart the most. He smiled brightly and took the fruit over. He handed it over and handed it to the little seal. The little seal cheerfully squeaked twice and nibbled on the fruit. Xiangnan laughed out loud and took a bite of it. He rubbed the little seal's forehead and waved his hand. Thank you. Go. The little seal flapped its wings and circled in front of Xiangnan before flying into the distance. Xiangnan turned around and flew towards the ruins. He held the fruit in his hand and looked at the tooth marks left behind by the little seal. He said, The ferocious beasts in this place are actually so kind and innocent. This is truly unexpected. The snake said, Well, this is caused by the living environment. Look, this place is filled with fruits whose spirituality is comparable to spirit herbs. Animals in this world don't need to eat meat at all. The nutrients contained in those fruits are thousands of times more valuable than eating meat directly. If you don't eat meat, then there will be no fighting. This makes this primitive world so pure and pure. Just as he was speaking, a miserable scream suddenly came from behind him. Xianxia suddenly turned around and saw a laughing martial artist descend from the sky and stab his bare hands into the back of the little seal. With a chi sound, he tore off a complete seal skin. The little seal was skinned, screaming miserably as it wriggled and fell from the sky. As for the martial artist, he held the sparkling white seal skin and said happily, "Damn it! A snow-white flying seal is too rare. Today, I actually had the fortune to meet one. This snow skin is for junior sister. She will definitely be very tall." At this point, the martial artist stopped. He lifted his gaze from the seal skin and saw a pair of furious eyes staring at him. Xianxia looked at the martial artist, then at the tooth mark on the fruit in his hand, and finally at the little seal that had disappeared without a trace. The martial artist's expression changed. Xianxia attacked angrily and punched the martial artist in the face. Boom! The lightning exploded, and the martial artist was smashed into the sky by Xianxia, spinning more than 300 times. Half of his left face had been knocked out, and his mouth was full of teeth that shot out like arrows. As he spun crazily, he was unable to let out a miserable scream. Xianxia raised his leg and kicked the martial artist into a piece of minced meat, spraying it out like a fan. He hurriedly turned into lightning and landed on the ground, finding the little seal. At this moment, the bloody creature was struggling to climb up a large protruding rock. Xianxia hurriedly put the seal skin back on its body and used the 9 purities cosmos technique to fuse it together again. Slowly, the seal cub stopped struggling and fell asleep on the boulder with its belly propped up. Xianxia carefully placed the fruit beside it, waiting for it to wake up and eat it. After that, he took off again and flew towards the ancient ruins. Xianxia was in a terrible mood. It could be said that he was in a terrible mood. Over the years, Xianxia had traveled all over the place and witnessed many cruel things. He had witnessed battles between fellow races and between different races. Those were the laws of life of nature, and they fought for survival. But today, everything that happened here was not a battle for survival. It came from pure boredom, the passing of time, and the contempt that humans had for other species in their hearts. Especially when Xianxia knew that his current life was due to a man who was struggling to defend the river of time and fighting to the death for it. This really touched Xianxia's reverse scale. Those people who were disrespectful to their lives made him angry. The enormous ancient ruins excavation site was an abyss that had been dug up. Looking down from above, one could barely see the bottom. The deepest part was also pitch black, with only specks of light occasionally flickering. Ancient ruins have been buried for billions of years. Over the years, ancient civilizations have been buried deep in the Earth's crust, covered in mud and covered in floods and tsunamis. To dig out these ruins was not a simple excavation project. This matter had to be carried out carefully. The documents from hundreds of millions of years ago were extremely fragile and could not withstand rough collisions. The excavation proceeded very slowly. If one shoveled down without caring about it, it was very likely that a Tao-grade cultivation technique would be crippled. No one could afford such a huge price. Around the excavation site, a small city had already been built. The city was elegant in architecture, and there were people coming and going in and out of the streets. These believers who were responsible for excavating the ancient ruins were planning to stay here for a long time. A few hundred meters outside the city was the excavation site. There were martial artists flying about everywhere in the sky. In the depths of the small city, Xianxia saw the largest building. The person living inside should be the person in charge of the excavation site. After Xianxia landed on the ground, he strode towards the building's facade. At the entrance of the building, there were 2 rows of 8 Fortune Realm martial artists. "Stop! Immediately!" For guards rushed up and blocked Xianxia's path. One of them walked over and went to pick Xianxia's saber. He shouted sternly, Entering the divine hall, you must disarm and disarm. Don't you even understand this rule? Xianxia was angry. Seeing that the guard's hand had already reached out to grab his saber hilt, he said coldly, "Try touching it." The guard's temper also rose, and he said, "What are you crazy about? If you want to enter, you have to obey the rules." With that, the guard grabbed the hilt of the saber. Xianxia's right hand flashed. Swoosh! An arc flashed in the air, and the guard's entire right arm soared into the sky. No one saw how Xianxia attacked, and even the huge saber was carried on Xianxia's back, as if he had never attacked before. The other guards were shocked and shouted angrily, wanting to take down Xianxia. Xianxia was worried about not venting his anger. He took a big step out, and a huge steel fist whistled past, striking at the guard's face with a punch. The guard bent over and flew backwards, crashing into the building with a loud boom, forcefully crashing into half of the stone wall. Then Xianxia took half a step back. At the same time, he turned around and sent out both of his hands, splitting the tendons and bones. The bones of the other 6 guards cracked as they collapsed onto the ground and howled miserably. Xianxia looked down at the guards with a cold face and said, "You are the only ones who want to unload my weapons?" Xianxia gritted his teeth and charged into the building with a cold face. Before coming here, he had repeatedly warned himself that he must put the overall situation first. It would be unwise to clash with the local pseudogod believers before they could find the world-exterminating divine lightning. The ensuing battles would prevent him from searching for the divine lightning and would delay him for a lot of time. However, after arriving here, the scenes he saw made it impossible for him to suppress the anger in his heart. This building was very large. Just the area of the building itself occupied almost 1/10 of the ground of the small city. When Xianxia entered the temple, a guard heard the sounds of fighting outside. At this moment, the 2 rows of guards were lined up in 2 rows and rushed towards the door. These people's cultivation bases weren't low either. They were basically around the early martial saint realm. Xianxia knew at a glance that these people weren't low-level warriors at all, but came from the sacred domain. There was a clear distinction between believers who climbed up from the lower planes and believers who rebelled against the pseudogods in the sacred domain. The low-plane martial artists had learned very shallowly. After receiving the support of the pseudogod, they were astonished. They immediately learned high-grade martial techniques. This kind of martial skill directly covered the small tricks they had learned in the past. As for Saint Realm martial artists, the cultivation methods and martial skills they had learned all along weren't low in grade. Even if they learned the Tao-grade cultivation methods and martial skills given by the pseudogod, they could still find some clues from the fluctuations of astral chi. As a result, the low-plane believers' aura fluctuations were even sharper than the Saint Realm believers' aura fluctuations. The 2 pairs of guards saw the angry Xianxia at a glance. Xianxia was even more straightforward. He didn't even give these people a chance to speak. Instead, he directly charged forward with an explosion. Boom! A cluster of lightning flashed, and the 2 pairs of guards didn't even have time to react. All of them were scattered and sent flying. One by one, they smashed into the inner wall of the divine hall, making loud bangs. "Who dares to be presumptuous here?" A loud shout resounded throughout the divine hall, followed by 7 heavenly tribulation realm martial artists striding out from the depths of the divine hall. The 7 of them walked like tigers and tigers, their faces not filled with anger and self-prestige. It was obvious that they had just reached a high position, and it was precisely at this moment that their spirits rose. Of the 7, 4 were at the 2nd level of the heavenly tribulation, 2 at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation, and 1 at the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation. The entire Saint Realm had loyal allegiance to the pseudogod, causing the number of heavenly tribulation realm experts under the pseudogod to soar. In addition, there were more than 1,000 experts before, and today's tribulation realm experts were about to break through 10,000. Xianxia had already roughly understood it during his night chat with Red Lotus and was mentally prepared. He knew that he would encounter a large number of heavenly tribulation experts. All 7 of them were extremely arrogant. This kind of arrogance was not only aimed at ordinary people, it was even natural for them to face low-plane believers. They were people from the Saint Realm, and they thought that their status was superior, much more noble than those low-level believers, country bumpkins. Among them, the fourth-stage heavenly tribulation expert was a middle-aged man, while the other 6 were relatively younger. However, when he was younger, he still had a younger appearance. Compared to a true 23-year-old martial artist like Xianxia, he was still more than 70 or 80 years older. The moment the 7 of them saw Xianxia, their hearts sank. A 20-year-old heavenly tribulation warrior? Among them, a woman seemed to be able to see through the real age of others. After she saw Xianxia, her expression changed drastically, and she said in a low voice. The other 6 hadn't been much, but when they heard Xianxia's age from the woman, they were all stunned. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Hua hai, are you right? He is only 20 years old." The woman's expression was solemn as she said, "Almost. The error is around 5 years old." "You must be mistaken." A ferocious heavenly tribulation martial artist beside him shouted, "This is impossible. 20 years old? At most, a 20-year-old martial artist is only at the heaven scryer realm. When have you ever seen a 20-year-old heavenly tribulation level 2? The middle-aged man shouted, "All right, stop arguing." He strode towards Xianxia and said sternly, "Who gave you the courage to act wildly in the divine hall? Don't you know where this is?" As he spoke, the man grabbed Xianxia's arm. Xianxia turned around and grabbed the man's right hand. At the same time, a surging wave of flame power surged from within the man's body. He was intentionally testing Xianxia's strength. Xianxia was not afraid either, and similarly, a surging thunder energy rushed back. The 2 of them tightly clutched each other's hands and stared at each other. An invisible aura began to surge around the 2 of them. Gradually, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and the veined thugs on his forehead increased their strength. Xianxia also sent out more lightning power to contend against the man's flame power. The man had already used 100% of his Dipper Chi, but he still had nothing to do with Xianxia. From his face, it could be seen how shocked he was at this moment. The other 6 also widened their eyes in disbelief. This had to be shocking. The difference between a heavenly tribulation realm martial artist and a heavenly tribulation realm martial artist was incomparably huge. If they were 2 levels weaker, then it would truly be the difference between heaven and earth. This was especially true for the believers from the 7 sacred regions, who had been blessed by the false gods and possessed divine talent. They were even more arrogant and arrogant. But today, the middle-aged man felt an unprecedented feeling from Xianxia. This feeling was called having a heaven beyond the heavens. Seeing the middle-aged man's abnormal expression, the woman knew that the middle-aged man needed to activate his cultivation technique and use 12% of his astral chi. She immediately stepped forward to dissuade him. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Then, he withdrew his right hand and said to Xianxia, "Where did you come from?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "I am a friend of Red Lotus." The 7 of them were shocked. The middle-aged man asked, "Are you talking about the silver envoy, Yuan Honglian?" Xianxia said, "In the future, take care of your dog. Don't let him go and bite people everywhere. This time I will be merciful. If there is another time, don't blame me for being merciless by the saber." The Saint Realm martial artists were all human geniuses. The middle-aged man's face changed even faster than he flipped through a book. A moment ago he was even fierce and fierce. Now he immediately became amiable. He hurriedly grabbed Xianxia's hand and said, "So he's the friend of the silver envoy. I'm disrespectful. You see, I usually have no way of disciplining you and I've run into you. I hope that your excellency won't blame me for that. Come. Please come in." Xianxia snorted coldly and walked in with the man with his hands behind his back. At the same time, Xianxia could clearly hear the few people whispering outside. "Damn it, what's with the bullshit? Why did you come to our territory to pretend to be the boss? Hold on for a moment. We can't afford to offend Red Lotus. What can't be provoked? That Red Lotus is just a triumph for a lowly person. It's just a show of strength." "Ah, who said no? The most important woman is the Silver Special Envoy. She can speak in front of our God. If she were to speak a few vicious words to us from God, it would be enough for us to suffer. Could it be that he has endured this kind of tone? Endure? What a joke. Since when have our Saint Realm martial artists suffered a loss? Just wait and grab his little tail. All we need is for him to do something inappropriate and reckless. It's only natural for us to deal with him again. At that time, even if Red Lotus, that slut, comes, she will have nothing to say. After absorbing the fallen heavenly lightning, Xianxia's perception had improved. Even though the few of them had already constructed a barrier of divine aura, allowing their voices to be sealed within the barrier. However, Xianxia was actually able to know every word they had said based on the slight vibration of the barrier. Xianxia followed the middle-aged man to the conference hall and briefly scanned the situation here. In the conference hall, in addition to the 7 heavenly tribulation martial artists, there were quite a few people sitting inside, each of them carrying out their respective duties. On the conference table, there was a 3-dimensional topographic map of the sand table. This sand table was completely shaped according to the scale of the excavation site, and the inside information was clearly seen. There were 2 old men who didn't even look at Xianxia. They concentrated on the 3-dimensional sand table and studied the mining route. At the end of the conference hall, there was a row of long tables. On both sides of the long tables, there were dozens of cultivators dressed in Taoist robes walking around. On the table, there were 5 very complicated small formations. There was an ancient book floating above each formation. These books were filled with soil and had long since turned into fossils, but they were easily untouchable. Any reckless touch would result in a defect that could directly destroy a book. The way they used to decipher books was also very exquisite. It was impossible to directly open the book. The book had already been glued together, forcefully broken open, and the book was also crippled. Slowly permeating through the cracks in the pages of the books with astral chi was no good either. The books were wrapped in fossils, but the books inside the fossils were not petrified. These documents were previously sealed by spiritual chi and were unable to form fossils. However, once the spiritual chi disappeared, they would turn into ashes at the slightest touch. Xianxia had experienced this before. As for the Shendao cultivators, they were very smart. They directly used their spiritual energy to penetrate the books. The spiritual energy would not cause any changes in the structure of the materials, and it would be better to preserve the integrity of the books. However, this wasn't an easy task. The 5 cultivators were responsible for maintaining the formation and constantly deciphering the text in the books. The others, while assisting, also took care of the responsibility of copying. Once the book was found out, they immediately copied it out. There were also special translators to translate the ancient language into modern languages. The middle-aged man smiled warmly and said, "Friend, may I ask your name?" "Xiao Jun." Xianxia casually used the name of a brother. The middle-aged man said, "Brother Xiao Jun, what is the purpose of this trip? Although the Silver Special Envoy status is noble, as far as I know, the business she is in charge of does not seem to overlap with our excavation site, right?" Xianxia said, "I am here on the orders of the Special Envoy to inspect." "Check what?" the middle-aged man asked with a smile. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Is this what you should ask?" The middle-aged man quickly smiled apologetically and waved his hand. "I don't dare to do so. How can we dare to ask about the envoy? I'm just curious." "Young Master Xiao Jun, don't take offense." As he said this, an imperceptible cold light flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Xianxia glanced around and said coldly, "Tell your people that I want to leave the ruins now." "Now?" The middle-aged man was in a difficult situation and said, "But this," Xianxia scolded. Immediately, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Tell everyone who is mining the ruins to come out and rest immediately." "Yes," a guard outside the door fiercely replied. Xianxia looked at the sand table on the table and remembered the exact route before leaving. Feng Xian had once given Xianxia a simple suggestion on how to search for world-exterminating divine lightning in the ruins. Logically speaking, the world-devastating divine lightning was formed after the lightning bolt collapsed. The ancient civilized world was destroyed by the lightning bolt. In other words, only after the destruction of human civilization did the world-devastating divine lightning appear. In that case, there would be no records of the world-exterminating divine lightning in the ruins. However, the ruins still had a continuing value. This included two factors. First, according to Feng Xian's analysis, after the destruction of an ancient civilization, it might not be impossible for a human civilization to appear in the years to come. Then, it was possible for a human civilization that was born a second time to appear in the records related to the destruction of the first ancient civilization. If the time gap between the two civilizations was long enough, there was a possibility that a record of world-devastating divine lightning would appear. Second, even though there had not been a second human civilization since then, the martial artists of this first human civilization might have possessed world-devastating divine lightning of their own. Civilization 3, for example, had existed for billions of years, but Xianxia knew that tens of billions of years had passed before. The ancient humans here might have discovered other remnants of civilizations while exploring the boundless universe and found world-exterminating divine lightning, just like Xianxia did now. After all the staff had evacuated, Xianxia floated into the depths of the ruins alone. However, the middle-aged man insisted on following Xianxia for the sake of protecting his safety. Xianxia refused. He said that if Xianxia made any mistakes, he would not be able to explain to the Red Lotus Special Envoy. Therefore, even if he offended Xianxia, he would still have to follow him. The two of them were like mirrors. Xianxia knew that the man said he was protecting them, but he was actually monitoring them. But the middle-aged man was wrong. Xianxia heard him talking quietly with the other heavenly tribulation martial artists. They thought that Xianxia was here to snatch the cultivation technique. He wanted to snatch the highest-level cultivation technique first and give it to Red Lotus. Inside the ruins, it was pitch black. The sunstone's light was too intense. The mining team could only use moonstones that were relatively gentle and less irritating. This kind of stone that emitted faint fluorescence wasn't ideal for illumination. At this point, even Xianxia did not dare to easily release his perception. His perception was still based on astral qi, and it still had slight fluctuations. Xianxia held his breath without triggering any wind. At the same time, he took out a moonstone to illuminate the road ahead. Xianxia confirmed his previous speculation. This was an ancient sect, and it occupied an active area with countless buildings. However, more than 80% of the buildings were embedded in rock strata, buried by mud, unable to even enter the door, and the buildings that weren't buried had long been mined. Xianxia frowned. It would take too long to clean up all the sealed buildings. The middle-aged man seemed to see through Xianxia's difficulties and smiled. Brother Xiaojun, we are also in a hurry to dig out these buildings, but as you can see, this kind of thing is not urgent. Why don't we go out and leave the mining work to the professionals? Look, there are so many buildings. You don't even know where they are. It's very difficult to find a library. Xianxia ignored it and walked slowly along the dug road. As he walked, he observed the surroundings and pondered for a moment. Big Snake, have you noticed that the arrangement of these buildings is not random? It seems to be an ancient spirit-gathering formation, but it's still somewhat different from our modern spirit-gathering formation. If that's the case, then it makes sense. It's normal for the profound Tao of the past to be slightly different from what it is now, said the serpent. However, there are so many profound Tao cultivators here. Since you've discovered them, there's no reason why they can't see them. Xianxia smiled in his heart and said, they really don't have the qualifications to see it. The arrangement of this spirit-gathering array is very clever and very secret. Normally, we would arrange buildings into formations to achieve the effect of the formation. However, this spirit-gathering formation is not arranged in buildings, because the formation is not here. Where is it? The serpent asked curiously. Xianxia thought, heaven. No one can tell the arrangement of these buildings is a formation, but in reality, the buildings correspond to the stars in the sky. I have already seen the sky before I came down. Only when the stars move to a specific point in time will they form two corresponding arrays with the buildings. To put it bluntly, these buildings are meant to receive the power of the stars. What do you mean? In the words of the Kingdom of China, they are called sensors. That's why I can't see any clues when I look at the building itself. The big snake praised. All right, little brat Xianxia, you didn't follow Mo Ling to discuss the profound way in vain. Xianxia smiled and said, star viewing is also a type of profound Tao. Those who can use the upper star to form an array are all first-class profound Tao great-grandmasters. Like the profound Tao cultivators that the pseudo-divine believers had found, they were still on the verge of becoming hot. All right, I've already calculated it. It's right there. Xianxia looked at a building. The serpent said, is that the library? Xianxia shook his head. That is the sect master's bedroom. All the spiritual energy gathered into a stream, and the destination is there. If this sect possesses the world-exterminating divine lightning, it will not normally be placed in the library. Instead, it will be placed in the sect master's study room. Xianxia observed that it was an inconspicuous building. It was neither the largest nor the most gorgeous, but it must be the sect master's bedroom. The building is sealed in mud and is not easy to excavate. Xianxia turned around and asked the middle-aged man, what tools do you need to dig the palace with? The middle-aged man smiled and said, I'm not sure about that. This old brat is playing tricks on you. The big snake said. Of course, Xianxia understood in his heart. He said, if you don't know, then fine. I'll personally ask those Shendao cultivators. With that, he flew towards the exit. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and followed behind Xianxia from afar. At the same time, he looked back at the buildings Xianxia had seen before and observed them. Xianxia flew back to the Divine Hall's conference hall and clapped his hands. He asked the Shendao cultivators, how did you clean up the buried buildings? Dig, an old cultivator said indifferently. Xianxia frowned and said, dig. Those buildings have merged with the rock layers. Tell me to dig. If there are murals on the walls, wouldn't they be broken together? The old cultivator spread out his hands and said, then I don't know. Xianxia chuckled. You have already cleaned out more than a dozen buildings. Now, you're telling me you don't know. The old man pretended to be panicked and said, young master, please calm down. We really don't know. If you are not satisfied, go to our God and sue us. We are willing to accept punishment for our petty tricks. Ha ha. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, good job. All of you are good job. At this moment, a group of people walked in from outside the door. They were still the 6 Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists, including a Good Fortune Realm man. It's him. The Good Fortune Realm man pointed at Xianxia and angrily said, he was the one who watched us being slaughtered by the ferocious beasts and didn't save us. Xianxia immediately recognized that when he paralyzed the giant beast. It was this man who demanded to kill the beast and made Xianxia wait. Xianxia chuckled and said, if it weren't for me, you would still have the life to stand here and spit out dung? Sigh. This is not easy. The middle-aged man at the 4th stage of the heavenly tribulation spread out his hands and said, young Master Xiao Jun, our Glory God sect has specific rules. Seeing other believers die and watching from the sidelines is equivalent to slaughtering fellow believers. You said you saved them, but you didn't kill that ferocious beast, did you? This makes it hard to guess your intentions. If I said that you intentionally lured that ferocious beast to kill him, is that also possible? At this point, everyone in the room hugged their shoulders and stopped talking. They all looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. Xianxia smiled and said, don't drag these principles with me. Speak a few words. I know what kind of peace you have. Let's get straight to the point. Didn't you all just want me to hug my head and scram? Who are you going to show me here? The man who was the translator walked over with a smile and put his face in front of Xianxia. He whispered, are you angry? Do you really want to hit me? I told you to kill that bastard. You refused to listen. Do you regret it now? I don't care whose lackey you are, but this is our territory. How did you get here, and how did you scram back? Otherwise, don't blame me for going to the gods. Pa! A loud slap resounded through the conference hall. The man was sent flying by Xiang Nan's slap and heavily smashed into the wall. The man puffed out a large mouthful of blood, and 2 more broken teeth popped out. He covered his face and said angrily, "You hit me? You actually dared to hit me in front of so many people, you?" Xiang Nan took a step forward and slapped the man 3 times. Everyone was shocked and furious. Those heavenly tribulation realm experts had already begun to circulate their divine qi. Xiang Nan coldly looked at the man and said, "I'll hit you. What's wrong? You'd better be polite to me. If he dares to bring a dirty word, I'll beat you so hard that you don't even know your mother." "What a mighty aura!" The middle-aged man laughed furiously and pointed at Xiang Nan. "You!" At this moment, a red figure suddenly rushed into the conference hall. Pa! He only heard an incomparably loud slap, twice as loud as Xiang Nan's slap. As the translator, the man was slapped flying out, knocking the tables and chairs to the ground. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, but they saw a woman wearing a red robe with an ashen complexion looking coldly at them. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Silver Special Envoy." Before he could finish speaking, the red lotus figure flashed and slapped the old cultivator's face again. It slapped the cultivator out of the window and fell outside the temple. "Envoy, calm down." The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Red Lotus slapped the middle-aged man again. The middle-aged man took 7 or 8 steps back and a big red handprint appeared on his face. It was swollen. The man covered his face and tilted his head. His face was as cold as ice, and his teeth were about to shatter. The Red Lotus had a cold face and swept her eyes across the crowd. "How dare you take advantage of my absence to play with my people, right?" she said. "That old bastard. Get the hell in here. And you!" Red Lotus pointed at the translator and said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to pull out your tongue. If you don't pull it out, I'll do it for you." Even Xiang Nan was shocked. He didn't expect that this Red Lotus would actually come as well. What was even more unexpected was that this woman would be even more vicious than a man once she got angry. The believers themselves knew best what Glory God cult was. In fact, the Glory God cult was much crazier than the Heavenly Demon cult in the 5 continents world. Although the Heavenly Devil religion didn't want to die, and even though they dared to carry out suicide attacks in groups, they were a bunch of lunatics. At least they were still united within. When they killed, they used the fastest method to kill the enemy. However, the believers of Glory God sect were completely different. Not only did they torture and kill enemies, even ordinary people would not let go of them. They had done countless deeds that angered both humans and gods. The followers of Glory God cult could no longer be described as madmen. They were a bunch of unscrupulous bastards who did everything they could. The internal order of such a terrifying church could not be disobeyed. The sect master of the Heavenly Devil religion was a godlike existence in the hearts of Heavenly Devil religions, but the so-called sect master of Glory God religion was directly a god. The translator didn't even dare to think about what Red Lotus said. He directly reached in and broke his tongue. In the end, he had to kneel respectfully on the ground, his hands holding the broken tongue in front of the Red Lotus and showing it. Red Lotus kicked him out and said, "Don't let me see you again." Scram. The man covered his mouth in panic and rolled out. The conference hall was completely silent. The old cultivator who was sent flying by the fan also trembled and climbed back through the window. He didn't even dare to walk through the main door. "You must give me what I, Xiao Jun, want." Seeing that Hong Lian was looking at him, Xiang Nan said his pseudonym in advance because he was afraid that she would slip up. The Red Lotus was smart enough to nod and say to the old cultivator, "What did Xiao Jun want before?" The old cultivator was so frightened that he crawled on the ground, trembling repeatedly. "Old man, this old man is going to prepare now," he said. "Outside the temple." "Miss Honglian, why are you here?" Xiang Nanchi said. "Didn't you go on a mission?" That Red Lotus was vicious before, but her face suddenly flushed red. She whispered, I was afraid that they would make things difficult for you, so I took a few days off and came over to take a look." At this point, her expression turned cold as she said, "I didn't expect that I would be able to guess correctly. This bunch of bastards. Even my people dare to make things difficult for them. The big snake sighed. Little brat Xiangnan, why do all the women you know feel that something is wrong? First, Guan Shao, who likes to torture and kill others. And now, a cold Yuan Honglian has arrived. Do you have a unique temperament that attracts madmen like magnet? Xiangnan smiled faintly and cupped his fists. Thank you, Miss Honglian, for your kindness. The Red Lotus's cold face turned red and said, Then, young Master Xiang, you're welcome. Xiangnan tilted his head to observe her expression and said, You really don't like me, do you? The Red Lotus's face suddenly turned red to the root of her neck. She said shyly, How dare Red Lotus? Young Master Xiang is the sun in Red Lotus heart. What you have done is the goal that Red Lotus will chase after for the rest of her life. Xiangnan was speechless. He thought to himself that what he had done in the past could actually have such a great impact on the hearts of strangers he had never met before. Did she really think of me as a benchmark? At this time, the old cultivator had already prepared the tools and respectfully offered them to Xiangnan. What are you doing? I'll accompany you, Hong Lian hurriedly said. At this moment, Hong Lian's realm is slightly higher than young master's. Perhaps she can help. Xiangnan couldn't avoid it, so he could only take her and leave the ruins twice. The old cultivator had prepared some extremely professional profound Dao tools for Xiangnan, and the materials were very difficult to find. After gathering such a set of profound Dao equipment, only the Glory God cult would have this kind of energy. Xiangnan had heard of these things. Although he had never seen them before, he knew how to use them. The cleaning process was very boring. Xiangnan concentrated on it, while Red Lotus obediently stood aside and secretly looked at Xiangnan's face. Every time Xiangnan turned around, she would hurriedly pretend to be observing the ruins. As Xiangnan excavated, he said, You are even higher than me, and your talent is better than mine. There is no need to admire me like this. Hearing this, the Red Lotus immediately waved her hand and said, This is not a matter of realm or talent. With your previous lower realm, you dare to resist the oppression of the Bai clan dynasty. That's why you seem to be incomparably precious. Your spirit is the lighthouse that guides us forward. If there is a way to do it, Red Lotus is willing to give you all of her cultivation bases. Xiangnan looked back at her in surprise, not knowing what to say. Why are these believers strange? She won't treat me like a freakish overlord, a crazy freaky emperor, right? Damn, I'm not a madman who kills people. Am I still a lighthouse? What am I illuminating? Illuminating a bunch of psychopaths on a more twisted path. The more Xiangnan thought about it, the more awkward he felt. One guanshao is enough for me to drink a pot. I can't stand it if I give Yuan Honglian another. I'd better not provoke her for thousands and thousands of times. Xiangnan intentionally kept a distance from her, and Red Lotus was too shy to speak to Xiangnan on her own initiative, causing the atmosphere to turn cold. Fortunately, this sect master's dormitory was cleaned up by Xiangnan. He didn't dare to touch anything that looked like a document. Instead, he first observed the environment here. If this sect was truly a civilization that had risen again, then if they wanted to record the legend of the world exterminating divine lightning, it was very likely that it would be depicted in the form of a mural. Nowadays, the world no longer likes to record certain things with murals because doing so is very easy to damage. However, humans in ancient times did not think so. They displayed some things in murals, carrying a sense of reverence, a sense of ceremony. Sure enough, there were only a few murals in the sect master's vast study room. Fortunately, these frescoes appeared in reliefs, otherwise, once the color faded over time, they would really not be able to see anything. Eh? Red Lotus pointed at a mural on the south wall and said, What is this? Xiangnan looked over and saw countless humans standing on the ground and looking up at the sky. In the sky, the clouds split apart and a gigantic 9 bulls of lightning stepped into the air. I don't know. Xiangnan shook his head and did not intend to explain. After explaining, she would not believe him. They said that the divine lightning ox was the same race as the god they worshipped, saying that humans had been exterminated time and time again by the gods they believed in. She was afraid that before she could finish her sentence, she would have pulled out her spear to fight for her life. Eh? Look at that. Red Lotus pointed at the south wall. Xianxia no longer looked at the south wall. The lightning bull on it could not prove anything, nor could it prove that it had appeared in this world. Xianxia himself was a contemporary. He had never seen a divine bull with his own eyes, but he also knew about its existence. However, he suddenly discovered that this time, the Red Lotus was not referring to the divine bull, but to the thing beneath the other lightning divine bull in another mural. Xianxia looked over and saw that it was a huge lightning bull, but it was in a split state. The scene below was completely different. Countless humans were burning with raging flames, hugging each other's heads and fleeing. Many humans have already jumped into the ocean and are still burning in the depths of the ocean. Xianxia was shocked. After observing carefully, he was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. The flames burning on those people's bodies weren't flames with softer lines, but things with extremely sharp edges and corners. This is electricity. It's the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. Yangyan Divine Lightning? Yangyan Divine Lightning ranked 6th. Xianxia was overjoyed. This Yang Flame Divine Lightning was ranked higher than the fallen heavenly lightning in the rankings. There must be something incredibly powerful about it. Xianxia hurriedly asked in his heart, is this Yang Flame Divine Lightning a supplementary attribute or a combat attribute like the fallen heavenly lightning? The serpent said, supplementary. Hearing this, the hope that Xianxia had just ignited cooled down a little. The supplementary world exterminating divine lightning did not bring him much strength. At most, it was only to raise one's own realm. The serpent said, don't be anxious and disappointed. After listening to what I said about the attributes of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning, you will know how strong it is. This Yang Flame Divine Lightning's flame is also known as the Eternal Flame. Theoretically speaking, it is indestructible. As long as you burn your enemies with the Eternal Flame, your enemies will burn forever. Unless they find a safe place to circulate their power and slowly expel the flames on his body will burn forever. Apart from that, the Eternal Flame can weaken the enemy's strength. Moreover, the longer it burns, the weaker the enemy will be. Hearing this description, Xianxia's expression changed. When he fought against the enemy would become weaker and weaker after being burned by the Eternal Flame. Doesn't that mean that he is getting stronger and stronger? This was indeed an auxiliary attribute, but it was a heaven-defying auxiliary attribute. To a certain extent, the effects of the Eternal Flame were similar to the tribulation-free finger. Although it did not weaken the enemy as shockingly as the tribulation-free finger, the Eternal Flame had no side effects on Xianxia himself. On the Divine Lightning rankings, you can jump over and not take any Divine Lightning, but only this Yang Flame Divine Lightning must be absorbed. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light. He had already made up his mind to obtain the Yang Flame Divine Lightning regardless of the price he had to pay this time. Seeing Xianxia staring at the mural in a daze, Red Lotus said, are you interested in this kind of thing? Why don't I help you find it? Really? Do you know where this flame is? Xianxia said. Honglian said, I don't know, but I can help you find it. Xianxia said. He thought to himself that he was too excited. He actually thought that Red Lotus knew the whereabouts of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. This Yuan Honglian was in charge of searching for battle geniuses. She didn't know anything about excavating ruins. She hadn't even seen the lightning bull on the mural before, so how could she know where the Yang Flame Divine Lightning was? Since there is a description in the mural, Xianxia thought for a moment and said, then the people of this sect should have seen it or at least heard of it. They can't make it up out of thin air. Miss Red Lotus, help me bring back all the books in this study. The two of them immediately began. The books in this study room were all the personal collections of the sect master. Basically, they were all inspiring books. There were usually 2 sources of cultivation techniques and martial skill books in a sect's library. One was from outside, snatched from other sects, secretly learned, or found in ancient ruins, and then put into the library for the disciples and elders of the sect to learn. One was supplied internally, That is, the martial arts techniques that the sect masters and elders had developed themselves were put into the library to form their own unique sect. Therefore, it wasn't hard to imagine that even if there were books on martial arts and techniques in the study of this sect master, they would still be semi-finished. They were still in the process of being created. If the creation was complete, they would be placed in the library. Therefore, Xianxia didn't really care. He put these books in the divine hall and took them back. Those people wouldn't be able to understand them for a while. Kid Xianxia, we have to think of a way to destroy this place. The serpent said in Xiangnian's heart, sooner or later, this sect will be dug out by the pseudo-god believers. Wouldn't it be harder for them to deal with after they obtained a powerful martial skill? Xianxia muttered to himself. Yes, but destroying the efforts of our predecessors seems to be a bit of a rebellion. The snake said, at this time, don't care about these small festivals. Is the life of the world's human beings important? Or is it the cultural treasures left behind by the ancients that are important? Great man, break it immediately. Xianxia was not an indecisive person. He nodded slightly and thought to himself, then let's do this. One is to destroy the cultural treasures of ancient civilization, the other is to destroy the survival hope of all mankind. On these two paths, Xianxia could only choose the former. The Red Lotus is here. It's not easy to move. After finding out the whereabouts of the world devastating divine lightning, sneak in and blow up this place. Xianxia quickly drew up a plan. Once he found out the whereabouts of the world devastating divine lightning, he would be able to slip away. However, there is one thing you should pay attention to. You only have half a day left. What half a day? Xianxia said. The serpent said, illusory hidden paradox. When you landed, you used it. 2.5 days have passed. Don't forget, Red Lotus has seen your true appearance. Xianxia slapped his forehead and thought to himself that he was too focused on searching for the world-exterminating divine lightning and had neglected such an important matter. The two of them packed 2 large boxes of books and brought them back to the divine hall. These books were all wrapped in fossils, and it was a relatively large project to replicate them. The Red Lotus gave the order. All the translators and masters of the mysterious Tao who were copying ancient books immediately put down the ancient books they were deciphering and began to dig for the new books they had brought back. The middle-aged man at the 4th level of heavenly tribulation was very dissatisfied. Red Lotus coldly looked at him and said, these books were all retrieved from the study of the sect master. There's no need for me to say more about how important they are, right? The middle-aged man had nothing to say, while the group of Shendao cultivators were extremely pleasantly surprised. The work of mining and deciphering began immediately. They removed all the books they had dug out from the table, replaced the books that Xianxia and the other 2 had brought back, and put them into the formation. He used his spiritual energy to explore the fossils and the specific situation of the books. Red Lotus knew that Xianxia wanted to find that kind of burning flame, so she kept a special eye on it. She ordered the Shendao cultivators to report to her alone as soon as they made any progress in the deciphering work, and they could even cross the 7 heavenly tribulation realm leaders. This was already an act of ultra vires, but the 7 of them dared to be angry and not say anything. So far, they had no way to get the Red Lotus because not only did the Red Lotus not obstruct them, it had personally brought them great results. Half a day later, Xianxia had to find a place to spend the cooldown period of the illusory hidden paradox technique. He said that he wanted to go out to get some air, but Red Lotus had to follow him no matter what. Xianxia had no choice but to say, actually, I want to find a secret place to cultivate alone. Hearing this, Red Lotus reluctantly agreed. The safest place was naturally a place that no one else could find or catch up to. Xianxia flew directly into the universe and started circling around the planet at the speed of light. He moved at the speed of light. Even if someone really discovered him by chance, it was impossible for him to catch up to his speed, let alone see his face. Xianxia used this most secure method to spend a day. The next day, after he successfully executed the illusory concealment technique, he landed again and returned to the Divine Hall. The work of deciphering was boring, and Xianxia and Red Lotus could not help, so they could only wait boredom. Because of Red Lotus orders, the decoding work on the side of the Divine Hall was proceeding at full speed. From time to time, there would be new developments, and they would immediately report to Red Lotus. For the past 3 consecutive days, there were no records related to the world-devastating divine lightning. Xianxia had no choice but to bid farewell to the Red Lotus, continue to spend a day in the universe, and only return after executing the illusory paradox again. While they were bored, the two of them stood at the excavation site of the ancient ruins and watched as the believers worked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia also drew up a plan to destroy the ruins. This sect was built according to the planets. Originally, it was intended to gather spiritual energy, but Xianxia could also use this formation to create an explosive formation. Every time, he would quietly set up a little bit, slowly accumulating more. Before leaving, activate the formation. Once the star position in the sky reaches its target, the formation hidden by Xianxia in the sect will explode. Explode this place to ashes. Another 3 days passed, and Xianxia returned after spending another day in the universe. On this day, Xianxia was chatting with Red Lotus near the ruins when the old cultivator hurriedly ran over and whispered in Red Lotus' ears. Red Lotus's eyes lit up and she said to Xianxia, "There's a clue. Hurry up and take a look." Xianxia was overjoyed, and the two immediately rushed back to the Divine Hall. Sure enough, there was a thin book on the table. The words on the book weren't any martial arts techniques, but a short description of the eternal flame. The description was almost the same as what the Great Snake had said about the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. He really found it. However, it was impossible for him to further explore the location of the eternal flame. The words he could see were just copied, and there was still a large amount of text that could not be copied. The old cultivator said, "It will take about 2 to 3 hours. Then hurry up and continue," Hong Lian urged. Xianxia couldn't wait any longer. A few days ago, he didn't feel anything, but once the whereabouts of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning were close to him, he couldn't wait anymore. However, he did not show excessive anxiety, so as not to cause others to unnecessarily read too much. Time slowly passed, and the contents of the second half of the book were constantly being copied and perfected. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to success, an intense aura fluctuation suddenly came from outside. Xianxia's heart sank as he thought to himself, "Don't let anything happen. Don't let anything happen at this critical juncture." "But what are you afraid of?" A believer ran in panic and knelt down on one knee. "Report. The people from the Holy Seas Tribunal have arrived. Please invite the Silver Special Envoy and the responsible persons to meet each other outside." Everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly put down the matters at hand and went out to respond. The 7 heavenly tribulation realm leaders laughed quietly. Xianxia's heart sank. As he walked out with Red Lotus, he asked about the significance of the tribunal. Yuan Honglian's expression was also solemn as she gave Xianxia a brief introduction. The people in the magistrate's office were the investigating agencies of the Glory sect. They were a unique existence. The believers in the magistrate's office were responsible for investigating some rebellion, espionage, and other acts related to the sect. External believers like Yuan Honglian, no matter how high their status was, would be in danger once they were targeted by the people of the tribunal. Xianxia immediately had a look in his heart. Not long ago, they had just ambushed him. In the world where the pseudo-divine star was, the people of these tribunals must be tracking down the identity of the fortune ambusher. They must have tracked him down here. As soon as everyone walked out of the temple, they saw a large group of believers standing in rows in fear, silent. Everyone's expressions were filled with panic. Right in front of them were 5 people wearing red and white striped robes. These 5 people were majestic and arrogant. Each of them possessed the 5th level of heavenly tribulation, and all of them had been blessed with divine talent. The 7 people in charge immediately knelt on one knee when they saw the people in the magistrate's office. After the 5 of them nodded their heads, they all knelt down on one knee and bowed to Red Lotus. They belonged to different organizations and had no subordinate relationship with each other, but from the perspective of Glory Sect, Red Lotus was higher than the 5 of them. "Greetings, Silver Special Envoy." Hong Lian frowned and waved her hand. Get up and talk. Thank you, Special Envoy. The 5 of them immediately stood still. Although they had just knelt down, in reality, none of them had much respect on their faces. Ordinary believers were used against outsiders to fight, invade, and so on. The people of the magistrate's office were specifically responsible for dealing with believers, and they were the main force for Glory Sect to establish internal order. Why are you here? Hong Lian asked. A disciple of the tribunal took a step forward and his gaze landed on Xianxia. Last time, a heretic ambushed the temple where Starflower was. After our investigation, we have locked onto this person. As he spoke, the person from the tribunal pointed his finger at Xianxia. Strictly speaking, Xianxia could not be considered a heretic because he did not believe in Glory God religion, but he did not join any other religion. He could only be considered an atheist. However, the people from Glory God cult were all extremely stubborn. They firmly believed that as long as they did not join Glory God cult, one strand of them would be a pagan. From this, it could be seen how paranoid and extreme these people were. Impossible, Red Lotus said angrily. Xiang, how could young Master Xiao Jun be an ambusher? Whether it was his appearance or spiritual energy fluctuations, he was completely different from the ambusher of that day. The man from the tribunal said, We looked around and found a noteworthy place. After the ambushers left, this person appeared. Lord Red Lotus, there's no need for you to hide anything. We've already visited the place he went to, and we already know that he is Xianxia. Xianxia. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they looked towards Xianxia at the same time. You are Xianxia. The 7 people in charge all glared at Xianxia fiercely, their eyes filled with hatred. They came from Saint Realm. Basically, Saint Realm martial artists had heard of Xianxia's deeds, especially the middle-aged man at the 4th stage of the heavenly tribulation. He almost lost control. He pulled out his weapon and charged towards Xianxia, but was immediately stalled by a few friends. Bastard, do you know what you've done? If it weren't for you, how could the war of annihilation have happened? He shouted angrily at Xianxia. If it wasn't for the world extermination battle, how could the 5 emperors perish? Do you know how many of us were in safe city in the eternal secret realm? Do you know how many people lost their defenses and were brutally slaughtered by the eternal beasts because of the fall of the 5 emperors? My brothers, my friends, died in that terrifying beast counterattack. You, Xianxia, you are the culprit. I'm going to scratch you. Saint Realm martial artists didn't have a good impression of Xianxia. It could even be said that they harbored deep hatred towards him. Some of the other believers were also enraged. Some pointed at Xianxia and scolded him angrily. These people had countless connections with the believers who had invaded the 5 continents world. It was obvious that the followers of the 5 continents world were almost all killed by Xianxia. The Red Lotus angrily said, Even if he is Xianxia, he can't be the person who ambushed the star god spirit that day. That person is definitely not Xianxia. The people from the tribunal took out a pair of shackles, which emitted a strange, divine light. Upon seeing the shackles, Red Lotus's expression changed. She whispered, This is a shackle blessed by the gods. Cannot be easily broken. The man from the tribunal smiled and said, As far as I know, the person who ambushed the divine hall that day left the dragon race warrior. He is a martial artist who possesses the talent of lightning veins, right? Lord Red Lotus, you personally fought with him. Hong Lian bit her lips and didn't say a word. The man added, But coincidentally, a large portion of us believers are newly added from the remnants of the 6 emperors world and from the subordinates of the 5 continents realm. Everyone knows that Xianxia possesses the divine grade lightning meridian talent. At this point, the man looked at Xianxia and said, The people who ambushed the divine hall that day possessed the divine grade lightning meridian talent. I heard that Xianxia in front of us also possessed such talent. Furthermore, the 2 of them were at the 2nd level of the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Sir Envoy, I really don't blame us for being suspicious. We have reason and evidence. I don't believe it. This can only be a coincidence. Who said that only Xianxia in the world possesses the lightning meridian innate? Hong Lian's expression changed. Even the dragon race has awakened in the present world. It is hard to guarantee that some ancient martial artists will also recover from their graves. Perhaps the one who ambushed the temple was another powerful ancient martial artist. Coincidentally, he also possesses the lightning meridian talent. Otherwise, how do you explain? Xiangnan is different from that person in appearance, spiritual energy, and astral energy. The man smiled and said, I didn't say that Xiangnan must be the ambusher. Otherwise, we don't need to ask for your instructions and can directly attack. However, we still have to do the necessary examinations. Please come with us, young Master Xiangnan. If you are innocent, we will naturally let you go. At the same time, given your outstanding battle record against the Bai dynasty, my Glory God sect will definitely give you a very high position. I'm sure that you will be above the Silver Special Envoy. You will be the first Golden Envoy in history. All of the believers were stunned. The middle-aged man at the fourth stage of the heavenly tribulation roared, This is unfair. The man from the tribunal said, It's not up to me whether it's fair or not. It's the Starflower Spirit who spoke personally about this matter. If anyone is not satisfied with Mr. Xiang Nanxiang's reward, you can go and ask the Starflower God Spirit yourself. All right, Mr. Xiang, please come with us. The man from the magistrate's office walked towards Xiangnan. He had already unlocked the shackles and was about to tie Xiangnan's hands. In fact, by this time, Red Lotus's expression had eased. She firmly believed that Xiangnan would never be a heretic who rebelled against the gods. As long as Xiangnan went to the divine hall to stand trial, he would definitely be able to prove his innocence and obtain an extremely high position. This is great. However, Xiangnan did not think so. He was very clear about what he had done. If he was captured, there would definitely be no good. Give me 2 days. Xiangnan said, In 2 days I will go with you. I still have something important to do here. Red Lotus also said, That's right. In 2 days, I will personally bring young Master Xiangnan to ask for instructions. The man in the tribunal shook his head. 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute. Red Lotus was enraged and said, I said before, he is not an ambush. The man in the tribunal narrowed his eyes and said, You don't have the final say in this matter. We must take Xiangnan away now. You don't believe me? Hong Lian's expression turned cold as she shouted, Don't tell me what your duties are. If you want to capture him now, you clearly don't believe in my judgment. Let me tell you, if I say that Xiangnan is not an ambusher, then he is not. The man in the tribunal's face turned cold. He whispered to the other 4 experts in the tribunal, Attack! How dare you arrest my men in front of me? The Red Lotus also turned hostile. She charged forward and kicked the man from the tribunal without a trace. The other 4 referees exchanged glances and shouted, Go! Everyone listen up. Capture Xiangnan. The 7 heavenly tribulation realm principles were already impatient. As soon as this order was issued, the low-level believers retreated, while the 7 responsible people swarmed over. The Red Lotus majestically pulled out its spear and swept through the army. A terrifying flame sent 11 heavenly tribulation experts flying. Although the people from the tribunal also possessed divine talent and were at the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation, they were still far from being able to fight against Red Lotus. The reason why Red Lotus was the Silver Special Envoy was because of her outstanding combat talent. In the same realm, in the same innate level competition, who was better at fighting, of course, who was more powerful. At this time, the man who was kicked flying by the Red Lotus also returned. The tribunal, 5 5th level heavenly tribulation experts, 7 3rd to 4th level heavenly tribulation experts, and a total of 12 heavenly tribulation experts surrounded Xiangnan. The Red Lotus was so strong that it surprised everyone. She had actually fought against the 12 experts alone, forcing the 12 to retreat 1 step at a time. Heavens! This woman is amazing, the big snake said in shock. She hasn't killed him yet. Young Master Xiang. Red Lotus took the time to turn around and said, Quickly go to the Divine Hall and take the translation results. Seeing that she was not in danger, Xiang Nan immediately turned into an afterimage and flashed into the temple. Seeing this, an expert from the magistrate's office quickly turned into an afterimage and chased after him. Zhang! In an instant, a battle spear descended ferociously from the sky and stood in front of the martial artist chasing after Xiang Nan. The martial artist was shocked. He quickly stood still and retreated. As soon as the spear arrived, Red Lotus still descended from the sky. She stepped on the shaft of the spear and sprinted out of the air. Her fists hit the chest of the man in the referee's office at the same time. Rumble! Two fiery fists struck the martial artist, causing him to spit out a mad mouthful of blood. He flew out and knocked the two of them away. The captain of the magistrate angrily said, "Sir Envoy, please respect yourself." Red Lotus waved her robe and shouted, "Who dares to take another step closer?" The man in the tribunal gritted his teeth angrily and said, "You are obstructing us in the performance of our official duties." Red Lotus said, "I told you I only need 2 days. 2 days? It's only 2 minutes. Once Xiang Nan leaves the horizon, where can we catch him again?" The envoy said anxiously, "You're so foolish." At this moment, Xiang Nan had already appeared in the conference hall. He stuffed the nearly translated books on the table into his bosom. At the same time, a wave of fire spread out, flattening the entire temple. Immediately after, the Red Lotus turned into a streak of fire and flew over. She grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and flew into the distance, saying, "Let's go! Chase! Hurry up and chase after me. You must not let Xiang Nan go." The martial practitioners of the tribunal shouted repeatedly, "Quickly notify the people of the other excavation grounds, and let all martial practitioners above the heavenly tribulation immediately put down their work and capture Xiang Nan with all their might." In the distance, Xiang Nan turned around to take a look and silently activated the formation in his heart. Strong rays of light shot into the sky and exploded into huge icons in the air. At the same time, rays of light shot into the sky from every excavation site in the ancient civilized world. Immediately after, the star position in the night sky also reached a specific destination. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion came from the huge excavation ground, blasting countless believers to ashes. The excavation ground was immediately razed to the ground. "If I were to bring you along, your speed wouldn't be fast enough." Xiang Nan grabbed Hong Lian's arm and immediately used the speed of light to sprint. The two of them turned into a cluster of lightning and sped into the distance. As he advanced, Xiang Nan looked ahead and said, "I have the lightning meridian talent. As you can see, I know how to move at the speed of light." The Red Lotus nodded. "Yes." Xiang Nan said, "Don't tell me you don't want to ask about my identity?" Hong Lian's expression was firm as she said, "There's no need to ask. I believe in young Master Xiang Nan. God is the greatest and most selfless person I have ever seen. And young Master Xiang Nan is the only great hero in my heart. Young Master Xiang will definitely not be the one to ambush the gods. You and the gods love this world as much as you do." Xiang Nan sighed. The Red Lotus said, "Young Master Xiang, don't worry. I believe that you and my god will get along well and will definitely be used heavily. At that time, I will prove to everyone that they were the ones who blinded their dog eyes. Let them regret it." Hong Lian was very confident. She was even willing to fight against the people of the tribunal for Xiang Nan. Moreover, she firmly believed that Xiang Nan would definitely rise to prominence in the glory sect. Let those who hated Xiang Nan go to hell. However, the more this happened, the heavier Xiang Nan's mood became. "Have you ever thought that maybe you're with the wrong person?" Xiang Nan couldn't help but softly persuade. "What if your god is not what you imagined?" "Impossible," said Red Lotus hurriedly. "The gods are selfless and fraternal. I saw them with my own eyes and experienced them with my own hands. There can't be anything wrong with them. Young Master Xiang, you must have heard a lot of rumors about heretics. Please don't believe them. Don't be bewitched by them." At this point, the Red Lotus seemed to have already looked forward to working with Xiang Nan in the future. She remembered how much the god loved Xiang Nan. Thinking of this, She was even happier than if she had made a great contribution. She smiled happily. Xiangnan's emotions were extremely complicated, and he didn't know how to deal with the relationship between himself and Red Lotus. She had obviously been brainwashed by the false gods. "Off you go," Xiangnan suddenly said. The Red Lotus asked puzzledly, "Why? Did Red Lotus do something wrong and make young Master Xiang unhappy?" "Red Lotus will definitely correct it." Xiangnan shook his head. "Follow me. It won't end well. I will implicate you." The Red Lotus smiled and said, "No, Red Lotus is willing." "Oh right. Hurry up and see how much they've deciphered. Have you found the whereabouts of that flame?" Xiangnan tried to explain the situation regarding the false gods to her. But at this time, she immediately changed the topic and stopped Xiangnan from continuing. She simply did not give Xiangnan any chance to explain. She was very sure that it was useless to say anything now. After Xiangnan truly saw the god, Xiangnan would completely awaken. Xiangnan had no choice but to take out the deciphered book and flip through it. He said, "I think I found it, but I don't know the exact location. It says that the last time I discovered the eternal flame was in a place called the Fallen Star Mountain Range. And it's about southeast of us." Hong Lian said happily, "Let's go and take a look." The two of them immediately changed directions and flew towards the southeast. At this time, a ray of light rose from the distant sky. A dozen heavenly tribulation realm martial artists flew into the air to intercept the two of them. It was the heavenly tribulation believers from another excavation site who received the order. "Don't worry, young Master Xiang. No matter what, I will help you obtain that flame. Leave this place to me." Hong Lian's expression turned cold. Without waiting for Xiangnan to speak, Red Lotus pushed Xiangnan away and rushed over with her battle spear. The strength of the dozen or so heavenly tribulation realm martial artists wasn't enough. The highest was only at the 4th level of heavenly tribulation, and the lowest was only at the 2nd level of heavenly tribulation. Red Lotus rushed forward, sweeping away the leaves in the autumn breeze, beating the heavenly tribulation believers to the point of falling flowers and flowing water. Could be seen that she still did not intend to fight with the believers. Every time she made a move, there was room for her to do so. After beating those people to the point of not being able to retaliate, she immediately pulled Xiangnan up and continued flying towards the Fallen Star Mountain Range. Along the way, the two of them encountered 7 consecutive interceptions, and each time, they were easily neutralized by the Red Lotus. This woman's strength really made Xiangnan look at her in a new light. Indeed, Xiangnan had personally witnessed how she had managed to defeat a dragon warrior who was even higher than her. Especially since this woman possessed a dual meridian divine talent, she was exceptionally powerful. At this moment, streaks of intense light shot into the air. Those strong lights exploded in the depths of the universe, forming icons. Hong Lian's expression changed as she said, "We need to speed up the process. They have already begun to seek support from the Divine Hall. When the time comes, the powerful subordinates of the Star Lord God will come and arrest him. I'm afraid that 2 fists won't be able to defeat 4 hands." Xiangnan nodded and said, "If you encounter any danger, you should immediately flee by yourself. You absolutely must not care about my safety." The Red Lotus shook her head. "Impossible," Xiangnan said angrily. "This is my only request." Red Lotus stopped talking. As the two of them were flying, they were suddenly blocked by a wave of fire. The two of them hurriedly stopped and saw a sea of fire in the distance. "Is that the Fallen Star Mountain Range?" Xiangnan looked at the book in his hand. There was a simple topographic map on the book. Although there was no exact location, it could be concluded that this was the Fallen Star Mountain Range. However, according to the literature, the Fallen Star Mountain Range should be a volcanic zone formed after the impact of meteorites. However, what he saw in front of him was actually a rolling forest of flames. All the trees were burning, as if someone had set a forest fire. Just by looking closely, a surprising scene appeared. Those forest trees weren't burned. Their normal state was burning. This was a forest of flames. Trees could set fire to themselves. Ah! Red Lotus was also stunned and said, "Why aren't these trees burnt down? Instead, it seems like the more they burn, the more vigorous they become." Xianxia said happily, "I think I found the right place. The eternal flame must be inside." But this temperature, the two of them felt extremely hot and dry just near the Fallen Star mountain range. They exchanged glances and saw the puzzlement in each other's eyes. "Let's go in and take a look." The flames above the mountain forest were the most intense, and the temperature was also the highest. As a last resort, the two of them could only land and directly enter from the ground. As soon as the two of them stepped into the forest, they entered a sea of flames. The raging flames burned their skin. The temperature was so high that it was simply unimaginable. The two of them had to work hard to resist the temperature in order to protect themselves from being burned. However, in such an environment it was still very hard. His entire body was burning hot, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia wrapped the documents in lightning power and looked at them. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that something was amiss. He said, "There are clearly records of the specific topography of the Fallen Star mountain range in this document. It means that there have been people who have come in repeatedly before. But even if the eternal flame was in this forest, it shouldn't have caused such a terrifying heat, right? Otherwise, how did our predecessors get in here? In such an environment, it would be very difficult for them to survive." The two of them moved forward in the flames every minute and every second. Everything they saw with their naked eyes was fire. "I think I know the reason," the snake said. Xianxia hurriedly asked in his heart, "How is it?" The serpent said, "Do you still remember the primordial universe? Before the universe was divided into countless parts. In a distant era, there were millions of ninth-level heavenly tribulation experts in the world. At the same time, there must be many dangerous places. The primordial universe belongs to a superplane, and its spiritual energy is extremely high. Naturally, a very dangerous place will appear. At that time, those dangerous places were equivalent to the eternal secret realm for warriors at that time, and they were as dangerous as for our modern warriors." Xianxia asked, "What's the relationship between them?" The serpent said, "You have forgotten that the primordial universe was cut into many equal parts. At the same time, those ancient dangerous places were equally divided into countless parts. All of them were separated piece by piece. It's like a steamed bun being cut into 100 pieces. Each piece is very thin." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he said, "You mean that the universe has merged once again, and those ancient dangerous places have been merged together again, reappearing in the world?" The serpent said, "It must be like this. The ancient civilization we excavated must be a second civilization. The Fallen Star mountain range was divided up during their time. It is not as terrifying as it is now. But we are now in the middle of the universe's reunion, so we have seen this scene." Xianxia nodded and said, "That makes sense." As he spoke, an even more surprising scene appeared. A 50-meter tall and 90-meter long Xiaolu was bouncing through the flames in front of the two of them. It looked quite light. Red Lotus was stunned and said, "Ah, why are there animals moving inside?" Xianxia said, "It must be an animal from this world. Having lived near the eternal flame for a long time, it has already absorbed some of the attributes of the eternal flame and is no longer afraid of the high temperature of this forest." The deeper they went, the more animals they saw. There were even some huge flying beasts circling around the tip of the flames above the forest. This scene was truly astonishing. The temperature of the flames there was so high that even Xianxia could not last long, but the animals were able to live freely. At this moment, a fierce fluctuation of astral chi also landed outside the forest. Hong Lian's expression changed as she said, "It's reinforcements. The experts under Star-Lord are approaching." "Speed up," Xianxia said. "It must be very difficult for them to adapt here. Let's go head towards the hottest place. That must be the location of the eternal flame." The two of them walked forward against the flames, but they were unable to move a single step. They walked exceptionally slowly. Under such terrifying flames, even flying became difficult, and he could only walk quickly. However, after walking for more than 10 minutes, he had to stop to rest, circulate his cultivation to recover his strength, and then continue forward. Outside the forest, hundreds of heavenly tribulation realm martial artists had already entered. These people stood together and constructed a Dipper Chi shield to defend against the burning flames, but the effect was negligible. Those flames instantly burned the Dipper Chi shield to the point of boiling hot. The shield itself burned hot, causing the temperature of the space inside to increase by a large margin. In less than half a minute, the Dipper Chi shield they had constructed was almost equivalent to a big pot that was burning red. As for the creatures that were standing inside the pot, it was obvious how uncomfortable they felt. Around the experts of the 5 tribunals, there were also 5 other men. These 5 men were all at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation. 5 heavenly tribulations 5th layer, 5 heavenly tribulations 6th layer, and hundreds of warriors below heavenly tribulations 5th layer. This was a huge amount of combat strength. On the other side, far away, Xianxia and Red Lotus supported each other as they walked forward. The more they walked, the hotter the temperature became. Be careful. Xianxia grabbed Hong Lian's arm and pulled back the step she had just taken. What's the matter? Red Lotus looked in front of her strangely. Xianxia said, You see, this is a swamp. I have seen such a place before. It is called the spatial swamp. Sure enough, the Red Lotus looked over. Under the cover of the flames, there were areas that were not too hard to see. These areas were like puddles filled with lava. The thick lava slowly rolled in the pit. Spatial swamp? Red Lotus asked curiously. Xianxia nodded and said, These swamps themselves are not terrifying, but the spatial whirlpools they form have an extremely shocking dragging force. Once they are pulled in, they will truly be powerless to return to the heavens. Furthermore, this spatial swamp is much more powerful than the one I've seen before. The 2 of them carefully circled around the swamp pit and slowly walked from a relatively dry place. Even so, judging the route was difficult. Suddenly, the Red Lotus cried out in alarm, and its entire body quickly sank. The 2 of them supported each other. Xianxia felt this way, so he hurriedly went to pull the Red Lotus. She stepped into the lava swamp with 1 foot, and half of her snow-white calves were burnt red. As for her body, it was constantly being pulled inside by the spinning space. Push! Xianxia roared. The Red Lotus had already used all her strength to suck milk. Her face was flushed red from suppression, but she was unable to escape from the swamp. No, let go. Red Lotus bit her lips and said, The gravity is too great to escape. Let go or else you will be dragged in. Xianxia said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Quick, grab my shoulder. Xianxia turned around, his back facing the Red Lotus. He placed the hands of the Red Lotus on his shoulders and said, Ready! With that, he stabbed his saber into the ground and roared, Azure Dragon, go out to sea! Xianxia used the Azure Dragon to go out to sea and frantically sprinted in the opposite direction. However, the incomparably valiant Azure Dragon's departure from the sea also slowed down. Xianxia exerted all his strength, and the lightning on his body continued to explode. Finally, the Red Lotus's body began to loosen, slowly pulling it out 1 inch at a time. Finally, the Red Lotus loosened up and fell onto Xianxia's body. The 2 of them rolled on the ground a few times before lying on the ground, looking at each other and laughing heartily. What's wrong with you? Xianxia smiled and said, Isn't he a super expert? Why did he miss? Red Lotus was also very afraid. She patted her chest and said, Then can it be the same? Fighting is not the same as exploring. Let me see if your leg is burned. Xianxia couldn't help but pull the Red Lotus's left leg over to take a look. The originally snow-white and smooth legs had already been burned to the point where their flesh and skin had disappeared. Even their muscles had been burned to a pulp, making them look extremely ferocious. Does it hurt? Xianxia asked. Red Lotus shook her head. It doesn't hurt at all. Xianxia said, Let's go. I'll carry you on my back and treat your injuries while walking. I can leave on my own. Red Lotus blushed. Xianxia said, Let you go by yourself. You may not be so lucky if you fall into it again. He forcefully carried the red lotus on his back and carefully advanced forward. Xianxia was 100 times more experienced in exploring than Red Lotus. He was meticulous and good at observing his surroundings. In an unfamiliar domain, adventure experience became even more precious than combat ability. Just as he walked out, he heard a sorrowful cry. Xianxia hurriedly quickened his pace and caught up to him. He saw a flaming horse sinking into the swamp. At this moment, the back half of the horse had sunk into the lava. It struggled with all its might, but although it wasn't afraid of fire, it couldn't escape the pull of space gravity. How pitiful, Red Lotus said. Xianxia looked at Red Lotus's left leg. It had been completely repaired by the 9 Purities Cosmos technique, but she did not ask for it. Xianxia said, "Stand here. I'll go across and wait for my instructions." He put down the Red Lotus and immediately walked around the swamp pit. He arrived directly opposite the swamp pit and said, "Come with me and release the Dipper Chi. Carry it out. This horse is not as strong as you. If you pull it forcefully, it will break its body. Come." The Red Lotus's eyes lit up and she nodded. Understood. The two of them released a strand of astral chi at the same time. The 2 strands of astral chi tangled together in the air from the other side and tied up the upper body of the horse. Afterwards, Xianxia released another bolt of lightning power, causing the lightning power to directly enter the swamp. The Red Lotus also learned to do the same. Thus, the 2 strands of Dipper Chi tied up the horse from top to bottom at the same time. Xianxia said, "Lift." The 2 of them exerted their strength together, dragging the horse down and pulling it up, slowly pulling the horse out. When the horse landed on the ground, Xianxia immediately ran over to the Red Lotus and met up. The 2 of them saw that this horse was actually pregnant. The lower half of the horse's body had been burned to the point where it almost melted the bones. "Aya!" Red Lotus exclaimed. "There's a pony!" Xianxia said, "Shoo! Keep your voice down. It's already frightened. Don't move." At this moment, the horse was constantly struggling, wanting to flee. Xianxia slowly sat beside it and gently stroked its pine fur. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll treat your wounds and you'll survive. Big Snake, communicate with it and tell it that I'm not a bad person. Calm it down," he thought to himself. As he spoke, Xianxia stroked the horse's mane with his left hand and placed his right hand on the horse's stomach, releasing the 9 Purities Cosmos technique. The first thing he had to do was to treat the little pony in his stomach. This was the most important thing. However, this scene formed an eternal scene in Red Lotus's eyes. Xianxia gently stroked the horse, his eyes filled with pity. The scene of him comforting the horse while healing it left Red Lotus dumbfounded. How could there be such a gentle man in the world? "It's fine. Don't be afraid. I will definitely save your child." Xianxia patted the horse's neck. The horse raised its head and looked at Xianxia with difficulty. Finally, it stopped struggling and slowly lay down on its back. After a few minutes, the horse's body finally recovered completely. Xianxia wiped his sweat and said, "All right, let's go. Don't come here again." The horse stood up and walked back 3 steps at a time. After a few steps, it turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. "Go, live well." Gradually, the horse disappeared into the sea of fire. "Let's go too." Xianxia looked at the Red Lotus again. She was holding her chin with both hands, tilting her head to stare at Xianxia in a daze and said, "What kind of person are you? I knew you were very kind. Under the firm heart of your martial artist, there is still a gentle heart hidden." Xianxia smiled and pulled her up. "I'm not gentle," he said. Red Lotus said, "You are as great and loving as the gods." Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia knew that his hands were stained with blood. If he died one day, he would most likely go to hell. He was not an innocent person, and he knew that. After walking forward for a full day, the temperature of the flames suddenly rose by a level. The flames in front of him had already revealed a pale blue color. It was a bright yellow flame wrapped around the heart of the blue flame. Xianxia stretched out his hand and touched it. The flames were so hot that he couldn't stand it anymore. "What should we do?" Hong Lian asked. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "I have no choice but to barge in. However, you have to listen to my arrangements. Although the temperature of the flames here is high, I wonder if it is the temperature that poses a threat to us. The most powerful thing is the spirituality within the flames. This kind of flame has spiritual energy in it. It can burn the spirituality in our bodies and disintegrate our body structure. After I enter, as long as I raise my hand, I will immediately stop using my cultivation." Hong Lian nodded. "Understood." After saying that, the two of them held hands and buried them together. A surging heat wave pounced on his face, and the temperature suddenly rose by a level, especially the spirituality in the flames, which caused a terrifying invasion of the spirituality in the human body. Xianxia could only feel the wisps of flames following his own skin texture as he drilled in and burned it. Don't exercise intensely. The more intense the movement, the faster the flames will invade. "Stop!" Xianxia waved his hand and the two of them immediately stopped at the same time. "Stop moving and force the fire out of your body." The two of them used their skills one after another. The fire energy had already drilled into the bodies of the two of them, and it even began to swim along with their meridians. Soon it would invade the spiritual sea. And this was only what happened in the short span of 10 minutes after the two of them walked in. After the two of them stopped all their movements, they used their cultivation techniques to slowly expel the fire energy from their bodies before continuing forward. Every 10 minutes, the two of them had to stop and do this. During this period of time, they encountered many different beasts. This group of beasts could actually live in such an environment, causing the two of them to be even more astonished. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts weren't too aggressive, and most of them turned a blind eye to Xianxia and the others. "It's hard to imagine," Red Lotus said. "In the oldest primordial universe, how did those martial artists explore this terrifying mountain range? Tell me, are there any treasures here?" "Probably not," Xianxia said. "This fallen star mountain range has just been merged. It hasn't been deposited for a long time. In a few tens of thousands of years, perhaps high-grade spirit herbs will be born in this place. Doesn't that mean that there are no treasures in all the dangerous areas?" The Red Lotus asked curiously. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. The area we are in has already been mined by a second-order civilized martial artist. However, I believe that there are some other super-dangerous areas that have never given birth to a second-degree civilization. After those areas were split into multiple universes, the treasures inside will remain. Without the exploitation of a second-rate civilized human, once the universe merges again, those treasures will come out again." The Red Lotus's eyes flickered with small stars. "How do you know so much? People from higher planes are just knowledgeable and knowledgeable." Xianxia smiled and said, "After traveling for a long time, I have naturally accumulated some ability to calculate." At this point, the Red Lotus's eyes lit up and she said, "Oh right, I suddenly remembered that I heard from my god that she had found a rank 10 spirit herb. 10th grade. Is there such a grade?" Xianxia asked. Red Lotus thought for a moment and recalled, "It seems that my god said that it was found in some extremely dangerous situations. However, we believers are not strong enough to enter. However, my god is immortal. He was found by the Star Lord. He entered an extremely dangerous situation and used his undying body to retrieve a rank 10 spirit herb from it. It is said that this kind of spirit herb is already of the saint rank. The saint rank pills refined from the saint rank spirit herbs can greatly increase the strength of heavenly tribulation martial artists. Many of the martial artists of those ancient times had their cultivation bases raised by saint-ranked divine pills." Xianxia said. He thought to himself, "I have the ability to revive by bathing in fire. I wonder if this is considered immortal or not." What was certain was that he wouldn't be burned to death in such a flaming environment. Once he was burned to death, he would be able to revive again. However, this was still a troublesome matter. After being burned to death, he would be resurrected. Such reincarnation would be a long process. The time wasted would be too long, and it would not be as efficient as it was now. The serpent said, "Not all the dangerous places that Star-Lord went to are places of fire." "Yes," Xianxia sighed in his heart. "It's so hot. Isn't it coming soon?" Red Lotus said with difficulty as she placed her hand in front of her. Xianxia could also feel that the temperature had risen by another level after arriving here. He looked ahead and saw that the flames in front of him had already turned into a pale blue heart of flames, turning blue. However, this blue area was not large. It was approximately circular and did not exceed 1,000 meters in diameter. "Wait a moment. I'll lift it up and take a look." Xianxia let go of the Red Lotus and climbed up into the air. When he looked down again, he was overjoyed. This round, blue area of flames was actually a burning mountain peak. It should be the core of the entire Fallen Star mountain range. The strongest temperature was emitted from the mountain peak. According to the records, the eternal flame was a place with extremely high temperatures, and few people could get close to it. Once upon a time, there was a heavenly tribulation 9th layer master who had obtained the eternal flame, the Yang flame divine lightning, but he did not have a place to store it. This type of divine lightning was basically placed wherever it was. There would be dead people. Once it was burned, one would die, and even the martial artists would not be able to resist it. In the end, the sect master had no choice but to store the eternal flame in the Fallen Star mountain range. In the following years, the martial artists of this world relied on the eternal flame to survive. They absorbed the power of this flame and also relied on this flame to refine pills. The eternal flame was simply invincible in concocting pills. The spirit of the flame was so high that it could greatly reduce the difficulty of refining pills. In fact, there had even been many times when a pill was formed from a super-grade pill. In other words, originally, they could only refine 5th-grade spirit pills with 5th-grade spirit herbs. However, with the help of the eternal flame, there was a certain chance that those spirit pills would jump to the 6th grade, or even the 7th grade when they came out of the cauldron. However, it was a pity that they could only borrow the power of the eternal flame, and no one could truly control the eternal flame. It was mentioned in the literature that if anyone could absorb and use the eternal flame, the probability of a medicinal pill jump would rise to a terrifying level when refining pills. Xianxia was naturally overjoyed. Those ancient people couldn't absorb the Yang flame divine lightning, but they could. "I found it." Xianxia landed on the ground and said to the Red Lotus, "The eternal flame is inside the mountain ahead." Back then, countless martial artists came here to worship the fire god and borrow flames. "Wait outside. Don't follow me. I'll go in and get the fire." "Can you?" Hong Lian asked worriedly. "Don't worry," Xianxia said. "Everything will be fine. I have my own ways." With that, he turned around and barged into the blue flame. This sea of blue flames was simply too terrifying. As soon as he entered, his skin began to melt. In less than a few seconds, Xianxia's flesh and blood had been burned away, leaving only his bones. Red Lotus was so frightened that her face turned pale as she screamed for Xianxia to come out. But Xianxia did not move. He lowered his head, clenched his fists, and began to resist, adapting to the flames. Gradually, the flames became compatible with Xianxia's laws. The flesh and blood he had been burned off began to revive at a visible rate. However, this process did not go smoothly. Rebirth and destruction were practically on the same side. As Xianxia was burned by the flames, he was continuously reborn in the flames. The process was extremely painful. Xianxia gnashed his teeth in pain and turned around to make a gesture to Red Lotus, which meant, "No problem." Hong Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "How powerful! To be able to survive in such a flame, you are indeed worthy of being called Young Master Xiang." Just like that, Xianxia was being destroyed, reshaped, destroyed, and reshaped as he continued to move forward. The more they walked, the higher the temperature, and the more difficult it was to endure. Fortunately, this area of flames was not long. As soon as they entered the blue sea of flames, they saw the mountain wall of the mountain peak. From this point of view, there was a cave tunnel that led straight to the interior of the mountain. It should be the Yang Flame Divine Lightning inside, the big snake said. Xianxia nodded and continued to advance with difficulty. After entering the mountain tunnel, there was no detour inside. He walked straight and soon saw the legendary Yang Flame Divine Lightning. This divine lightning wasn't in the core area of the mountain, but was close to the mountain wall. It was only 40 to 50 meters away from the entrance of the cave. It was a blue-gold ball of lightning wrapped in a thick layer of flames. The thunderball crackled, releasing a terrifying power. I found it! Xianxia stretched his body and said excitedly, I've finally found it! Right at this moment, a strong wave of Dipper Chi came from outside not far away. Coming, the serpent said. The pursuers are approaching. They will be coming soon. These damned bastards have come so quickly. There are indeed many people and great strength. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, We need to quickly suppress the power of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning so that the Red Lotus can follow suit. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately used the 9 transformations of thunder to suppress the Yang Flame Divine Lightning with a powerful cultivation technique. If he wanted to absorb such a shocking divine lightning, he wouldn't be able to completely absorb it without a day or two. Under the suppression of the 9 transformations of thunder, the Yang Flame Divine Lightning began to become restless. After a while, the fire released from the divine lightning gradually diminished. Red Lotus, the temperature of the flames has dropped a little. Hurry up and come in, Xianxia said to the recruiters. Don't barge in. Use your earth vein talent. The Red Lotus nodded and immediately transformed into a nether silver state. Then it walked in under the flames. Her cultivation realm was 3 levels higher than Xianxia's. With the addition of the divine grade earth veins nether silver, she was already able to withstand this kind of flame temperature. Very quickly, the pursuers arrived outside the area of the blue flames. At this moment, the sea of flames on the Flame Mountain Peak had been weakened by Xianxia's suppression of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning, making it much weaker and more visible. The group of believers led by the martial artists of the tribunal easily saw Xianxia and Red Lotus inside the cave. Even though the temperature of the Flame Mountain Peak had dropped by quite a bit, they did not dare to barge into it so easily. Let me test the intensity of the flames here. A 6th heavenly tribulation expert who had rushed over from the Star Lord's subordinates took a step forward and said, If I can withstand the flames here, most likely you can. After saying that, he extended his right hand into the area of the blue flames. Immediately, his expression twisted, and the flesh of his right hand, which was burned in the flames, began to melt. He hurriedly retracted his hand because of the pain. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked. The man from the tribunal asked curiously, Maki, if I remember correctly, you should be a divine grade fire vein talent, right? The 6th level heavenly tribulation man who had his right hand burned nodded and said, That's right. As a divine grade fire vein innate, your fire resistance is already extremely high. Are you actually unable to resist the temperature of this blue flame? The man from the tribunal asked in shock. It's hard to imagine how the Silver Envoy and Xianxia survived inside. The man called Imochi felt a little embarrassed and shouted, You know what? These flames are not fire attributed at all. This is clearly a type of lightning attributed power. Everyone was even more surprised when they heard this. The man from the magistrate's office said curiously, But it looks like it's clearly flames. Imochi gritted his teeth and said coldly, Do you not believe me? If you do not believe me, just try it yourself. The man from the tribunal did not continue to quarrel with him. Obviously, he did not dare to try the terrifying aspect of the flames. In the cave, Red Lotus said to Xianxia, Don't worry, I have the divine grade fire vein talent and the divine grade earth vein talent, so I can survive here. They can't barge in. Young Master Xiang, whatever you want to do, take this opportunity to do it quickly. Xianxia frowned, his heart filled with worry. Once he started absorbing the Yang Flame Divine Lightning, the Yang Flame Divine Lightning would be greatly suppressed during the absorption process. At that time, the temperature of the flames here would drop by several levels. When Xianxia absorbed the Yang Flame Divine Lightning, It happened to be the time when the group of believers could attack. The snake said, Xianxia brat, you must formulate a complete plan. Because in this kind of environment, your life is in danger. In the process of absorbing the world exterminating divine lightning, once you are disturbed and make a mistake, you may go crazy. This kind of situation can destroy your realm. Even your ability to revive after bathing in fire will be lost, and you will die completely. The other situation is that I have already observed that there are at least 10 divine water vein innate martial artists outside. These people just happen to be able to restrain your rebirth by bathing in fire. They can also really kill you. Xianxia thought, I already know this. Don't panic. Think of a way slowly. The group of believers outside were unable to get in and refused to leave. A group of several hundred people hurriedly circled around. As for Xianxia, he was thinking of a perfect plan. At this moment, one of the believers outside suddenly said, Why do we have to barge in personally? The temperature inside is also extremely high. Isn't it very unsuitable for exercise? We will directly release our dipper chi to attack them from a long distance. They will definitely be troublesome. Hearing this, Red Lotus's expression changed. She shouted, You guys are so bold. Do you even dare to kill Silver Special? The man from the tribunal sneered and said, Sir Envoy, now we have a solid reason to suspect that you have betrayed the Glory God cult. You are currently protecting the felon who ambushed our god. This kind of behavior is outrageous. Even if we kill you, my god will not blame us. Yes, that's right. Everyone shouted loudly to bolster their courage. With the words of the man from the tribunal, everyone's worries began to quickly dissipate. Mochi, do it. The man from the tribunal gave the order. Mochi, who was at the 6th stage of the heavenly tribulation, immediately took a step forward and shouted, Sir Envoy, I will give you one last chance to atone for your sins. If you escort Xianxia out now, I believe the magistrate will definitely give you a light reprimand. Otherwise, bear the consequences. The Red Lotus sneered repeatedly and said, Just you guys. Mochi nodded and said, I'm sorry. After saying that, he quickly took 2 steps back and raised his hands high. A massive amount of astral chi condensed into a 5-meter-long astral chi spear, and with a whoosh, it was thrown towards the direction of the cave. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and observed the situation of the spear. The dipper chi spear pierced through the blue flames like a bolt of bamboo, shooting towards Xianxia in the cave. Be careful. Red Lotus hurriedly flew over to protect Xianxia with her own body. Xianxia quickly stretched out his left hand and directly pressed the pouncing Red Lotus onto the ground, saying, Don't worry, he can't attack. Sure enough, as soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the dipper chi spear started to shrink rapidly under the burning flames. The spear flew smaller and smaller. When it entered the cave less than a meter away, it was completely burned by the terrifying eternal flame. Red Lotus was overjoyed and said, Great! Good. Xianxia shook his head slightly. He only had 2 choices. One was to absorb the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. At that time, the powerful enemies outside would be able to charge in. The first was to not absorb it and continue to use the Eternal Flame to resist them. However, this way Xianxia and Red Lotus would not be able to hold on for long. They stayed in the vicinity of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning for a long time, and their stamina consumption was extremely shocking. Once time was delayed long enough, their lives were in danger. What should we do? Outside, the man in the tribunal's face became serious and said, The flames here are too fierce. Even Maki, your attacks can't penetrate through them. Mochi was also very unwilling. The reason why the special envoy was able to survive inside was because she possessed a dual meridian divine talent. But why would Xianxia be able to survive in it? Not only was Mochi unwilling, the other believers were also unwilling. They thought that after possessing the divine grade talent, they already had a place in the ranks of all martial artists in the world. At the very least, they were invincible when facing no followers of the same sect. Even the proud dragons were beheaded by them. But now, their confidence had been greatly damaged, and their hearts were filled with displeasure. Xiangnan, you cowardly turtle, what kind of man are you? You're actually hiding under the protection of a woman's wings. Emochi cursed. If you're a man, come out and fight us. What? Don't you dare. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. He couldn't stand such humiliation. He had been traveling all these years. He had never seen such a formation. But now, he was insulted as a cowardly turtle hiding behind a woman, not daring to show its face. The Red Lotus hurriedly said, "Don't listen to them. They are using provocative methods. Young Master Xiang must not be tricked." Outside, when Mo-Chi saw that Xiangnan did not act, he scolded even harder. "Don't think that you are the #1 expert in martial arts just because you defeated the Bai clan dynasty. We've already heard about you. To defeat Bai He, you didn't rely on your personal strength at all. You borrowed the demon emperor's body and realm. Ha! This is ridiculous. You used other people's strength to defeat Bai He. You also have the face to brag about it. I have never seen such a shameless person before." The crowd of believers burst into laughter. Someone ridiculed, "That's right. What are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? If I can obtain the strength of the demon emperor, I can also defeat White River, and I did it better than you." Xiangnan's anger had already been aroused. He clenched his fists and his eyes were cold. A martial artist valued his dignity more than his life. This was also because Xiangnan had seen great storms before and his calmness was good enough. If someone else were to be ridiculed like this, they would probably have already yelled and gone out to fight for their lives. Mo-Chi laughed loudly. He pulled out a long saber and shouted, "Come on, Xiangnan! Aren't you the #1 genius in the Six Emperors world? Why are you so cowardly now? What kind of grandson are you pretending to be? I'm challenging you now. I'll just stand here and wait for you. Come out and fight me." What I want is passion. You have the guts. Do you have the guts to give it to me?" The believers were already laughing their heads off. One of the believers pointed at Xiangnan and said, "Io, look, Mo-Chi. Look at how you scared Xiangnan so much that he hid inside and didn't dare to say anything. Ha, Xiangnan, don't be afraid. You better hide behind Red Lotus and don't come out. We men are waiting for you outside. You have to flatter Red Lotus. You also know that it's faster for a woman to turn against her than to turn over a book. If you accidentally serve Red Lotus, then if Red Lotus leaves you, won't you be helpless?" Buzz. Xiangnan's saber trembled. The Red Lotus angrily said, "Enough! What kind of good things are you? A few hundred Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists actually have the face to let a Heavenly Tribulation second stage martial artist fight you? Are you all very honest?" "Of course we are shameless," laughed Mo-Chi. "We know that. But Xiangnan wants to be shameless, right?" Everyone laughed loudly and said, "That's right. Anyway, it was him who defeated White River, not us. We didn't pretend to be the #1 expert. What's wrong? When you encounter an enemy that you can defeat, you jump up and down and shout. When you encounter an enemy that you can't defeat, you hide and don't dare to appear. What kind of expert is this? In my opinion, Xiangnan, is clearly the #1 hypocrite in the world. A hypocrite expert." The Red Lotus's tears rolled in her eyes and she shouted, "Enough! Look at you. A group of believers who serve our God actually use such dirty language. By doing this, you are humiliating my dignity. We humiliate the dignity of the gods? That's better than you. At the very least, we are catching ambushers for our gods. What about you? You are protecting ambushers. You are inferior to us." Maki's expression turned cold. The man in the tribunal suddenly said, "Maki, I have an idea. Your astral chi is unable to reach your target, but we can help you. This way." He whispered in Mo-Chi's ear for a while. Mo-Chi nodded repeatedly and said, "All right, let's do this." Afterwards, many believers transmitted their voices to each other, and everyone listened to the plan of the man from the tribunal. Seeing this, Red Lotus frowned and said, "They don't know what they're up to. Young Master Xiang, don't be impulsive. These people are the worst. It wasn't that Xiangnan didn't dare to go out to fight. Once he rushed out, the yang flame divine lightning would immediately return to its peak condition. The first to be burned was the red lotus in the cave. At this moment, Xiangnan was in a dilemma. He could only endure. Then, the believers outside started to move. The crowd of believers lined up in a row, with Mochi standing in the middle. Mochi first threw a dipper chi spear in the direction of the cave. However, the strange thing was that the speed of the dipper chi spear was slightly slower. At the same time, the rest of the Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists began to release their dipper chi at the same time. The astral chi they released surpassed the astral chi spear and formed a small arc shield in front of the spear, wrapping the spear around it. In this way, the astral chi spear would not have to be directly burned by the flames, and would be replaced by a shield. At the same time, under the flames, the dipper chi shield also rapidly shrank. At this moment, four martial artists stepped forward and released their auras. The auras of 2 martial artists turned into shields, and the auras of 2 martial artists were stored inside the shields. After the shield was burned clean, the dipper chi inside caught up to the spear and immediately covered the shield on the surface of the spear, replenishing the shield that was about to be burned clean with brand new dipper chi power. After that, 8 martial artists stood out. The auras of 2 martial artists formed a shield, protecting the auras of 6 martial artists. When the shields were burned clean, the 6 auras inside split into 2, forming a new shield. After the second shield was burned clean, 2 more dipper chi were separated from the 4 dipper chi inside. After the third layer of shield was burned clean, the last 2 dipper chi caught up with the spear and covered the shield on the surface of the spear. Next, 10 Heavenly Tribulation martial artists stepped forward. This is a very complex, but very clever, collaborative process. In this process, the cooperation between martial artists was extremely demanding. If one link fails, it will collapse. Xiangnan saw what they had done, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, although the methods used by these people were disdainful, they were truly powerful, and they weren't just naughty people who only knew how to shout blindly. What the believers used was a progressive attack routine. Before this, Xiangnan had never seen anyone who could do this. Even the big snake couldn't help but exclaim, "Haven't these people already been brainwashed? They're actually very smart to maintain such a clear mind." Under the protection of the believers one layer at a time, the dipper chi spear finally slowly approached the cave. Seeing that, the spear was less than 5 meters away from Xiangnan. Red Lotus said, "Hurry up and dodge. This spear is very slow. You can dodge it." Xiangnan's expression changed as he said, "No, that's not their plan. Be careful." After saying that, Xiang Nanfei pounced out and directly threw the Red Lotus onto the ground, covering her with his body. At the same time, Mochi laughed coldly outside. He clenched his fists and said, "Explode!" Boom! Inside the cave, the spear was not used to pierce through Xiangnan, but exploded after Mochi shouted. An explosion of this level of dipper chi was not enough to destroy Xiangnan and Red Lotus. But the crux of the matter was that there were not only the 2 of them in the cave, there was also a yang flame divine lightning. The violent explosion of divine astral chi instantly engulfed the divine lightning. In an instant, the yang flame divine lightning stirred, and a vast amount of eternal flames leaked out. Flames swept out, engulfing Xiangnan and Red Lotus. At this moment, the yang flame divine lightning had already lost control of the 9 transformations of thunder, and the eternal flame was in its full state. In less than a third of a second, Xiangnan's entire back was burned to the ground. Another 1/3 of a second later, his entire back was burned, leaving only his ribs and organs. The intense pain caused Xiangnan to groan. He gritted his teeth and used his body to protect the Red Lotus tightly. At the same time, he circulated the 9 transformations of thunder twice to forcefully suppress the yang flame divine lightning. Red Lotus hid in Xiangnan's embrace. Looking at Xiangnan's ferocious and painful expression, her heart ached so much that tears fell down her cheeks. She grabbed Xiangnan's shoulder and choked, "Since I was young, no one has ever cared so much about my life. Young Master Xiang, Red Lotus will never let you die in vain. Move aside. I will help you withstand the flames. You can escape alone. I will self-destruct and blow them away to buy you time. Xianxia said angrily, "What nonsense are you saying? Don't interfere with my train of thought now. Neither of us can die." The flames in the cave threatened not only Xianxia and the others, but also the believers outside. Raging flames burst out of the cave. However, those believers had already fled far away. They were very clear about the consequences of their actions and were prepared to retreat. In the cave, Xianxia supported the ground with one hand and used his body to block the red lotus. His left hand quickly turned to the yang flame divine lightning and shouted, "9 transformations of thunder. Calm down." The power of the 9 transformations of thunder surged out, continuously covering the furious yang flame divine lightning. Finally, the divine lightning gradually stabilized, and in the end, it was suppressed again. Xianxia rolled over and lay on the ground, panting heavily. His back was pressed against the boiling ground, and it was a burning pain. "Young Master Xiang, you're back," Red Lotus said in shock. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "I can heal myself. Don't worry about me. Quickly circulate your cultivation technique to resist the temperature." Red Lotus hurriedly crossed her legs and circulated her cultivation technique to resist the invasion of fire energy. Xianxia adjusted his breathing slightly, then sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his meridians. When the explosion happened just now, he was maintaining the 9 transformations of thunder. When he was suddenly attacked by the explosion, he was really close to becoming enchanted. Fortunately, his divine grade lightning meridian talent was strong enough. If it were the two of them, even if the heavenly lightning martial king had personally come, he would probably have gone astray. Xianxia slowly recuperated his inner breath and put the 9 transformations of thunder back on track. However, he knew that this was not the way. Those believers would still come back. Sure enough, in less than a minute, many believers returned and saw Xianxia sitting in the cave. "That's impossible. How could they survive if they were swallowed up by that fireball at close range?" Maki said angrily. "The magnitude of the explosion must not be large enough. This time we will try to release 2 astral chi spears." The man from the referee's office said, "But in this way, we will have to consume twice as many people to protect your astral chi. We don't have enough manpower, because warriors below the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation are simply useless." There were many of them, but not many of them were above the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation. A martial artist below this realm would not be able to release enough Dipper Chi to stay in the flames for too long. The moment they entered, they would be burned to ashes. "A few more?" Mochi asked. The man from the tribunal said, "If we were to double the number, we would still be lacking 2 or more heavenly tribulation 4th layer martial artists." Mochi gritted his teeth and shouted, "It doesn't matter. I'll do it myself. I'll release 4 strands of astral chi at the same time, 2 as long spears and 2 as shields." The man in the magistrate's office said, "Can you hold on?" Mochi said, "No problem. Come on." The man nodded and said, "As long as you can hold on, let's begin. We will escort you." Inside the cave, Xianxia sighed. If 2 Dipper Chi spears really entered, he would really not be able to withstand it. "Miss Red Lotus, the 2 of us are at stake. Our lives are at stake. I have a plan that requires your cooperation." The Red Lotus said, "Say it. I will cooperate with you." Xianxia said, "From now on, I want to absorb the power of this fireball. But when I absorb it, the fireball will be in an absolutely suppressed state, and the flames will be greatly weakened. At that time, they can directly barge in. I hope that during this period of time, you can stop them and buy me some time." Red Lotus nodded heavily. "All right, you can do it." Xianxia originally didn't want to implicate Red Lotus, much less drag Red Lotus into the water, causing her to completely disagree with the believers. But now there was no other choice. There were 2 paths in front of him. One was death, the other was desperation. Xianxia took a deep breath and immediately changed the usage of the 9 transformations of thunder, from suppressing the Yang Flame Divine Lightning to absorbing the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. In an instant, the Yang Flame Divine Lightning suddenly dimmed down. A thin strand of eternal flame separated from the surface of the divine lightning and attacked towards Xiangnan. With a wave of his right hand, Xiangnan wrapped the eternal flame around his arm and began to absorb it. However, as a result, the temperature of the entire mountain had plummeted more than a dozen times. The mountain that was so hot that it couldn't be approached immediately cooled down. The believers outside were just about to continue attacking, but when they saw that the mountain was cooling down, they were all dumbfounded. "My God! How did you do it?" Mochi's expression changed drastically. Xiangnan was actually able to suppress the yang flame divine lightning to such a large extent. This action caused a serious sense of defeat to many believers. However, this sense of defeat made them hate Xiangnan even more. Kill him at all costs. As long as he's alive, we won't have a good life," Mochi roared. Everyone also roared loudly as they each picked up their weapons and charged into the cave. At this moment, whether Xiangnan had really ambushed Great God Starflower or not was no longer important. Whether he did it or not, it was impossible for these believers to let him live. Just as they were rushing inside, the red lotus in the cave also stood up. She lifted the spear on the ground with one kick and quickly grabbed the spear shaft with one hand. This movement was very capable and unrestrained, extremely heroic. "Come on! With me here, you can't touch a hair of young Master Xiang." The red lotus's eyes turned cold as it suddenly turned into a ball of fire and charged out. Boom! When the other party all rushed to the entrance of the cave, the red lotus turned into a flame and rushed out. The two sides immediately had a fierce collision. After the collision, the opponent's martial artists who were facing the red lotus were all knocked flying backwards. As for the red lotus herself, she was knocked back crazily into the cave. Her feet firmly grabbed onto the ground, but she drew 2 deep gullies on the ground and continued to shoot backwards. She was worried that if she bumped into Xiangnan, she would immediately make a decision and insert the spear deeply into the ground. Chi! His feet grabbed the ground forcefully, and the spear cut a deep, long rift in the ground. Finally, her speed of retreat began to slow down, and when she lightly touched Xiangnan's back, she completely stopped. The red lotus kicked up her spear and grabbed it before rushing out again. Her deadlock was much shorter than those believers outside. When she charged out, those believers had only just stabilized their bodies. Boom! Boom! The red lotus battle spear swept across, causing 2 loud explosions of flames to sweep away the believers. Many believers rushed forward, but none of them could defeat Red Lotus. Among the 5 Heavenly Tribulation 6th layer disciples, Star-Lord's subordinates were the only ones who could fight against Red Lotus. The rest of them, all martial artists below the 5th level of Heavenly Tribulation, wouldn't even be able to make it past 2 moves in Red Lotus hands, and would be blasted to the point of spitting out blood. "You can't fight like this," the man from the tribunal shouted. "We can't take her down if we fight on our own. Everyone, obey the orders and set up the formation. All Earth Vein martial artists at the 3rd level of Heavenly Street and above, step out." Instantly, the 16 Heavenly Tribulation 3rd layer and 4 Heavenly Tribulation 4th layer Earth Vein martial practitioners shouted in unison and took a step forward. At the same time, the 5 6th Heavenly Tribulation Star-Lord subordinates were responsible for pestering the Red Lotus and buying time for the rest of the believers. The man from the tribunal shouted, "Earth-veined martial cultivator, condense the nether silver body. Take the main damage for the first row." These 20 divine grade Earth Vein martial artists roared in anger, their bodies shining with light as they all condensed nether silver skin. Heavenly Tribulation 3rd layer Earth Vein martial artists happened to be the threshold to summon Netherworld Silver. The man from the tribunal shouted, "All 3rd level Heavenly Street Water Vein martial artists and above are ranked 2nd. Use water elemental energy to protect Earth Vein martial artists, defend against the attacks of their envoys, and cool them down." In an instant, dozens of water vein martial artists stood behind the earth vein martial artists and wrapped the earth vein martial artists with dense water elemental energy. The water veins did not conflict with the earth veins, and at the same time it could weaken the Red Lotus, whose main attack power was the fire veins. The man from the tribunal said in an orderly manner, All the Wind Meridian martial artists are in the third row, blessing the first 2 rows of martial artists and increasing the speed of releasing astral chi. Many wind vein martial artists immediately entered the third row. They released wind elemental energy one after another, allowing the earth vein and water vein martial artists in the first 2 rows to increase their speed of releasing astral chi by a large margin. This increase in wind attributes was accompanied by the speed at which a martial skill could be unleashed. The man from the tribunal shouted, "All the wood vein martial artists are in the last row. Heal the first 3 rows of martial artists and recover from their injuries." Many wood vein martial artists stood at the end and threw out a green light. The green light enveloped the first few rows of martial artists. At this point, a perfect squad that could gain from each other was formed. In terms of divine talent, Xianxia had never seen such a formation before. Because a talent below divine grade wasn't so heaven-defying towards elemental perception, using wood vein, wind vein, and water vein martial artists as aids would be a waste of resources, and the gains weren't worth the losses. However, the divine grade was different. Wind, water, and earth innate martial artists completely abandoned their combat duties and concentrated on providing assistance to the earth vein and fire vein martial artists in front of them. In this way, the combat strength of the entire squad had reached a terrifying level. Mo-Chi, come back. The man from the tribunal summoned Mo-Chi's group of 5 and said, "Formation, advance. Our tribunal's people, fight against your Star Lord's people. 10 people from the left and right. Move forward as a formation. Charge." Boom! Groups of martial artists rumbled as they charged towards the Red Lotus. Hong Lian's expression changed. She hurriedly took a few steps back and shouted, "Falling stars? Go Tianhua." Who? A huge flame hooked from left to right. The flames directly hit the earth vein martial artists in the first row. Each of these martial artists had nether silver bodies, and they actually forcefully endured the destructive power of the Gaudian fire. At the same time, the water elemental energy of divine grade water vein martial artists began to frantically counteract the heavenly flame on earth vein martial artists, lightening their burden. As for the wind vein martial artists, they allowed the earth vein martial artists to release their earth elemental strength and astral chi faster. A group of nether silver martial artists held on to the Gaudian flame. Not only did they not retreat, they were slowly advancing. However, these earth vein martial artists were still constantly injured. The nether silver on their bodies was not enough to completely neutralize the attacks of the Red Lotus. As a result, the last row of wood vein martial artists also played their role. Large amounts of green light of life repaired the wounded parts of those earth vein martial artists at any moment. Red Lotus released 4 consecutive rays of heaven hook flames and bombarded the nether silver martial cultivator's body. These 20 martial artists were as strong as steel, and they all endured it. In the cave, Xianxia's expression was solemn. After using his divine talent, the pseudo-god believers knew how to maximize the advantages of this talent. Unable to break through the enemy's defenses, the Red Lotus flew through the sky, preparing to start with the last row of wood vein martial artists. At this time, Star-Lord's subordinates and the experts of the magistrate flew into the air to intercept the Red Lotus. Red Lotus swept across the 3 6th level heavenly tribulation martial artists with a single spear, sending them flying. When Mo-Chi found an opportunity to bully her, he placed a palm on Red Lotus's lower abdomen. Clang! Red Lotus's nether silver body was also struck with a shallow palm print. Attack! The man from the tribunal shouted loudly. In the front row, 20 nether silver earth vein martial practitioners flew into the sky, each of them holding a spear in their hands. Pa 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 pa. 20 spears formed a circle from all directions and pressed down on Red Lotus's shoulder at the same time. Under the pressure of the 20 nether silver martial cultivators, the Red Lotus continued to sink. She roared angrily as her palm swept the spear back and forth. Clang 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 clang. The 20 nether silver martial cultivators were continuously shot, protected by the water veins, and healed by the wood veins. Finally, Red Lotus couldn't hold on any longer and was pushed back to the ground by 20 people. The Red Lotus shouted and unleashed an unprecedented amount of fire power. Boom! A large tornado of fire spread out. Waterline martial artist. The man from the tribunal shouted. Many water-vein martial artists leapt into the sky, and vast amounts of water elemental energy fell down like a downpour. Before the Red Lotus could hit the earth-vein martial artist, it had been weakened by nearly half of its destructive power by the water element. After such a ring of fire struck an earth-vein martial artist, its power was greatly reduced. Although those earth-vein martial artists weren't as powerful as the Red Lotus, they were able to forcefully resist this move with their weakened fire rings and nether silver bodies. At the same time, 5 6th-level Heavenly Tribulation martial artists attacked one after another. Clang, 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 clang. The 5 of them simultaneously exerted their palm power. 5 violent palms of Dipper Chi struck Red Lotus's chest, back, shoulders, waist, and neck. Pooh! The Red Lotus spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. This time he was going to take his own life. The spears of the 20 nether silver martial cultivators were still pressing down on Red Lotus's shoulders. The Red Lotus's body was slightly unstable, but it was crushed to the ground by 20 spears. 20 spears retracted at the same time. He instantly pushed it back. These spears were originally all pressing down on Red Lotus's shoulders. When they were withdrawn, Red Lotus struggled to stand up. However, the spears quickly pressed back, pressing down on Hong Lian's shoulders, back, legs, and arms. 20 nether silver warriors pressed down on her at the same time, making it difficult for her to move at all. Good opportunity. Kill her, the man roared. 5 tribunals, 5th-level Heavenly Tribulation martial artists. 5 Star Lord subordinates were Heavenly Tribulation's 6th-layer martial artists. These 10 people found the right opportunity and raised their hands to condense their martial skills. The man from the referee's office shouted, "Referee, break through the defenses. Concentrate your martial skills together and break through the 55 centimeters of nether silver in the heart of the Red Lotus. Star-Lord subordinates, attack and kill. Give me a fatal blow." After saying that, the 5 experts of the tribunal simultaneously released their fierce martial arts, the meteorite skyfire. 5 rays of fire descended from the sky, but all of them struck the same spot on Red Lotus's body. It was precisely the back of her heart. No matter how strong the Red Lotus's defense was, it would not be able to withstand such an attack. For a moment, the nether silver on her back was immediately left with a small gap of 55 centimeters square. However, this time, her nether silver skin hadn't been completely shattered, and it was only half a centimeter deep. The defense hasn't been completely broken yet. Come again. The man in the magistrate's office ordered in an orderly manner. Rumble, 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 rumble. Another 5 sky flames descended. Once again, they accurately hit the nether silver in the heart of the Red Lotus. The nether silver was knocked off another half a centimeter deep, and the fragments of the nether silver flew everywhere. Red Lotus was beaten to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again. Rumble, 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 rumble. Skyfire descended again and again, blasting away half a centimeter of nether silver each time. Only 4 times, 2 centimeters of nether silver skin had been pierced through, revealing the snow-white true skin in Red Lotus's body. Do it again. The man from the tribunal immediately calmed Emochi and the others down and launched another heavenly fire strike. Because Red Lotus possessed a dual meridian divine talent, her recovery speed was astonishing. The snow-white skin that she had just exposed was quickly covered by a layer of bright silver, and nether silver was repairing itself. Boom! The 5 raging flames finally blasted apart the nether silver defense that the Red Lotus was repairing. Attack! The man from the tribunal shouted. The 5 experts of the 6th level of Heavenly Tribulation were already eager to try. Seeing this, the 5 of them raised their right hands and drew down the 6th level of martial arts Heavenly Tribulation, the meteor skyfire. These 5 rays of heavenly flames were aimed directly at Red Lotus's white and tender skin. Beneath his skin was his heart. The Red Lotus's life was hanging on the line. At this critical moment, a thunderous explosion could be heard from within the sea of flames. A spiral-shaped finger force suddenly shot over, piercing through 5 of the 20 spears that were suppressing Red Lotus on the spot. The 5 spears were instantly pierced through, and at the same time, the finger force struck another earth vein believer. The power of a finger pierced through the first earth vein martial artist, entering from his chest, shooting out from behind, piercing through the second martial artist, entering from his chest, shooting out from behind, piercing through the third, fourth, and fifth martial artist. All 5 martial artists had their stomachs pierced through. The force that was completely pierced through sent him flying. At the same time that the finger force attacked, a bolt of lightning shot over. The 5 spears lost their oppressive power, and the red lotus was flashed by the lightning, disappearing along with the man and the weapon. It's Xianxia. When the man in the tribunal sensed the lightning power, he knew that it was definitely Xianxia. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the cave, only to see Xianxia and Hong Lian meditating cross-legged in the cave. They wanted to rush in, but it was no longer possible. The temperature on the volcano had once again returned to its high temperature. With their bodies, they could no longer forcefully break through. "How are you doing?" Xianxia pressed down on Hong Lian's shoulder with one hand and used the 9 purities cosmos technique to treat her injuries. Red Lotus ignored her injuries and hurriedly asked, "Have you finished absorbing it?" As she spoke, she glanced at the Yang Flame Divine Lightning and knew the answer in her heart. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I have only absorbed a small portion of it. Before I can completely absorb it, I can only give up temporarily." Red Lotus said guiltily, "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for my uselessness, how could it have delayed young Master Xiang's plan?" Xianxia frowned and said, "What did you say? You went all out to buy me time. Can I blame you for not buying me enough time?" Red Lotus blushed and said, I just want to do more for you." Xianxia said, "I'm already very grateful to you. Although I haven't completely absorbed this fireball, I've absorbed 1/5 of it. I'll just continue absorbing it later." "Haven't you failed?" Red Lotus was overjoyed. "Of course not," Xianxia said. "Those that have already been sucked into my body will become mine. There are still 4/5 left. However, those people outside are indeed very strong." Xianxia looked out with a serious expression. "Those 5 earth vein martial artists were hit by my revolving light finger. They should have been shredded into pieces by the finger power, but because their defenses were too strong, they only left bloody holes in their bodies. Indeed, outside, the 5 earth vein martial practitioners were already meditating cross-legged, using their cultivation techniques to heal their injuries. At the same time, there were also wood vein martial practitioners helping them heal their wounds. "That's because your realm isn't enough," Red Lotus said. "The realms of the 5 of them are all higher than yours. It's already very surprising that you can pierce through their bodies, let alone pierce through 5 of them at once. You earth vein martial artist who has hit the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation at the 2nd level of the heavenly tribulation should not even be able to break through their defenses." "That's normal." Xianxia nodded his head and said, "This kind of finger power of mine was instantly comprehended between life and death, and its power is quite decent. It's a pity that you don't have my talent. Otherwise, I'll pass it on to you directly." Red Lotus said happily, "I'm not afraid. When I bring you back, Great God Starflower will definitely be extremely happy. Perhaps he will grant me a 3rd divine talent." Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. He thought to himself that it was probably impossible. He had personally witnessed Xing Duo bestow the 2nd divine grade talent on the Red Lotus. The awakening of the 2nd divine grade talent belonged to the awakened Red Lotus's minor cultivation talent, and it consumed an incomparably large amount of Xing Duo. A martial artist has a variety of talents, including major and minor. Awakening a major's talent into a divine grade was relatively simple, but awakening a minor cultivator into a divine grade was much harder. Another type of awakening was secondary cultivation. The consumption of Starflower was unimaginable. With Starflower's current cultivation level, it was unlikely that she would be able to do so. The serpent said, "Brat Xianxia, if you think about it like this, the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians still have a huge advantage. If this Red Lotus had the heavenly spirit 5 meridians, wouldn't the Starflower pseudo-god have awakened her 5 divine gifts? It would have been easy for her to awaken every single one of them. Xianxia thought to himself, yes, this is also a great fortune to be celebrated. In the entire world, only Xianxia and I possess the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. Now that Xianxia is dead, it can be considered as eliminating the root of the curse. When the pseudo-god first appeared, everyone's cognition collapsed. He even thought that the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, 3 meridians, and 2 meridians weren't important. With a wave of his hand, he could give believers divine grade talent, heavenly spirit 5 meridians talent, and so on. However, after Xianxia personally witnessed the false god blessing the believers, he knew that the foundation of a martial artist's talent was still very important. If he was a believer, he would only need to receive 5 blessings from Xingduo, and then he would have the divine spirit 5 meridians. My God! The big snake shouted. Xianxia was shocked and said, "What are you shouting at?" The serpent roared, "Remnants of the Bai clan. I know. The fake gods will definitely think of a way to sneak attack the new world of the Maelstrom. Among the remnants of the Bai clan, martial artists of the heaven rank 2, 3, and 4 veins are all caught one by one. Now that these people are imprisoned in the slums, they are naturally trash. But if they are captured by the false god, wouldn't that be terrible?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly understood what Big Snake meant. That's right, if the false gods can catch the remaining Bai clan sins, then a large number of martial artists with 3 or 4 divine meridians will appear. At the same time, the universe, a place, a world. A few black shadows flashed across the bustling human streets. On the 2nd floor of the restaurant across the street sat a handsome man who was holding a glass of wine and preparing to drink. When the black shadows flashed past, he smiled and said, "We've finally arrived," after saying that this person disappeared from the spot. Human city, the outskirts of the city. For black shadows suddenly flashed out of the city and turned into 4 female demons. The 4 of them knelt on one knee before a male demon. Judging from its appearance, the male demon was at the Realm Master level, a rank 8 demon that belonged to the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Its specific realm was Heavenly Tribulation 4th layer. "Did you find it?" the Demon Race Realm Master asked. The 4 female demons shook their heads and said, "Reporting to the Realm Master, this place is not a gathering place for believers. Only a demigod sculpture has been found." The Realm Master nodded and said, "Looks like there is no Master God sculpture in this realm. Retreat and continue to investigate in the next human world." As soon as he finished speaking, the Realm Master turned into an afterimage and flew into the sky. However, the moment he took off, a white and tender right hand suddenly appeared and gently pressed down on the Realm Master's shoulder. The powerful Realm Master's charge was easily suppressed by that hand. "Who is it?" The Realm Master's expression changed slightly. His feet were firmly pressed to the ground, and he struggled to break free from the pressure of his right hand. However, that floating right hand was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to shake it at all. The Realm Master suddenly looked over and saw a man with a smile but not a smile standing in front of him. As for this man, he had sharp ears and was only at the 1st level of Heavenly Tribulation. False God! The Realm Master's heart sank. The 4 female demons had already rushed forward, transforming into 4 streaks of black light and attacking the pseudo-god. The pseudo-god smiled and said, "The radiance of the stars dares to compete with the blazing sun." However, seeing him snap his fingers, a tyrannical force appeared out of thin air. 4 female demons were charging forward and exploding at the same time. The 4 martial saint-level female demons were killed by some unknown method even if they died. The Realm Master's eyes turned cold as he roared and threw a punch at the pseudo-god. "Heh! That's reckless." The pseudo-god smiled and stretched out a finger to gently resist the Realm Master's fierce fist, saying, "Earth." The heavy punch was completely suppressed, unable to advance any further. "Do you know that I have 5 divine gifts? These 5 gifts do not exist independently and do not interfere with each other. Instead, they can benefit from each other. My finger uses the Earth Vein Divine Grade as its main defensive power, Wood Veins as its regenerative power, Water Veins as its endurance, wind veins as its speed of releasing divine power, and fire veins as its explosive power. It seems like a simple finger, but it contains the blessings of 5 divine talents. How can you defeat me? The Realm Master roared. He retracted his fist and hugged the pseudo-god's neck with both of his hands, smashing his head heavily towards the pseudo-god's head. The pseudo-gods didn't dodge much. They only used the power of the first level of heavenly tribulation, but they also used their heads to face it. Clang! Their heads collided at the same time. The Realm Master was like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed out of his mouth and he flew backwards. The pseudo-god's expression did not change. He smiled and slid forward. While the Realm Master was still flying backwards, he had already surpassed the Realm Master. He pressed down on the Realm Master's chest with one hand and pressed his pong sound onto the ground. He was unable to move. Speak! The fake god licked his lips and said, "Where's your base camp?" The Realm Master laughed loudly and didn't say a word. The pseudo-deity said, "Say it. Don't suffer any more." As he spoke, he suddenly pulled back his right palm and turned it into a gesture of a tiger's claw. 5 fingernails easily pierced through the Realm Master's skin. Black blood had already surged out. The Realm Master's face turned pale with pain, but he still refused to speak. The pseudo-god said, "Where are the Bai clan members you captured earlier? Are they in your base camp?" The Realm Master finally opened his mouth and said, "If you want to kill, then kill. How can there be so much nonsense? Kill? I'm reluctant to kill you." The pseudo-god said, "It was not easy to wait for a rabbit to catch a high-level demon like you. If you don't tell me now, I'm not afraid either. I have plenty of ways to make you speak." After saying that, the pseudo-god raised his left hand. Then, his left hand transformed into an illusory image and stabbed down. Pooh! The Realm Master's left shoulder was easily pierced through by the false god with a saber in his hand. Immediately afterwards, the false god hand moved extremely fast, quickly turning into afterimages. Poo-poo-poo. Realm Master's left and right shoulders, left and right elbows, wrists, crotches, left and right knees, 2 ankles, and 2 collarbones were all shattered by the pseudo-gods. All the parts of the Realm Master that could move were crippled. The pseudo-god nodded and flew towards the distant universe with the half-dead Realm Master in his hand. TSK, you descendants of the Moyo race are rampaging around my territory, searching for information everywhere. Do you really think that our god race will turn a blind eye to them? The ring was an emerald green, azure planet with no signs of human activity. Rays of light descended and transformed into powerful martial artists. Among these martial artists, there were Yuan Meng, Xiao Jun, and Lan Tian, as well as more than 100 other martial artists. Xiao Jun took out a small mirror and looked at his handsome appearance. Is the information about the demons correct? Is there really an extremely dangerous situation here? He said. Blue Sky said, I heard so. It is said that there will be 10th grade spirit herbs in super dangerous situations. We need to dig further. The sacred domain is already under the control of the pseudo-god. We cannot obtain the sacred spirit stones. However, if we cannot obtain the 10th grade spirit herbs, we will truly be forced into a desperate situation. Ancient Civilized World Number 3, Fallen Star Mountain Range. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked outside the cave. Outside, the group of pseudo-god believers had also used up a lot of their strength after fighting the Red Lotus. They were currently meditating cross-legged and circulating their cultivation techniques. On the one hand, it was to recover their strength. On the other hand, after the intense battle just now, a lot of fire had invaded their bodies, and they had to force it out. Xianxia said, in this sea of fire world, their recovery speed is not fast enough, but it won't take much time. I'm afraid that in another 10 minutes, they'll be able to live again. I must continue to absorb it. Red Lotus said, is it my illusion? Why do I feel that the flames are a little weaker than before? Xianxia nodded and said, it's not an illusion, because I absorbed the power of the eternal flame. It only has 4/5 of its power left. In the next few days, as I absorb it, The power of the eternal flame will gradually weaken until I completely absorb the fireball. It can be said that our situation is getting more and more dangerous. Under normal conditions, the eternal flame was impossible for the believers to enter. They had to use the method of progressive protection of astral chi to throw astral chi into the cave to blow up Xiangnan. However, this natural barrier, the protective umbrella, was about to slowly disappear as Xiangnan absorbed it. Xiangnan said, "Take advantage of the fact that they haven't completely recovered yet. Red Lotus, I'll teach you a few moves. Remember them well, and we'll break their attacks later. I'm wearing this set of yours. It's called Sea of Bitterness and Limitless. Damn it! I've already seen your previous battle. The power that they pose the greatest threat to you is those 20 divine grade earth veins martial practitioners. Therefore, what I am imparting to you is called the primordial art. This martial skill is extremely complicated. How much you can learn depends entirely on your fortune." After saying that, Xiangnan whispered to Red Lotus the incantation of a primordial art. Hearing this, the Red Lotus immediately sat down cross-legged and secretly circulated her cultivation. Xiangnan kept on talking, constantly pointing at her, and she kept on practicing. The more he practiced, the more he felt his heart skip a beat. This kind of martial skills incantation was simply too complicated. Compared to the martial skills that Xiangnan taught her, the martial skills that she had learned before were basically pediatric. It took Xiangnan 4 minutes to finish this chant. He didn't speak at the speed of an ordinary person, but rather at a very fast speed. Ordinary people simply couldn't hear him clearly. The Red Lotus's expression changed drastically as she said, "This incantation actually has so many words." Xiangnan said, "This is not a complete primordial art, but a technique specifically aimed at those 20 earth vein martial artists. As a whole, it only accounts for less than 1/50th of the total length of the complete primordial art." Hearing this, Red Lotus's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Xiangnan quickly said, "Don't ask. You don't have much time. Hurry up and cultivate. What I can tell you is that you absolutely cannot complete this short break. Practice as much as you can." Red Lotus stopped speaking and began to concentrate on her cultivation. 1/50th of this primordial art made her heart skip a beat. She only felt that this kind of martial skill was like the boundless starry river, endless. When Xiangnan was in China, he didn't have nothing to do. During that plain period of time, he thought about the second half of the Sea of Misery every day, breaking moves. Slowly, this kind of profound martial skill was also thoroughly comprehended by him. After more than 10 minutes, the believers outside stood up again. Under the guidance of the man from the tribunal, everyone began to attack again. It was still led by Mo Chi, who condensed 2 astral chi spears, while the others were responsible for protecting the astral chi spears. Xiangnan said, "They're going to attack. How much have they trained?" Hong Lian opened her eyes and said, "I only practiced less than 1% of the incantation you gave me. It's really too difficult to practice." "There's no time left," Xiangnan said. 1% can be of some use." Hong Lian nodded and said, "You can start. I'll buy you time." With that, she picked up her spear and strode out of the cave. Seeing Red Lotus come out, Mo Chi and the others gave up the Dipper Chi spear and quickly gathered their formation. After the Red Lotus left, Xiangnan immediately began to absorb the Yang Flame Divine Lightning twice. He wrapped around a strand of eternal flame and used it as a guide. Afterwards, he continuously absorbed more flames from the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. Outside the cave, the Red Lotus was already facing off against many believers. "Envoy, aren't you sober?" The man in the referee's office's expression was cold as he said, "If you continue to persist in your mistakes, we will definitely make a vicious move." Hong Lian sneered and said, "What you said is really nice. Could it be that you were merciful to me just now?" The man said angrily, "We are working for our God. This is a rebellious act." Red Lotus was also enraged. She pointed at the cave behind her and shouted, "Look clearly. It's Xiangnan. If I bring him back to my God, how much glory will it add to our glory God sect? You bunch of bastards. Do Do you not understand which is more important? I am the one who is doing my best to serve my God, but you are all trying to obstruct me. It is clear that you are going to rebel. What are you talking about? Maki shouted. This woman is obsessed. Kill her. My God won't blame us. Go! Roar! The martial artists roared and pressed down on the Red Lotus. The 5 earthen vein martial practitioners who had been injured by Xianxia had now completely recovered, and they had received new battle spears from the other believers. It was still the same as before. 20 earth vein martial artists acted as the main defenders and charged towards the Red Lotus at the same time. Red Lotus thought about the incantation of the primordial art in her heart and became a living horse doctor. She took a step forward and condensed her astral chi onto the battle spear, slapping down on an earth vein martial artist. In his heart, he shouted, "Break move primordial art." Dipper chi flowed through his meridians in a specific way, forming a method to break through the primordial arts. When this spear landed on the earth vein martial artist's nether silver protective skin, it immediately worked. With a shocking appearance, the Dipper chi began to rapidly disintegrate the earth elemental energy within the earth vein martial artist's body. At that moment, the nether silver on their bodies began to dim. Effective! Red Lotus was overjoyed. How? The expressions of many believers changed drastically. Roar! The 20 earth element martial artists couldn't hold back any longer. They roared and jumped together, smashing the 20 spears onto Red Lotus's shoulders. Falling star Gautian fire. Red Lotus retreated for a walk and released a wave of heavenly flame. And within the Gautian fire, there was still the breaking skill attribute of the primordial scripture. Clang! The arc-shaped flames attacked from the right, simultaneously holding the spears of 20 earth element martial artists. The last time she did this, she was simply unable to stop the other party, and would be immediately disintegrated by the other party. But this time, the situation had completely changed. Those 20 spears were actually unable to crush the Gautian fire after suppressing it. 20 people desperately suppressed the Gautian fire, but they were unable to suppress it in the slightest. The Red Lotus risked her life to lift them up, but she was unable to carry the 20 martial artists back. The two sides were stuck in a stalemate. The other party could no longer suppress the Red Lotus, but the Red Lotus could not repel the other party. The 5 6th level Heavenly Tribulation experts couldn't wait any longer when they saw this. Don't wait any longer. She doesn't know how to increase her combat strength. Let's attack ahead of time. The 5 5th level Heavenly Tribulation Masters immediately circled behind Red Lotus and launched an attack, attempting to break through her nether silver defense. The Red Lotus roared and its body exploded. Boom! A terrifying wave of fire flew out, and the entire team was actually sent flying backwards on the ground. After the suppressive power of the earth vein martial artists was restrained, the defensive power of the entire team was weakened. Once she got out of the stalemate, she immediately swept her spear. Bang bang! The 2 martial practitioners of the tribunal were struck by the spear at their waist. Blood sprayed out of their mouths and they fell away. Clang! Clang! Star-Lord's subordinates couldn't wait any longer. The 5 of them rushed forward and were forced back by Red Lotus. However, the other 3's palms struck her back at the same time. Red Lotus was beaten so hard that she rushed forward and spat out a mouthful of blood. The earth element martial artists who were heading towards her took the opportunity to press their spears onto her shoulders. Breaking style. Red Lotus's body trembled, and the earth element martial artists' spears instantly lost a bit of their strength. With this, Red Lotus bent down and drilled out from below the spear formation. She opened and closed her eyes wide, striking a dragon leaping up and down like a tiger. Many believers swarmed forward, continuously trying to suppress her. In this battle, Red Lotus was constantly injured, as well as the enemy. However, the last row of wooden martial artists really killed Red Lotus. After the Red Lotus was injured, there was no time to use cultivation techniques to heal her injuries. However, once the believers in the front row were injured, they would immediately be treated by the last row of earth element martial artists. Red Lotus had no chance of winning such a battle. She was getting weaker and weaker, but the opponent still maintained his peak combat strength. Finally, the Red Lotus's stamina was exhausted, and 5 earth element martial artists grabbed onto its shoulders and pressed it onto the ground. At this moment, the other 15 earth element martial artists also rushed forward and used their spears to suppress the other parts of Red Lotus's body. "Break the defense!" Emochi roared. The man from the tribunal immediately rushed forward and began to release the heavenly flame. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck again. Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, the Red Lotus had been rescued by Xianxia back into the cave. "How are you doing?" Xianxia asked. Red Lotus said happily, "It's much better than last time. Last time, I didn't have any way to deal with those earth element martial artists, but this time I was able to hold on for a long time. I'll continue practicing." Xianxia frowned and said, "Hurry up and recover. In this round of battle, your physical strength is much more exhausted than in the previous round. Restore your strength first, then practice the primordial art." Red Lotus shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter to me. If I waste time recovering my strength, I won't have the chance to cultivate the primordial art." Xianxia was helpless and didn't have any other good methods. As such, the believers outside recovered their strength, while Red Lotus continued to cultivate with all her injuries. Xianxia took the opportunity to treat her injuries. The injuries weren't a big problem, but stamina was a big problem. It depends on which point to give up. After more than 10 minutes, if he used it to recover his strength, the primordial art would not be able to improve. If one cultivated the primordial art, one would be unable to recover their strength. Xianxia was also unable to tell Red Lotus what was more suitable for her to focus on. Outside, the man from the magistrate's office asked curiously, "Maki, do you feel that the eternal flame in front of you seems to be a little weak?" Emochi hugged his shoulders and said, "Well, I had this feeling last time, but it wasn't obvious. I can confirm it this time." Xianxia absorbed another fifth of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning for the second time, leaving only 3/5 of its power left. As a result, the flames surrounding the mountain became even weaker. 10 minutes later, many believers were ready to launch a strong attack. Red Lotus had no choice but to fight again. Xianxia suppressed the Yang Flame Divine Lightning and began to absorb it. At the same time, after the Red Lotus left Xianxia's protection, the eternal flame was weakened and she was able to walk out of the cave. Very quickly, the two sides fought again. 20 Earth Vein martial artists' role in the Red Lotus was once again weakened. After the two sides fought, the Red Lotus was rescued by Xianxia, and the two sides stopped fighting again. However, Red Lotus was still unable to defeat the opponent. Unless she thoroughly learned the primordial arts and was able to truly disintegrate the defenses of Earth Vein martial artists, she would only be able to relieve herself of the burden of battle. But her condition was getting worse. The martial artists outside were a group of people who were beating her up. Their physical strength was not serious. They only needed to expel the fire energy in their bodies. Red Lotus, on the other hand, had fewer enemies and consumed tens of times more stamina than the enemy. This time, the third time she was rescued by Xianxia, she was already out of breath, and she was almost unable to hold on to her combat spear steadily. "Restore your strength," Xianxia said. The Red Lotus had no other choice but to use her precious time to recover her strength and give up cultivating the primordial art. But this way, she had consumed too much energy before and could not recover completely at one time, but she could not even practice the primordial arts. 10 minutes later, she had no choice but to go out and fight. But this time, he was in a sorry state. The other party had already figured out her methods and knew that her main target was the group of Earth Vein martial artists. In this way, the believers immediately changed their formations, allowing the Earth Vein martial artists to transform from the main attack to the main defense. Earth Vein martial artists no longer took the initiative to suppress the Red Lotus. They were only used to protect the martial artists in the back row. Meanwhile, the martial artists in the back row no longer focused on supplementing them. They poured all their wind, wood, and water energy into the experts of the 5th level of Heavenly Tribulation in the Magistracy and the 5th level of Heavenly Tribulation under Star-Lord. These people mainly used fire veins. Red Lotus's primordial art was ineffective against them. The amount of time it took for Red Lotus to survive this battle was rapidly reduced. In addition, his stamina was exhausted, and he was quickly beaten to the point where his entire body was covered in bruises. Xianxia had no choice but to interrupt her absorption and save her back to the cave. As for Xianxia, he hadn't even absorbed a fifth of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning this time. After resting for a while, the Red Lotus attacked again within 10 minutes. This time, Red Lotus only lasted for less than 10 minutes before she was defeated and beaten back. Together, Xianxia had only absorbed 1/5 of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. In total, he had absorbed 3/5 of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning, leaving 2/5 left. However, the Red Lotus was no longer able to do so. She lay on the ground, and the wounds on her body no longer healed automatically. She had to rely on Xianxia's 9 Purities Cosmos technique. Her stamina had been greatly depleted, and her release of astral chi had also been restricted. Whether it was the speed of release or the strength of astral chi, it had decreased. "Stop fighting," Xianxia said. "If you go out again, you will be beaten to death." Honglian weakly shook her head and said, "No, I have to buy you time. You don't owe me. You're not worth it," Xianxia said. The Red Lotus faintly smiled and said, "Whether it's worth it or not, I know in my heart. Kid Xianxia, they're coming in." The big snake suddenly reminded. The eternal flame only had 2/5 of its strength left. The believers outside did not even need to wait for more than 10 minutes before launching a strong attack. Naimochi tried to touch the blue flames with his hand. He discovered that his skin was still melting, but the rate of melting had slowed down a lot. He was extremely surprised and shouted, "Hurry, everyone. Condense the Dipper Chi spear and project it into the cave. These flames are no longer enough to burn our astral chi. Young Master Xiang, those who do great things don't stick to small details. Someone must help you expand your territory and protect you with your life." The Red Lotus's eyes flashed with a wisp of determination, and she said, "Young Master Xiang, those who do great things don't stick to small details. You must have someone to help you expand your territory and protect you thoroughly with your life. Yuan Honglian, I am willing to be your stepping stone for your glorious achievements." After saying that, Red Lotus grabbed her spear and rushed out. "Come back," Xianxia shouted. However, Red Lotus was determined to help Xianxia and refused to let go no matter what. Xianxia felt the pain of a needle piercing through his heart. He discovered that he had sunk deeper and deeper. The background he had concealed had actually become such a huge burden. He really didn't want to hide anything from Red Lotus anymore, but he didn't know if telling the truth would hurt her even more. Xianxia believed that his actions were worthy of shame. He firmly believed that he was right. He was resisting the pseudo-gods and seeking a way out for all mankind. However, the problem was that Red Lotus' trust in the false god was also unshakable. Previously, Xianxia's idea was to slowly find an opportunity to slowly change Red Lotus's view of the pseudo-god. At that time, she would understand if Xianxia could tell the truth. But now there was no such time. "You're courting death." When Mochi saw the scarred Red Lotus rushing out again, he shouted loudly and commanded the followers to chase after the Red Lotus again. At this moment, Yuan Honglian no longer had any ability to wound the enemy. She even gave up the chance to attack. All she did was delay. They only defended, dodged, and didn't attack. They could drag it out as long as they wanted. However, it was extremely difficult to defend perfectly against hundreds of players at a time. She was constantly injured in the chaotic battles. Skyfire! The man in the tribunal jumped up high and landed a flame on the Red Lotus's back. Red Lotus stabbed her spear into the ground, firmly supporting her body. She was smashed to the waist by the Skyfire. At this time, Mochi and his 2 subordinates surrounded her from the left and right, and 2 bullets hit her calves. The Red Lotus was also tough. Not only did she not pull out the spear that was inserted into her calf, she twisted her legs and forcefully twisted the 2 spears. Mochi's 2 subordinates were immediately thrown away. Following that, Red Lotus stepped forward and punched Mochi on the face, sending him crashing to the ground. She wanted to chase after Mochi and stab the spear in her hand into his face. At this moment, 3 experts from the tribunal had already walked around. 2 of them hugged the back of Red Lotus and 1 of them hugged her arm. Mochi floated up from the ground and dodged Red Lotus' spear. He raised his leg high and chopped down, shooting down the spear in Red Lotus' hand. Pong! Mochi succeeded in his kick, and then took a step forward, hitting Red Lotus in the stomach with his heavy palm, leaving a deep dent in its nether-silver stomach. Red Lotus coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. Mochi was still following closely like the wind. His right hand was the tiger claw, grabbing Red Lotus's left shoulder. His left hand was the knife, and his hand sliced into Red Lotus's neck. All of this, an ordinary 5th-level heavenly tribulation cultivator would definitely be knocked unconscious. The Red Lotus's defense was astonishing, but it was slightly tilted. Mochi chased after her again. Before Red Lotus could launch a counterattack, he knocked her stomach with his knees. Then, he held her head with both hands and twisted her hard. The Red Lotus spiraled into the air, and 10 Earth Elemental martial artists jumped down from high above, fiercely slapping 10 spears on Red Lotus' back at the same time. Pooh! The Red Lotus coughed out a large mouthful of blood and was slapped down. Below, Mochi joined the 3 of them, and the man from the tribunal joined the 4 of them. The 7 of them held their hands together at the same time and condensed their common astral chi into a long astral chi spear that stood on the ground and faced the sky. When the Red Lotus fell, it was bound to pierce through the spear. In such an extreme environment, she actually forcefully twisted her waist with the help of her waist force. Her body rotated and wiped the Dipper Chi spear, and she turned down against the body of the spear. Skyfire! The man from the tribunal raised his hands high and shouted the word, Heavenly Fire. The rolling Red Lotus slammed into the man's chest with its palm. Pooh! The man in the magistrate's office was immediately beaten until 3 or 4 of his ribs were broken, and he was sent flying backwards. Damn it! Why does she still have the strength to fight? Mochi's face turned red with anger. In addition, 10 Earth Vein martial artists on the ground stepped forward. 10 spears covered the Red Lotus in all directions. It was as if she was caught in 5 pairs of chopsticks, unable to escape. Falling stars, soaring flames. The Red Lotus bit through the tip of its tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, increasing the strength of its Dipper Chi to 12%. Boom! The powerful heavenly flame was smashed to the ground by her delicately. That enormous backlash caused her to rush up and break free from the restraints of an earth element martial artist. Moreover, before the explosive period of Dipper Chi had even passed, swinging her hand was like 2 heavenly flames. The 2 Gaudian flames attacked from the left and right, wrapping around 10 earth element martial artists and pushing them together. Pew-pew. The 10 earth element martial artists spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, more than 20 wind-type martial artists rushed forward. 13 of them waved their fierce winds to blow away the Red Lotus, while the other 10 took the opportunity to drag the earth-type martial artists back to their camp. Afterwards, the wooden martial artists quickly healed their injuries. At the same time that the Red Lotus was blown away, Mochi had already stabbed at the back of the Red Lotus with a spear. The Red Lotus forcefully flipped over and threw the spear out. The spear hit Mochi's spear, sending him flying. Then, the Red Lotus followed suit and slashed the spear with a battle axe, blasting Mochi to the ground from high up in the air. Boom! Powerful shockwaves surrounded the crater that Mochi had exploded into, spraying in all directions. Many believers were dumbfounded, their scalps numb. This is a dying woman, should she have the ability to fight? There were hundreds of heavenly tribulation realm martial artists, some focused on defense, some focused on support, and some focused on attack. There was nothing they could do with a single Red Lotus. Until now, both sides had suffered injuries to each other. This was truly a one-on-one battle against 100. Moreover, it was several hundred. Mochi lay dejectedly in the crater. He covered his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Silver Envoy, you are indeed no small matter. No wonder Lord Star Lord personally wore a silver crown for her." After the red lotus landed on the ground, she reached out to grab her spear. However, just as she took a step forward, her body tilted and she fell to the ground abruptly. She was actually unable to even stand firmly. Several experts from the tribunal took the opportunity to rush into the crater and drag Mochi out. Damn it! The man in the referee's office covered his ribs that were broken by Red Lotus and said unwillingly, "It's a pity that we only know 1 or 2 Dao-grade martial skills back and forth. If she could grasp a few more, her Red Lotus would definitely not be able to last until now." Maki said fairly, "If we could master a few more, she would definitely learn them with her status." At that time, it was really hard to say whether we would win or lose. It's not like we have to win. Hearing this, the man in the referee's office's expression turned ruthless, but he was unable to refute it. Mochi shouted, "Would element martial artists open fire, cover all aspects of the treatment?" As soon as he finished speaking, an emerald green light sprinkled down from the sky. It was a rain of green light, so strong. The serpent exclaimed, "This Red Lotus has such a high combat talent. It's truly impressive." Even when Bai Wudao was alive, he was at most similar to Red Lotus. Bai Wudao was already considered an outstanding battle genius, but Red Lotus was not inferior to him. Xianxia thought, "Unfortunately, Hong Lian's basic talent is not outstanding enough. Otherwise, she would definitely be the prime candidate for the Golden Special Envoy." Red Lotus's battle talent was still above the black-green bamboo, and she was on par with Bai Wudao. However, no matter how talented she was in battle, she was unable to return to her former self. Not only did the opponent compete with her, but it also consumed more energy. How could she, alone, be able to defeat the blessings of dozens of heavenly tribulation would vain martial artists? The rain of emerald green light poured down from the sky, bathing all the followers of the pseudo-god realm in it. The key was that a divine grade would vain martial cultivator could accurately control his healing ability, allowing any drop of green light rain to accurately avoid the Red Lotus in the chaotic crowd. The believers were bathed in the rain of light, and their injuries quickly healed. However, there were still water-type martial artists. In the rain of light, the green component was the wood element's healing power, and the water droplet itself was the water element martial artist's recovery power. Wood element healing, water element restoring endurance. That is, stamina. Mochi and the others quickly recovered from their injuries, and their stamina continued to rise. Only Red Lotus could not get any help. She turned around and looked at Xianxia in the cave. Her eyes were shining brightly. However, after seeing her forcefully supporting her body and shakily grabbing her spear, she held her breath in her stomach and crashed into him with a big charge. Boom! This time, the flames exploded, knocking the 7 earth element martial artists and the 22 wind element martial artists flying backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Red Lotus quickly raised her hands high to welcome the green rain of light. The rain of light in this small area was originally meant to fall on those believers, but when the believers were knocked away by the Red Lotus, a portion of the rain of light fell on her body. "Quick! Adjust the angle. Don't let her get caught in the raindrops." As Mochi shouted, he rushed towards the Red Lotus and used Tai Shan to knock the Red Lotus back a few steps. "Are you all recovered? If you have the strength, continue fighting." Mochi cursed angrily. The group of martial artists were still enjoying the process of recovery. After hearing Mochi's shout, they all gritted their teeth and rushed towards Red Lotus with their weapons. A new round of fierce battles had begun. The most important thing was that the Red Lotus had only enjoyed a dozen drops of light rain, and the recovery of its injuries and stamina was very limited. She was finally unable to withstand it. After 3 consecutive rounds of fierce attacks from the enemy, her physical strength was exhausted and she entered a period of severe weakness. Pong! Mochi found the right opportunity and kicked Red Lotus and her gun away. The Red Lotus landed heavily on the mountain wall, leaving fine cracks on the sturdy mountain peak that had been burned by the eternal flame for countless years. The Red Lotus bounced back and landed on the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. However, Xianxia could tell that at this moment, Red Lotus was still unwilling to kill the believers. She had several chances to kill the believers, but she was merciful. Deep down in her heart, she was still unwilling to slaughter the believers of the gods. She did not think that they were wrong, and she was also right. The problem between the two sides was only caused by a misunderstanding. As long as the gods could accept Xianxia, the misunderstanding would naturally be resolved. Xianxia could tell that no matter what, it was impossible for her to kill those believers. Even if she was killed herself, she was unwilling to betray the gods. She staggered back to her feet, grabbing her gun and shouting, "Come on! Again!" But at this moment her tottering body began to change. However, the nether silver on her body was gradually fading away. Seeing this, the man in the tribunal was overjoyed and said, "She has entered the weakened stage. She is almost unable to summon the netherworld silver." Extreme weakness was causing the red lotus to disconnect from the distant nether silver. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to hold on. However, the bright silver color on her body became dimmer and dimmer. From bright silver to dark silver, it even degenerated into lead. Following that, the nether silver completely disappeared and transformed into nether iron. At this moment, the believers were inspired by this. They raised their weapons and shouted loudly, their morale full. The reason why Red Lotus was able to fight against so many experts until now without dying was largely due to her powerful divine earth vein talent and nether silver. Now, even this little bit of life-saving defense was gone. Mochi bore the brunt. He grabbed the spear and rushed towards Red Lotus, saying, "This spear will take your life." In the cave, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He patted the ground with his right hand and shouted, "Go!" Whoosh! The nightmare saber rushed out and transformed into a straight ray of light that landed directly in front of Red Lotus. Immediately after, the nightmare saber instantly melted into nether silver and wrapped around Red Lotus, forming a pair of nether silver armor. Clang! Mochi's spear hit nether silver, and the spear was aimed at Red Lotus's heart. Unfortunately, the netherworld silver armor was not summoned by Red Lotus, and she did not enjoy the blessing of her divine earth vein talent. This armor was pure nether silver, and could only rely on the strength of nether silver itself. At most, this kind of strength could only withstand the attacks of Heavenly Tribulation 3rd stage martial artists. However, Mochi was actually at the 6th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. The spear went down and pierced through the nether silver armor. The tip of the spear was about an inch long, piercing through Red Lotus' chest. When Mochi pulled out his spear, a blood arrow shot out from Red Lotus's chest. Chi! Ha! This nether silver is not able to withstand a single blow. Mochi's expression was ferocious as he drew out his spear. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and brought the Red Lotus back to the cave. There is still 1/5 of the Yang Flame Divine Lightning left to absorb, the big snake said quickly. Xianxia placed the Red Lotus flat on the ground. This time, he interrupted his absorption, causing the Yang Flame Divine Lightning to erupt with flame power again. However, at this time, the flames were only 1/5 as powerful as the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. "Quickly, let me out." Red Lotus lay on the ground, blood flowing out of her mouth. However, she stubbornly said, "I can still cough. I can still hold on for a while longer. Young Master Xiang, don't worry about me." Xianxia did not say anything, but remained silent. He placed his right hand on Hong Lian's stomach to treat her injuries. "If you want to die, then die together." Xianxia's eyes flashed with determination. The snake said, "Looks like it's going to end badly this time. In this distant 3rd civilized world, we simply cannot wait for reinforcements." The problem was that it was impossible for Xianxia to erupt with any combat strength right now, and it was even worse than before he absorbed the Yang Flame Divine Lightning. The situation was that Xianxia continuously absorbed the Yang Flame Divine Lightning and forcibly interrupted it many times. As a result, the power of divine lightning in his body was restless and in a state of chaos. Once a fierce battle broke out, he would go berserk, following in the footsteps of the Thunder Martial King and die. It wasn't that Xianxia hadn't done this before. He had also absorbed a small amount of the power of the divine lightning many times, and even a world-exterminating divine lightning was absorbed 7 or 8 times. But at that time, it was completely different from now. Back then, when he did that, every time he absorbed it, he would slowly recuperate and stabilize himself. But here, every time he forcefully interrupted his absorption, he would immediately save Red Lotus, and there was no chance to adjust his breathing. Outside, however, the group of believers were already preparing to launch their final assault on the cave. Young Master Xianxia, Red Lotus said anxiously. Xianxia sighed and said, "You've done enough for me. In the end, let me protect you." With that, Xianxia stretched out his right hand, and the nether-silver armor on the Red Lotus immediately condensed into a giant saber. Xianxia stood with his saber in hand, dragging the huge saber along as he walked towards the entrance of the cave step by step. Every time Xianxia took a step, the yang flame divine lightning in his spiritual sea would stir restlessly. Every time he was agitated, Xiangxia's blood and qi would surge, and his face would turn incomparably red. "Kid Xianxia," the serpent said anxiously, "you can't act recklessly. You must at least use the 9 transformations of thunder to regulate your breathing for a while before you can participate in the battle. You look like a ghost now. Before the enemy can kill you, you will go crazy yourself." Xianxia took a deep breath and did not reply. He walked step by step to the entrance of the cave and pointed the huge saber at the enemy, saying, "If you want to enter, first step over my corpse." The Red Lotus looked at Xianxia's back and said, "Young Master Xiang, if you still have the strength, find an opportunity to escape. The death of Red Lotus is not to be cherished. We cannot drag down young Master Xiang's future." At this point, she actually smiled. She looked at Xianxia's back and longed. Red Lotus knows that one day, young Master Xiang will become an existence above everyone else. That day, the sun will also pale for you, and the heavens and the earth will be nothing in front of you. Red Lotus looks forward to that day. "That will be my last wish." Xianxia said angrily, "Bullshit. This daddy never cares about the future. In this daddy's eyes, human life is more important than anything else." Honglian, listen carefully. If you think of me, Xianxia, as someone who can sacrifice his companions in exchange for self-interest, you really look down on me. If that's the case, don't mention it again. Red Lotus was stunned by Xianxia's scolding and was stunned. Outside, Emochi shouted, "All right, Xianxia, if you dare to stand out in front of that woman at this moment, I respect you as a man. Don't worry, I will give you the dignity of a man. I will definitely kill you before killing Red Lotus. Brothers, go." Many believers released their Dipper Chi shields and stared at the raging flames as they charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia also tightened his grip on the giant saber, preparing to take a final risk. At this moment, a huge ball of lightning suddenly shot over from afar. The ball of lightning flew hundreds of kilometers away, piercing through countless giant trees and directly exploding in front of Emochi and the others. The terrifying lightning wave sent all the believers flying. "What?" Xianxia was shocked. Everyone looked towards the rear, only to see an incomparably large black figure rumbling towards them from within the forest fire that was soaring into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the black shadow pounced into the sky and pounced over from the top of the tree that pierced through the clouds, sticking to the top of the forest. "It's him." Xianxia's pupils shrank. It was the ferocious beast that knew how to use the power of lightning. It was the big guy that Xianxia had shot down when he first arrived in this world. But something's wrong. Its lightning power isn't that strong. Xianxia hurriedly looked at the ferocious beast's back. Above the primordial ferocious beast's head was an identical ferocious beast. However, this ferocious beast was much smaller, at most 30 meters long and less than 10 meters tall. However, this thing was completely wrapped in lightning. That powerful aura was already a primordial beast at the heavenly tribulation realm. At this moment, the small lightning giant opened its mouth and spat out a thunderball. "Defense!" Maki had just shouted when the thunderball exploded in the crowd. But this time, Everyone was prepared and protected their bodies. The thunderball blossomed in the crowd, but it only caused these experts with divine talent to slide 3 to 5 meters backwards from the explosion. But then, an astonishing scene appeared. The little ferocious beast jumped up. It stretched out its limbs and tail. It was like a lightning net with webbed feet, connecting its limbs and tail. Immediately afterwards, this thing sucked in a mouthful of air, and then it spat madly at the ground. Poo 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 poo. One thunderball after another, continuously exploded down. Rumble, 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 rumble. The ground was swept into a sea of lightning. The believers were blown up in all directions, rolling up and down in the lightning waves. So fierce, Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Quick! Form an array and defend. The man from the tribunal shouted. Many believers immediately gathered together. 20 earth-vein martial artists stood at the forefront, forming a human wall. Behind them, all of the believers were assisting the 20 martial artists. Rumble, 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 rumble. The lightning balls continuously smashed into the bodies of 20 earth element martial artists, and they were all intercepted. However, those earth element martial artists were relying on numerous auxiliary forces and didn't retreat a single step, resisting all of them. Shoot that monster down, the man shouted. Mochi tossed the spear away. This wasn't even considered. He had just tossed out the spear when his entire body charged towards the spear. Boom! However, seeing Mochi's violent swing of his leg, he directly kicked the end of the spear. The spear was kicked and shot out, turning into a streak of light. Chi! That streak of light easily pierced through the chin of the giant primordial beast and pierced out from above its head. This spear carried a vast amount of astral chi. The astral chi attached to the spear shattered the head of the primordial beast. Ah! That monster! Xianxia's eyes turned red when he saw this. Hurry! Kid Xianxia! Hurry up and absorb the divine lightning. Don't waste time. They're stalling for you. Hurry up! The big snake shouted. Xianxia also knew that if he stared blankly, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Only by absorbing the Yang Flame Divine Lightning would he be able to play his role. He decisively rushed back to the cave and sat down cross-legged, immediately beginning the final stage of absorption. In the sky, the small ferocious beast let out a sorrowful sob and lay on the head of the big ferocious beast that had been blown apart. Using its head, it rubbed against the head of the big ferocious beast. However, the head of that ferocious beast had already been shattered. Only the lower half was left, looking desolate and miserable. Good opportunity. Mochi waved his hand and said, "Let's attack together." The other 4 people under Star-Lord also threw out their spears and kicked the end of the spear. The 4 spears were kicked into a streak of light and shot towards the little ferocious beast. The little ferocious beast dodged left and right in the sky, and spears flew past its body with tremendous danger. After these spears flew out, they immediately turned around and returned to the hands of the believers. They then shot the spears out again. No one dared to kill that ferocious beast at close range, fearing that killing it would result in a lightning explosion with serious consequences. Instead, it would implicate them as well. Long-range attacks became the best way to assassinate that ferocious beast. The 5 experts had already made it difficult for the ferocious beast to endure, so it took a lot of effort to dodge them. At this moment, even the 5 experts from the magistrate's office had made their move. These people also threw spears one after another. For a moment, 10 spears aimed at the little ferocious beast, continuously shuttling. Pooh! Finally, a long spear pierced through the little ferocious beast's left hind paw. Immediately after, 3 long spears pierced through the little ferocious beast's front claws and tail. Take it down in one fell swoop, the man from the magistrate's office shouted. Everyone recalled their spears at the same time and threw them at the little ferocious beast. At this moment, a boundless face suddenly appeared in the clouds in the sky. That face came crashing down from the sky, causing the rolling black clouds to scatter in all directions. That giant face was actually a snake. It was a big snake. The snake's scales were fiery red, like burning flames. On its head, there were two things that looked like dragon horns, but they weren't horns. They were more like scales protruding out from both sides of its head. The giant snake opened its mouth and the fiery red letter shot out like lightning, wrapping around the little ferocious beast and pulling it back to the snake's mouth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 10 spears arrived soon after, just in time to miss. The giant snake opened its mouth and spat out the little ferocious beast. At the same time, the giant snake finally revealed its true body. It was actually a 10,000-meter-long giant python that was tumbling through the clouds. As it rolled, Xianxia saw a small white dot floating on the python's back through the mountain with his lightning-like eyes. "It's that rare little white seal?" the great snake asked curiously. The little seal's expression was resolute as it flapped its wings. Both of its hands were still holding a fruit that had been chewed on. However, he raised his short, fat hands and pointed downwards at Mochi and the others. Following that, massive amounts of wild beasts tumbled down from the python's body. Little black dots that covered the sky fell down and entered the forest of flames. More and more black dots appeared, getting closer and closer and getting bigger and bigger. Xianxia's eyes turned red with emotion. The ferocious beasts sprinkled down like a shower, surrounding the entire mountain peak. Large numbers of ferocious beasts of all shapes and sizes attacked Mochi and the others with deadly force. Mochi's eyes reddened as he roared, "How can thousands of beasts contend against my divine grade innate martial cultivator? Kill!" 20 Earth-Vein martial artists took the lead in soaring into the sky. These 20 people were absolutely undisadvantageous. They jumped onto the heads of the ferocious beasts, followed by a bright silver punch. With a punch, the heads of the ferocious beasts were blasted apart. After all, there were very few ferocious characters like the small ferocious beasts that spat out thunderballs, and a large number of ferocious beasts were slightly inferior. In the hands of hundreds of divine-grade martial artists, these beasts that had spent countless years in peace were simply unable to withstand a single blow. They did not even have rich combat experience. The scene immediately reversed. It was a one-sided massacre. Beasts of kindness and innocence died tragically under the slaughter of the believers. "Stop! Stop!" Xianxia roared hysterically, his eyes almost bleeding. In the sky, the sounds of the savage beasts being slaughtered, their skulls being smashed by their fists, and their cries of sorrow resembled that of a human purgatory. A bright red rain of blood poured down. Boom! 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 The corpses of ferocious beasts that had died miserably in the air fell like rain. These corpses kept falling on the ground, on the mountains, in the forest. They were using their lives to buy time for Xianxia. Why is this happening? Xianxia's teeth were almost bleeding. Is there anyone stupider and kinder than them? He had clearly not done anything for them, but they were actually willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Never seen it. Xianxia, who had been in Jianghu for many years, had never seen such a scene before. "Quick! Hurry up! Hurry up! Oh!" Xianxia frantically circulated the 9 transformations of thunder. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his entire face turned red. He only wanted to quickly absorb it, quickly recover his combat strength, and quickly save those kind-hearted ferocious beasts. They didn't do anything, they never took the initiative to attack humans, they just wanted to protect their peaceful homeland. Even in the face of invaders, they were willing to light up the humans with their warmest hearts. When the little seal saw Xianxia for the first time, it kindly handed over the fruit to Xianxia. However, what welcomed these kind-hearted wild beasts was not the smile of humans, but the cold butcher's knife. For the sake of entertainment and entertainment, humans cruelly slaughtered them for 100 years, skinning them and extracting their bones. Their corpses were casually dumped on the wilderness, allowing them to be exposed to the sun. They were actually so stupid that when they were slaughtered by humans, there was a human willing to help them and save them, so they were willing to use their lives to protect this person. How could this be? Xianxia's heart ached to the point of dripping blood. He wished those ferocious beasts wouldn't come to save him, even if they hated him. "Stop! Stop!" Xianxia roared. No one listened to him. In the sky, the group of believers were laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. These damned beasts. I've long since seen them displeasing to the eye. Kill all of them. Not a single one of them is left. They are not worthy to possess such a beautiful world. The middle-aged man in the excavation yard looked up and smiled. He was bathed in a rain of blood and his whole body was dyed red. Seeing that the ferocious beasts weren't strong enough, Mochi led a group of believers around and rushed towards the cave where Xianxia was. Not good, the big snake cried out in alarm. Right at this moment, rumble, 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 a one-eyed gorilla rushed over from afar. The gorilla was 100 meters tall. It jumped up and covered the entrance of the cave. It left its back to the enemy and blocked the cave with its chest. Scratch it for me! Mochi roared as he was the first to charge forward and stabbed the gorilla's back with his spear. The auras of the martial artists were wildly shooting at the gorilla's back, exploding wildly. However, the gorilla firmly hugged the mountain wall with both of its hands. Its back was badly blown up, but its expression was incomparably resolute, without the slightest bit of pain. It bent down slightly and followed the cave to look at Xianxia inside. The gorilla's expression was solemn as it stubbornly pouted its lips and nodded at Xianxia. Xianxia burst into tears and shouted, "Idiot! Get out of the way! Don't block it, you will die!" Pooh! Several strands of dipper chi finally shattered the gorilla's entire body cavity. From the bloody hole in the gorilla's chest, Xianxia saw the faces of the group of sinister laughing believers outside. Once the gorilla died, Mochi led his followers to rush up again. However, at this moment, another gorilla rushed up from nowhere and lay directly on the corpse of the dead gorilla, still using its body to protect the cave. Mochi and the others were extremely annoyed and shouted, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill!" This second gorilla was immediately blasted to pieces. They didn't know how to fight. He didn't know how to use his own strength and how to fight back against humans, so he could only use the methods they could think of to protect Xianxia. When the corpses of the two gorillas were blasted into pieces and the cave was completely exposed, a group of flaming horses galloped over from afar. These horses were like waves of flames, knocking away the believers. "Bastard, stop!" Mochi was galloped into the distance by a horse. He raised his right hand angrily and chopped the horse's head into pieces with a single palm. He had just landed when another horse blocked him and continued to sprint into the distance. The group of martial artists were swept away by the horses. As they were pushed away, they were constantly slaughtered. The heads of the horses were beaten to pieces, leaving behind the corpses of the horses along the way. The little white seal also came down. It led a large group of strange, ferocious beasts to guard the entrance of the cave. It flapped its wings and flew into the cave. It tilted its head and looked at Xianxia, revealing a personified smile. Xianxia's tears rolled down his cheeks and he said, "Let's go, let's go. Don't worry about me. I am a human, have you seen clearly? The person who slaughtered you is a human, and I am also one of them." The little seal didn't know if it understood Xianxia's words. It twisted its chubby body and gently placed the fruit that it and Xianxia had bitten beside Xianxia. He patted the ground with his chubby little hand, signaling for Xianxia to lie down and sleep. Perhaps in his eyes, Xianxia was the same as when he was skinned. He only needed to prop up his belly and sleep on the stone for a while before he woke up safe and sound. Xianxia was a grown man. No matter what, he didn't expect that his dignified 7-foot man would one day cry like a ghost. The Red Lotus also cried. She had never seen such a scene before, and her heart was deeply shocked. She had always thought that only the gods would be able to maintain their selfless love for this cruel and cold world. But now, the innocence and friendliness of animals were hammering her heart heavily, allowing her to experience the universal love of nature. When the little seal placed the bitten fruit beside Xianxia, the string in Xianxia's heart was already broken. The massacre outside continued. Large amounts of ferocious beasts descended, guarding the cave, and the believers fell like wheat. The blood was burned into a red mist by the flames. The red mist rose into the sky, forming a world-shaking cloud of blood. Xiangnan's heart was half flame and half ice. He was moved by these animals. He was filled with unprecedented killing intent towards those believers. The killing intent in his eyes was as sharp as the edge of a knife. He gritted his teeth and said word by word with hatred, "I want to kill them. I want them to die without a complete corpse." The Red Lotus continued to plead bitterly, "Young Master Xiang, although they are cruel, it is because they have not been enlightened by the gods. One day, they will return to their good natures." Xiangnan laughed furiously. "Enlightenment! I'll go to his ancestors' enlightenment. Before the gods can enlighten them, I, Xiangnan, will send them to the west first." Rumble. The yang flame divine lightning began to beat violently. It was already at the final stage of absorption. The Red Lotus was pleading with Xiangnan. But suddenly, she looked at Xiangnan's face and suddenly took a few steps back. Her eyes widened and she pointed at Xiangnan in disbelief. Her expression changed drastically, and she was as pale as paper all of a sudden. You really are." At this moment, the duration of the illusory hidden paradox technique disappeared. Xiangnan also returned to his original appearance. She recognized Xiangnan at a glance. "It's really you," the Red Lotus cried out. Xiangnan, whom she had painstakingly protected, firmly believed that Xiangnan, who would never fight against the gods, was actually the ambusher who had rescued the dragon warriors that day. It turned out that the people from the tribunal were right. It was Xiangnan who did it. The moment Xiangnan returned to his original appearance, her unwavering heart instantly collapsed. "Why? Why is it you? Why is it you?" The Red Lotus cried and rushed forward, kicking Xiangnan on the shoulder. Xiangnan's expression was cold as he said, "You must be very disappointed. I failed you, but I am worthy of being ashamed. The gods you believe in are hypocritical. Red Lotus, I'm not afraid to tell you. In the end, I will definitely kill your god." As if struck by lightning, the Red Lotus was stunned. Xiangnan said, "If you want to kill me, this is the best time. If you don't kill me, I will also kill all those bastards who believe in false gods outside. Do it, even if I repay your favor." The Red Lotus raised its spear high and aimed it at Xiangnan's temple. However, she did not stab down. Her body was trembling and tears were flowing uncontrollably. Xiangnan shouted, "Attack! I am your enemy. Kill me." The Red Lotus gritted its teeth and thrust its spear forward. The spear stopped when it pierced through Xiangnan's skin. Threads of red blood flowed down the spear. She bit her lips and held the shaft of the gun with her right hand, her joints pale with strength. Xiangnan said, "The Tao is different. It's not conspiracy. If you don't kill me, I will kill all the believers. Red Lotus, I owe you, I'll give you my life. Do it." The Red Lotus's right hand trembled, and the spear in her hand loosened. With a clang, it fell to the ground. She looked at Xiangnan in disappointment and dragged her tired body out of the cave step by step. Her body stiffened. She gritted her teeth and said without turning her head, "Young Master Xiang, I am still willing to believe that your heart is good. I believe that you only have no idea what to do with my God. One day you will understand my pains. You will understand that the gods are the greatest. I want to go to my God to atone for my sins. For me and for you, this is a responsibility that I cannot escape from. If I am punished to death by my God, please remember that there was once a woman in this world who was willing to work hard for your lost path." "Red Lotus," Xiangnan said angrily, "don't be stubborn." The Red Lotus smiled miserably and left. "Your God is crazy," Xiangnan roared. However, Red Lotus had already left. She threw away her spear and stood outside the cave, looking up at the sky. Looking at the slaughtered beasts, she allowed the rain of blood to wash over her body. She was like a duckweed that had lost its roots, laughing miserably as she staggered away. "I will definitely save you." Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry. I, Xiangnan, will definitely repay this debt of gratitude." Wait for me. I will think of a way to prove the truth to you, so that you can see the true face of that fake god clearly. I owe you this. I must pay it back. Boom! At this moment, the yang flame divine lightning was completely absorbed by Xianxia. Ah! Xianxia roared and jumped up. He bowed his back, and a raging eternal flame burned on his body. Tyranny. His realm began to soar. Middle Heavenly Tribulation Level 2. Late Heavenly Tribulation Level 2. Late Heavenly Tribulation Level 2. Heavenly Tribulation Level 3. The early, middle, late, and late stages of the third stage of the Heavenly Tribulation. Heavenly Tribulation Level 4. Boom! A tsunami-like eternal flame burst out from the cave. Immediately after, a bolt of flame and lightning rushed out from the sea of flames in the cave. Mochi and the others had just slaughtered all of the flaming horses and were returning to charge into the cave. Mochi was confident that he would win. He held a spear in his hand and was prepared to give Xianxia a final fatal blow. However, he suddenly saw a bolt of lightning coming towards him. Boom! The lightning suddenly exploded on Mochi's body. Xianxia pinched Mochi's neck and violently threw him to the ground. Mochi was shocked. He struggled crazily and smashed his fist into Xianxia's face, causing a clanging sound. However, Xianxia's furious expression had already burned Mochi's soul. Your sin is unforgivable. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Explode!" With that, Xianxia opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of eternal flame heavily on Mochi's face. Mochi screamed crazily as his face melted and collapsed. At the 6th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, a divine grade fire vein martial artist was actually burned to such an extent by Xianxia's fierce blaze. Ah! Xianxia raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl, and a flaming pillar that was twisted with strength soared into the air. Retreat! Xianxia waved his hands back, and all the wild beasts were blown away by the terrifying power. Right in front of him were the several hundred Heavenly Tribulation Realm believers. Xianxia's canthus was about to crack. He raised his right hand high up and his palm was burned by the eternal flames. At any moment, his palm landed on the ground. Pooh! The tyrannical sea of flames rolled away, burning all the believers. Oh! My power! The group of believers who were burned by the flames cried out miserably. They could feel that their burned bodies were actually losing strength. Xianxia kicked up the saber and grabbed it. Charge! The saber shadow sliced through the sky. A saber light flickered, and 16 lives instantly perished. The 16 Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists were slashed at the waist without any reaction. Their corpses burned with raging flames and flew out. Xianxia wielded his saber and fought again. Another charge at the speed of light. 20 Heavenly Tribulation believers died by the saber. Burn! Burn! Burn these filthy souls! The man from the magistrate's office shouted, "Hurry up! Form the formation! Don't let him break it one by one! Take advantage of our innate talent and quantity to suppress him." Dozens of Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts had died in one fell swoop. This was a serious blow to the large number of pseudogod believers. These believers quickly formed a formation and used the method of defeating Red Lotus to deal with Xianxia. The man in the referee's office glanced at the situation on his side, and his heart skipped a beat. His expression became very unsightly. It was good news that the 20 precious earth vein martial artists were still alive. However, the bad news was that the strongest of their group, Mochi, had died. Form a defensive array. Many believers immediately changed their formation and lined up 23rd and 4th level Heavenly Tribulation Earth Element martial artists in front of them. The rest of the believers resumed their role as assistants. This kind of array, sacrificing the fighting strength of wood, water, and wind martial artists in exchange for super strong defense, was a kind of exhausting fighting method. With such a formation, it was the most effective way to deal with a type of martial artist with extremely high offensive power. The explosive Red Lotus had suffered a lot from this formation. Xianxia raised his saber in his hand and launched a fierce charge at the believers. He turned into a shadow of flames and lightning and charged towards the enemy. The man in the referee's office commanded in an orderly manner and shouted, "Defend with all your might." 20 Earth Element martial practitioners dressed in nether silver immediately formed a row and hooked each other's shoulders, pulling open a human wall. Boom! Xianxia's tyrannical charge immediately smashed into the human wall, knocking back a few steps for all 20 Earth Element martial artists. But in the end, he still managed to survive. The man in the tribunal was overjoyed and said, "Ha! His explosive power is not much stronger than Red Lotus. Everyone, don't be afraid." Indeed, Xianxia's current lethality wasn't much inferior to Red Lotus's. Although Yuan Honglian was only one level higher than Xianxia, she had 2 divine talents. Although Xianxia's talent was outstanding, there was only one. However, this was still an amazing achievement. Xianxia, who had a single meridian divine talent and was at the 4th level of heavenly tribulation, was actually comparable to the Yuan Red Lotus, who was at the 5th level of heavenly tribulation. Again, the man from the tribunal slowly calmed down and said, "Consume! Stall him first and find an opportunity to fight back." Xianxia charged at the local formation once more, but it was still the same. He could only knock the enemy back for a distance, but could not break through the enemy's defenses. Hundreds of heavenly tribulation realm martial artists had constructed defensive fortifications, and that was no joke. The serpent said, "Little Xianxia, these believers are really strong. It seems like we can't do without Liangjin Kung Fu." Xianxia hated this group of people to the bone, so he naturally would not show mercy. In his mind, he quickly analyzed his trump cards. They were roughly of 2 types. The first type, skill type, was divided into 2 types. One type was the Sea of Bitterness Limitless, using profound and unfathomable techniques to break through the enemy's martial arts and techniques, thus defeating the enemy. The other was the Rotary Finger, which was used to specifically break through the defensive layer of a high defensive martial artist with its brilliant Rotary Finger. The second type, the Brute Force type, was also divided into 2 types. The first type was to quench the sun to greatly increase his combat strength and obtain an extremely high explosion in a short period of time. The second, even stronger, was the Eye of Anger, which directly raised one's cultivation realm, resulting in an even more vicious increase in combat strength than quenching yang. In other words, Xianxia had a total of 4 trump cards that could defeat his enemies. Of course, theoretically speaking, there was a third type, the Tai Divine Technique. However, the effectiveness of this technique was not high, nor was it fast enough to react on the spot. When applied, there were too many restrictions. Xianxia's hatred towards these believers made it impossible for him to choose a trump card. "Come on! Ha-ha!" The man in the referee's office was also red-eyed. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Red Lotus suffered a great loss in our hands, and you won't be able to lose any benefits either. Damn it! Where's Red Lotus?" At this point, the man from the tribunal suddenly realized that Yuan Honglian had disappeared since some unknown time ago. A few experts under the Star Lord looked around and frowned. "Not good. It must be the Silver Envoy who took advantage of the chaos and escaped. Don't worry. She won't be able to escape. Kill Xianxia first and then find her to settle the score in the future," said the man with a cold expression. They weren't worried about Red Lotus escaping. They weren't worried at all because the Tao heart of Red Lotus was still in the hands of the gods. If they escaped to the horizon, it was equivalent to not escaping. Xianxia held onto his saber and slowly walked towards the enemy team. "You guys seem to be very confident in your own defenses," he said. The man from the referee's office waved his hand and pointed behind him. "See how many heavenly tribulation experts there are. No matter how powerful Xianxia is, he can't go against the heavens and defeat so many of us. I'm not afraid to tell you. The reason why we attach so much importance to you is because you've defeated Baihe before. But in fact, I thought that you weren't as powerful as the legends say. Do you think that you used dirty methods to sneak attack Emochi? Even if you were invincible under the heavens?" "Ha! What an idiot!" Xianxia nodded. "Open your eyes wide and see how I broke through the defenses that you are proud of. Not good." Suddenly, the referee's face darkened and he said, "What's wrong? I feel like my strength is still decreasing." What about you guys? Many believers also looked at each other and nodded their heads. Damn it, it's this flame. The man in the magistrate's office's expression changed drastically. This flame is continuously weakening our combat strength. Damn it, I won't use energy anymore. Quickly retreat. If I continue to use energy, it will be terrible. A moment ago, these people were full of confidence to deal with Xianxia, but at this moment, all of them panicked. They realized the horrors of the eternal flame. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and said, "Don't worry. I won't wait for you to weaken before fighting. If you want to fight, I'll take advantage of your ability to fight." With that, Xianxia raised his right hand and a sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Sun quenching. Following Xianxia's loud shout, the sun in the sky actually fell under the eyes of everyone, smashing heavily into Xianxia's body. Boom! In an instant, Xianxia's aura erupted. His combat strength, an expert under the Star Lord's command's pupils contracted in shock. After the sun was quenched, Xianxia, the same person with the same light, held a huge saber in his hand and immediately shouted, "Azure Dragon, go out to sea." The man in the referee's office panicked and shouted, "Hurry up and defend against him. This brat's strength has suddenly increased." 20 Earth Element martial artists fought to the death, releasing a steady stream of Dipper Chi. They also put on a desperate posture, and all of them rushed forward. Passive defense was weaker, but a truly strong defense was a charge. A human wall that was parked on the spot, and a human wall that was charging over. Naturally, the human wall in the charge was even more threatening. As a result, in the Fallen Star mountain range, hundreds of martial artists, led by 20 Earth Element martial artists, charged towards Xianxia aggressively. This represented the strength of several hundred Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists. On the other side, Xianxia went up alone without any hesitation and without any retreat. Hundreds of people against one person. This was a pure battle of strength without any skill. Hundreds of pseudo-divine believers with complementary attributes, divine talent, and Heavenly Tribulation Realm and above had their Dipper Chi completely integrated into one. This collision had also gathered the strongest combat strength of hundreds of Heavenly Tribulation experts. Wind, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 attributes, perfect union for the first time. As for Xianxia, he could only rely on himself to fight against the hundreds of people. This was also an unprecedented battle of talent. Was it a combination of 5 innate abilities that was powerful, or was it a rare lightning vein single innate ability that was even more terrifying? The believers on the other side were all desperate. Their eyes were red and the veins on their foreheads bulged out. They were like a giant ball of disaster that had rolled over the surface of the earth, possessing the terrifying power to destroy this vast planet. On the contrary, Xianxia became even calmer. His expression was expressionless, but his eyes were as firm as iron. One big, one small, 2 balls of light collided with each other in this strange land. Boom! The 2 sides exploded all the way and finally collided. In that instant, the entire Fallen Star mountain range was razed to the ground by the terrifying shockwaves created by the opposing martial artists. Even the forest fire that had been burning for countless years had been completely extinguished. Hundreds of people were fighting against Xianxia alone, but the 2 sides were stuck in a stalemate. Ah! Many believers roared hysterically as they poured out their strength without any pity. Xianxia's feet firmly grabbed onto the ground, and 2 enormous lightning networks extended out from beneath his feet. These lightning networks were like tree roots that went deep into the ground, firmly supporting Xianxia's body. The 2 sides were already facing each other, but the strength of both sides was still increasing. They competed with each other, desperately trying to suppress each other. This is fucking impossible. There's only one person. There's only one person. The man cursed. We can't suppress him with just our strength? Do you think you can use all your strength? Don't hold back. There was no need for him to shout. Everyone was desperate, even using their strength to suck milk. However, they didn't know why, but they couldn't suppress Xianxia. Earth Vein martial artists rushed at the front, assuming the responsibility of resisting Xianxia's attack. Behind them, the wind vein increased their speed of releasing Dipper Chi, the water vein provided them with endurance, the fire vein provided them with explosive power, and the wood vein healed them. Divine grade talent of the 5 attributes glowed with a colorless brilliance. The rainbow-like light also shone colorfully in the sky. On the other side, there was a lightning ball hundreds of times smaller, wrapped around Xianxia. The ball of lightning desperately collided with the colossus on the other side. The two forces squeezed together, causing the countless bolts of lightning to crackle violently in the opposite direction. Draw, blade, chop, pong. A saber light soared into the sky. The azure dragon's strongest attack came. The saber-drawing and saber-cutting light was also squeezed out, but neither side was able to withstand such an explosive force and was knocked out at the same time. Xianxia supported his body and stood with his legs straight, but his feet swiftly slid backwards on the ground, creating 2 deep ravines. The 2 lightning-gathering nets that were grabbing onto the ground were pulled into 2 strips of lightning. The hundreds of martial artists on the other side also continued to slide backwards on the ground. Xianxia released his anger. Seeing that the enemy was about to lose a major stage of their combat strength under the burning of the eternal flame, he actually directly withdrew the eternal flame. If you want to fight, then you have to fight to the heart's content. The other party's followers were overjoyed. They did not expect Xianxia to be so conceited. The man in the tribunal continued to command and shouted, "Charge again! His strength alone is limited. He won't be able to hold on any longer." Hundreds of heavenly tribulation martial artists hugged each other and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. His saber stabbed into the ground, and another decisive azure dragon went out to sea. Boom! The 2 sides collided again. Under the terrifying explosion, the 2 sides moved eastward at the same time, leaving the Fallen Star mountain range horizontally. As for the beasts that had been knocked flying by the previous collision, they were rushing back to the ruins of the Fallen Star mountain range when they saw an inconceivable scene. The entire Fallen Star mountain range was gone. Only a gigantic ball of rainbow light collided with a small ball of lightning. The special attributes of the lightning vein allowed Xianxia to release lightning energy at the speed of light. With a single person's lightning speed, he was able to catch up with hundreds of heavenly tribulation realm martial artists and release their Dipper Chi at the same time. The innate transcendence of the lightning meridian innate skill allowed him to display his advantages vividly and vividly. Saber drawing slash. Boom! Once again, both sides were blown away at the same time. However, the people on both sides were beaten red-eyed, causing them to lose their rationality. The 2 sides didn't even give them time to catch their breath, and it was another great collision between heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Xianxia and the hundreds of believers clashed and fought each other one after another. The earth trembled, and the sound of air exploding could be heard from the sky. Shanhu tsunami. The wind and clouds changed color. Such a terrifying scene was almost comparable to the world extermination battle in the 6 Emperors world. However, it had to be known that the world extermination battle was fought by a few 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artists. However, at this moment, this was only a group of 5th-level heavenly tribulation martial artists. One could see the power of the divine grade innate. The 2 sides did not give way to each other, and they fought against each other dozens of times in a row. The serpent shouted, "Kid Xianxia, it seems like we can't break them away. Use the Eye of All Lives. Your current high explosive power has already reached twice the peak red lotus state. However, you are still unable to break through their defensive formation. At the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation, the divine dual meridian red lotus was only half as powerful as the current Xianxia when it was at its peak. However, such a terrifying explosive force was still unable to break through the enemy. One had to know that when Red Lotus attacked the believers, the formation of the believers lacked fire vein martial artists. The 5 members of the magistrate's office and the 5 subordinates of Star-Lord were all in a wandering state and did not participate in the defensive formation. Now, these people had joined the formation. Similarly, not only did the snake feel shocked by the fact that they could not defeat each other, but the believers of the other side were also shocked. A subordinate of the Star Lords was pale as he shouted, "Is he still a human? The divine lightning meridian talent is actually so heaven-defying. Damn it. It's not just a divine-grade lightning meridian talent." The man in the magistrate's office had a solemn expression as he shouted, "His talent is even more formidable than an ordinary divine talent." Xianxia already had the divine-grade lightning meridian talent, and he had it since he was reincarnated as Xianxia. Not absorbing anything, this was called pure lightning meridian talent. However, Xianxia had absorbed many world-devastating divine lightning bolts in succession. This was already more complicated and tyrannical than the purest lightning meridian talent. The secret of Xianxia's strength came from the world-devastating divine lightning's blessing on his talent. Moreover, the more divine lightning he absorbed, the stronger his lightning meridian talent would be. Under the shocked mood of both sides, there were many big hedges in succession. Not only did the Fallen Star mountain range, but even the nearby forests and plains were completely wiped out by this group of martial artists who were constantly moving about. The large group of wild beasts didn't even have the qualifications to approach the battle circle. Before they could fly any closer, they were blown away by successive shockwaves. Fortunately, their realms and strengths were high enough. Otherwise, with just the shockwaves, they would be able to kill this group of ferocious beasts without losing their lives. However, Xianxia did not listen to Big Snake's advice. He was venting the anger in his heart, wanting to kill all those believers and bastards. But at the same time, he was also looking for another way out. He could not release his Dao luck every time he was beaten into desperation. The side effects of Dao luck were too great. Every time it was released, the weakened laws would always be Xianxia's lifeline. He wanted to find another way to increase his combat strength. A safer path. The man in the tribunal's face was ferocious as he shouted, "Xianxia, don't surrender. Although your aura is infinite, your strength is decreasing. We have water vein martial artists to help us recover our strength. If you were more sensible and surrendered now, we would let you live a few more days and bring you to see the gods to atone for your sins. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot today." Although the believers were shocked by Xianxia's strength, they had built up enough confidence. As long as they continued to exchange blows, they would definitely be able to laugh until the end. "Big Snake, the eternal flame has made me feel something new," Xianxia quickly said after a retreat. The Big Snake hurriedly said, "What is it?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and saw that the other party had rushed up again. He said, "There is no time to explain. See for yourself." After saying that, Xianxia raised his hands high. A new sun appeared in the sky. The serpent was terrified and roared, "You don't want to die. You want to quench the sun again? You will be killed by the backlash." It wasn't that Xianxia hadn't done the sun quenching many times before, but it was all after the first sun quenching failure a second time, and a third time after the second failure. But now, the power of Xianxia's first time tempering the sun was still there, and there was still a lot of it. Reinforcing the sun was the same as tempering the sun twice, and it was exerted on Xianxia at the same time. This was not a question of whether he could withstand it, but there was no such setting in the sun god technique. There's no such formula. The second quenching of the sun was devastating. However, Xianxia did not listen to his advice. On the contrary, the battle intent on his face became even higher. His eyes shone with endless sunlight. He immediately shouted, "Sun quenching, second level." Boom! The sun suddenly fell and smashed heavily into Xianxia's body. What? The faces of the believers who were rushing towards him all changed. The power of the two suns was in Xianxia's body at the same time. That made Xianxia a completely and utterly light person. He couldn't even see his facial features. It was like a humanoid sun sculpture made of sunlight. Xianxia accelerated his charge. He flew across the ground and rushed madly towards the group of believers. He could feel the power in his body surging at the speed of a tsunami. The raging flames of the sun burned his body, burning his spiritual sea and meridians. But in reality, Xianxia himself was not sure. He had never done this before, and he did not know what the consequences would be. But he didn't care anymore. He only knew how to charge. Keep charging. Bang them! Bang them! Xianxia ran wildly and roared angrily. Bang them! This daddy is the descendant of Su Kaiyue, a disciple of the nature sect's Sun Peak. I am the Sun God, who... A beam of intense sunlight rushed out from the ground and violently collided with the believers of the other party. Boom! The entire planet trembled. An unprecedented explosion occurred. The moment the two of them collided, a rare instant of calm appeared in the entire earth and sky. Not even the wind moved. After a brief moment of silence, a beam of intense light shot into the sky from the surface of the planet. It pierced through the boundless sea of clouds and entered the boundless universe. It exploded in the universe, spreading into a halo that covered the sky and the sun. After this beam of intense light spread out, a mushroom cloud rose up from the surface of the planet. The high strength of the oppressive force squeezed the aura and thunder of both sides into a flat vertical wall. The wall exploded, and the flames of the explosion were pushed back by the oppressive force. Following that, the flames rose higher and higher. After the constantly compressed flames rose to a certain height, they completely escaped the pressure of the martial artists on both sides. Then, the high-pressure flames began to collapse in all directions. Thus, it formed that spectacular and magnificent flaming mushroom. Hundreds of heavenly tribulation realm believers were knocked into pieces by such a terrifying collision. The tyrannical sunlight engulfed them, and their terrified faces became even more pale. This was the only collision. The defenses of the Earth Vein martial artists in the front row had collapsed. The nether silver on their bodies inch by inch shattered into specks of light. As for the believers behind the Earth Vein martial artists, they were unable to withstand such a high-pressure collision. They were instantly wiped out and disappeared from the horizon. After the flaming mushroom disappeared, standing on the ground were only Xianxia, the 5 bruised, half-dead men of the magistrate's office, the 4 bloody experts under Star-Lord, and the 20 Earth Vein martial practitioners lying on the ground, their entire bodies bloodshot. Apart from Xianxia, no one else could move. The man from the tribunal lay on the ground, stubbornly trying to get up, but he fell over and over again. Who? This is impossible. This kind of power, this power cannot come from a 4th-level heavenly tribulation martial artist. The 4 Star-Lord's subordinates, experts of the 6th level of heavenly tribulation, fell into the nearby crater. The 4 of them stared blankly at the sky without saying a word, quietly waiting for the arrival of their final fate. They knew that they had been defeated for no reason, defeated so thoroughly. They didn't even know how they lost. Where did that man named Xianxia get such strength from? In the sky, a person of light slowly floated towards the remaining believers. Xianxia looked down at the believers condescendingly and said, "When I was galloping around the world, you bastards were still sucking milk. Let me tell you a cruel truth. Don't provoke Xianxia. You can't provoke him." Xianxia landed on the ground and raised his saber. "Raise the knife in your hand and drop it. Raise the knife in your hand and drop it." One by one, their heads rolled on the ground. All believers' knives and sabers were slashed to the ground, and all of them were killed. Ah! Xianxia raised his head and roared angrily, his ferocious battle intent exploding in all directions. The entire planet was trembling. Temple. Yuan Honglian knelt in front of Xingdua and lowered her head, saying, "This is the crime committed by Honglian. Please punish me. The Red Lotus has betrayed the trust of our God. It deserves to die." Xingduo floated in midair and calmly looked at Honglian. "You're tempted." Honglian bit her lips and did not answer. Xingduo nodded and said, "This is a good thing. Ignorant martial artists only know how to be cold and heartless. They can fight without any worries. However, after countless calamities, our God race has recognized a truth. Emotions and worries are the only way for a martial artist to reach the peak. Do you know why Xianxia is so powerful? I guess it's not because his talent is too outstanding, nor is it because his perception is unparalleled in the world. Hong Lian raised her head and looked at Xing Duo blankly. Xing Duo said, because he has the motivation to fight, he cannot allow himself to fail, nor can he fail. This kind of motivation will make him invincible. It will make him explode with a much higher combat strength than his own limits. Hong Lian, you've grown. I don't blame you. The Red Lotus cried bitterly and knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Thank you, my God, for your forgiveness and kindness. My lovely child. Xing Duo stroked Red Lotus's hair and said, I would rather be hurt by my own heart than see you in such pain and sadness. Stand up and continue to serve me. These words caused the Red Lotus to be even more determined towards Xing Duo. Xing Duo looked into the distance and said, ever since Xiang Nan was one of the suspected ambushers in the referee's office, I have secretly investigated this person. I thought he was from a famous family and had undergone the best training, but the result surprised me. He actually came from a useless background. He climbed up step by step with his own efforts and stood at such a high position. The Red Lotus hurriedly nodded and said happily, yes, please forgive young Master Xiang Nan. He was only blinded by an ignorant heretic. I have seen him personally. I have seen his soft heart. I know he is a kind person. He was only bewitched by those martial artists from the higher planes and used by others. Xing Duo nodded and said, I believe what you said is true. But, my poor child, you know your position very well in your heart. You know that you are the righteous side. Hong Lian nodded forcefully. Xing Duo said, don't forget your original intention. The mission you shoulder is not only for the sake of the gods' loyalty, but also for the sake of life. I believe that at this critical moment, you should know what to do. I don't envy those high-plane martial artists at all. Although they have Xiang Nan, I have you. The Red Lotus was already in tears. Xing Duo nodded and said, come, I will grant you the third divine talent. You will be moved. I can trust you. He who is loyal to the interests is not trustworthy. Those who serve fear cannot be trusted. Xing Duo understood human nature very well. She knew very well that a person who could truly be moved like Hong Lian was the most reliable and trustworthy person, just like Xiang Nan. The Red Lotus was extremely frightened. My God can't. Giving me a second divine grade talent has already caused you to suffer a great loss of vitality. This third type. Xing Duo smiled and shook her head. There is no shortage of a god in this world, but there is no shortage of people like you. After saying that, Xing Duo covered the Red Lotus head with one hand. A long blessing of innate talent began. Xing Duo was getting weaker and weaker, and her complexion was getting paler and paler. When Red Lotus finally awakened the third item, she fainted after her divine grade wind meridian talent. Xing Duo gasped and nodded. In the dark, a pair of eyes stared at her existence. At the same time, another pseudogod broke through space and walked to Xing Duo's side. Is it worth it? The male pseudogod looked at Xing Duo and said, you haven't absorbed enough pure Tao hearts. Your cultivation level isn't high enough. Giving the Red Lotus 3 divine gifts in exchange for the bitter fruits found by the Dream Master, is it really worth it? At the expense of a god, exchange for the promotion of a filthy mortal. In the dark, the owner of the Dream Realm had locked onto Xing Duo and started to expel her. Xing Duo smiled and said, there are 20 god races in this world, so it's fine if I'm missing one. But I believe that the Red Lotus can play a greater role than me. My death will make her even more determined. The male pseudogod sighed and said, for the sake of the god race, you can be considered loyal. Xing Duo smiled, her body becoming more transparent, and said, I was able to get into this situation because of Xiang Nan. This debt isn't over yet. Tell Star-Lord to eradicate Xiang Nan at all costs. I'll be waiting for you guys to return from the divine realm. The male pseudogod nodded and said, go at ease. Xing Duo smiled and gradually disappeared. The man who was sleeping in the river of time completely drove him out of his dreams. The male pseudogod muttered to himself, that's good too. If we lose a god, we'll lose a person who can carve up a pure Tao heart. Xingdua, you go. Leave this place to us. God domain. Xing Duo suddenly sat up from the temple. She felt a splitting headache and gently rubbed her temples. What happened? I failed. Xing Duo frowned and thought about it carefully, but she couldn't remember anything. Don't you remember? At the entrance of the temple, a young man walked in. Xing Duo hurriedly got out of bed and bowed down. I remember that I fell into a dream and tried to find the whereabouts of the last human. But for some reason, I failed. I just fell asleep and woke up again. The man shook his head and said, You didn't wake up immediately after you fell asleep. You've been asleep for a while. Forget it, I'll talk to you slowly now. But are you really unable to leave behind even the slightest bit of your dream memories? Xing Duo frowned and pondered for a while, but still shook her head. There are no traces of memories at all. The man sighed. He put his hands behind his back and walked to the door. But I always have a faint feeling that our divine realm will not be able to maintain peace anymore, he said. I have a premonition that a man will come. Do you need to awaken the other divine envoys? Xing Duo asked thoughtfully. The man shook his head and said, Let them continue sleeping. Dreamscape, Planet Civilized 3. The strong light on Xianxia's body gradually dissipated. He looked at the last ray of light on his fist and said, Looks like my feeling is correct. The serpent said, What exactly is going on? Why are you able to withstand the second quenching of the sun without triggering a backlash? Xianxia said, The yang flame divine lightning gave me an extremely strong resistance to the laws of flame. However, this is a bit too one-sided. To be exact, I seem to have the resistance to the laws of the sun. The laws of the sun? The serpent asked curiously. The sun can also become a kind of law? However, after thinking for a moment, he was relieved. The laws were diverse and countless, and any kind of laws could appear. After Xianxia had cultivated the sun god technique for a long time and absorbed the yang flame divine lightning, he had accidentally acquired the sun law resistance. This resistance was the result of the yang flame divine lightning repairing the sun divine art's backlash that was buried deep within Xianxia's body. Good thing, the serpent said. But how many times can you temper the sun? How many times at most? Xianxia shook his head and said, I'm not sure yet. I've already reached the critical point of the second quenching of the sun. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to do it a third time. My resistance to the laws of the sun comes from my divine grade lightning meridian innate, my control over the world devastating divine lightning. If I can possess the second type of divine grade talent, I can gain the divine grade lightning meridian. Perhaps it can help me have the ability to temper the sun 3 times. The serpent said, It's time to find the 5 spirits. Let's put aside the matter of absorbing the world-devastating divine lightning and slowly adapt to the yang flame divine lightning. During this period of adaptation, if you can find the 5 spirits and obtain a heart of innate spirit, then your advancement will be maximized. Red Lotus slowly woke up and turned around. But there was no star before they met, only another male god. The Red Lotus's heart trembled as she said, Where is my divine star? The male deity said, To help you awaken your divine grade wind meridian talent. She has exhausted her divine power and merged with the heavens and earth. Hearing this, the Red Lotus burst into tears and said, I am a sinner. I am the one who harmed great god Starflower. The male pseudo-god nodded his head and said, Don't blame yourself too much for this. Our god race came here for the sake of transforming all living beings. Saving 1 and saving 100 is virtue to our god race. Xingdua is great. I hope that you will remember her love for you in the future and continue to work hard to help our god race save all living beings. She probably doesn't want to see you blame yourself and feel sad. After sobbing for a while, the Red Lotus's eyes gradually became firm and said, I will definitely live up to the kindness of great god Starflower in nurturing me. The male pseudo-god said, You are Xingduo's most valued believer. She has high hopes for you. Then from today onwards you should follow Star-Lord. He personally enlightened you. Now that Starflower is no longer here, you should return to Star-Lord's banner. We are supporting a group of outstanding believers. You will be nurtured and become one of the top believers. Civilized world number 3. There are still many unexploited ruins on this planet. What are you going to do with them? Said the serpent. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, It's all ruined. The serpent said, That's good. We've also discovered that the cultivation techniques and martial skills extracted from these ruins are basically at the beginner and intermediate Dao grade. That won't be of much help to you. If you spend time mining these ruins, the harvest will be negligible. Destroying the ruins can also bring peace to this world. If all the martial skills in this world were to be displayed on the surface, Xianxia would naturally enjoy the benefits and take them all away. Most importantly, a large number of cultivation techniques and martial skills were still buried. As for Xianxia, he did not have enough energy and time to mine them, so the only thing he could do was not obtain them. It was best not to let the believers obtain them and destroy them all. Xianxia flew in the sky. He transformed into a beam of strong light and traveled around the world as fast as he could. Every remnant he found was a cluster of lightning that exploded and was completely destroyed. Once there were no remnants on this planet, the Glory God sect would not waste too much time here. That would be a good thing for the creatures here. After the ruins were completely destroyed, Xianxia found the little seal again. He patted the little seal's forehead and said, I'm leaving. You guys can live here well. There won't be any humans disturbing you anymore. Here, this is your favorite fruit that I picked for you on the way. Xianxia took out a pocket and poured out a large pile of fruits. The little seal flew around Xianxia happily. Xianxia smiled and waved his hand. Goodbye. May humans not disturb you again. With that, Xianxia turned into a beam of light and charged towards the vast universe. Xianxia discussed with the big snake what to do next. There were very few things he could do. Before the new civilized world was discovered, Xianxia could no longer continue searching for the world exterminating divine lightning. It was also impossible to return to the Maelstrom world. The vortex world was hidden in the void. Xianxia didn't have the ability to break through space and enter the void, which meant that he couldn't return home for a short period of time. In that case, there were only two ways to go. One was to search for the martial practitioners of the new world of the Maelstrom, who were currently in the universe. If they could find them, they would be able to follow them home. The other was to find the 5 spirits. To be exact, it was the 4 spirits. Finding them would give them their innate talent. The clue of Red Lotus has been cut off. If we continue to rely on her to obtain information about Glory God cult, I'm afraid we won't be able to do so anymore. So, not only is it difficult to find a new civilized world, but there is no clue as to how to find our own people or the 5 spirits. Big Snake, give me a suggestion. The serpent said, Go to the Star Ring. A super dangerous situation has appeared again. There will be rank 10 spirit herbs there. This kind of treasure, not only will the believers have to fight for it, our people will also have to earn it. It is estimated that the 5 spirits will also fight for it. As long as we find a super dangerous situation, we'll be able to complete the follow-up mission. Xianxia nodded. He arrived near the spatial passageway and forcefully barged in. This spatial passageway was the only bridge connecting the 3rd civilized world and the world where the Starflower pseudogod resided. It would be a great adventure to return to the Starflower world through this place. However, Xianxia had no other choice. If he forcefully flew back to the Star Ring, he would have to waste at least 2 months. He could not afford it. In the spatial passageway, Xianxia once again entered complete darkness. In the process of advancing, he had also prepared for the worst, preparing to meet the enemy's encirclement and suppression. He adjusted his body to its best condition to face the next calamity. When his eyes lit up, Xianxia returned to the Starflower world, the Divine Hall. Here, he and Red Lotus officially met. As soon as Xianxia came out, he immediately unleashed his huge saber and prepared to fight. However, when he looked around, his surroundings were empty. Not to mention preparing to welcome his enemies. Not even an ordinary believer could be seen. What happened? Xianxia was stunned. He frowned and sensed that not a single believer's aura fluctuated within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. In the past, this bustling divine hall group was somewhat lonely now. A gust of autumn wind swept through the fallen leaves and rustled on the ground. There was no one on the wide road where people used to come and go. "Look, what is that?" the big snake said. Xianxia looked in the direction where the serpent was pointing, only to see long white silk hanging on the top of the magnificent buildings in the temples. The serpent wondered. "This seems to be an ornament in your human culture that only appears after the death of a respected elder." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he anxiously said, "Is Red Lotus dead?" At this point, he was furious. He picked up the huge saber and shouted, "Damn it! I'm going to kill Xingdua." "Calm down. Think about it carefully. The situation isn't that simple," said the big snake. "If Red Lotus is really dead, it must be because she went against the will of the false gods and was punished, so she was executed. It's impossible for such a sinner to have believers pay their respects to her. Moreover, her rank isn't that high. If a silver messenger died, would all the believers go to mourn?" Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I was too impulsive. I lost my mind. According to what you said, it seems to be true. Who's dead? Can all the believers in the temple pay their respects? Not even a patrol. Could it be a fake god died? Xingdua is dead? But why? How did he die?" said the serpent. "Aren't all pseudo-gods immortal bodies? Could it be that Xiaohui succeeded in injecting the power of filth into the master god sculpture? But that's not right. The main god sculpture has been shattered by the dragons. There's no time to pollute the god race." Xianxia shook his head. Xiaohui didn't successfully release it. This was what he said personally before. "No matter what, we should leave this place first." After saying that, Xianxia immediately soared into the sky and entered the vast universe, far away from this planet. He hadn't realized how lucky he was, nor was he aware of the big things that were happening. At this moment, the Starflower world. Countless believers crawled in the vicinity of the Starflower Divine Palace like an ocean. The Red Lotus held a piece of white silk in its hand, and with a solemn expression, it walked towards the statue that the believers had rebuilt for the Starflower pseudo-god. To the believers of this world, the fall of Xingdua was a major event like the collapse of the heavens. Could be said to be a mourning for the entire world. Not only were the followers of Xingdua mourning her, but even a few pseudo-gods who were able to arrive in time also came to mourn her. The fall of a generation of pseudo-gods had nothing to do with the resistance army. I wonder if this is a mockery. At the very least, Xingdua's death had truly allowed the believers to witness her greatness and selflessness. This was a good thing, but it was also a bad thing. The bad thing was that the hearts of the believers had unprecedentedly gathered together. The good news was that the Red Lotus hadn't leaked anything about Xianxia. Everyone still didn't know that Xingduo's death was indirectly related to Xianxia. In the distant Ring universe, Xianxia, who had fled planet Starflower at the speed of light, was roaming among the stars. He was unable to determine exactly where the super dangerous situation would appear. In the vast river of history, because the universe had been decomposed, the super dangerous situation had been divided into countless parts, causing the descendants to be unable to accurately locate and record it. Xianxia could only explore civilized planets one after another. Fortunately, after the universe remerged, countless civilized planets were located in one plane at the same time. It was very easy to find a planet with humans living within the rings. For 3 consecutive days, Xianxia had landed in 14 civilized worlds, but his harvest was not ideal. Although these civilized worlds had transformed into superplanes because of the fusion of the universe, the martial Dao accumulation in these worlds was not thick enough, and most martial artists' realms were still very low. As for the so-called super dangerous situation, Xianxia still couldn't find a single one. The 4th day, Xianxia could feel a vast aura of martial arts appearing. In front of him, there was an incomparably large planet. This planet was only about half the size of the gigantic civilized world number 3. Human planets of this size are extremely rare. What a strong fluctuation of astral qi. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "When did such a world appear? Could it be that there is a fake god on this planet?" Xiangnan was familiar with the formerly powerful world, the Six Emperors world, the Five Continents realm, and so on. However, the planet in front of him clearly did not belong to one of those higher planes. "Go take a look. Be careful," the big snake said. Xiangnan carefully landed on the planet. He could already feel it before his feet landed on the ground. There was indeed an extremely powerful fluctuation here. The fluctuation of Dipper Chi was even more brilliant than the Six Emperors world. What's going on? Could it be the Five-Spirit world? It's not right either. Xiangnan kept frowning. He felt uneasy in his heart. He felt a strange fear towards this completely unfamiliar yet exceptionally powerful civilized planet. Obviously, Xiangnan did not feel any divine beast aura here. The power of this world came entirely from humans. The serpent said, "Find a human living area and try not to attract too much attention." Xiangnan leaned against the ground and blindly chose a direction to begin his slow flight. He didn't know whose sphere of influence this place belonged to. If he accidentally entered the Star-Lord's domain, it would really be terrible. Hearing Red Lotus mention it, the Star-Lord had already stepped into the heavenly tribulation realm. As for Xiangnan, who was at the 4th level of tribulation and had a single meridian divine talent, once he encountered a Star-Lord with 5 divine talent at the heavenly tribulation realm, he would definitely die without a doubt. There was no chance of survival at all. As for this fear, it made Xiangnan carefully say that he didn't even need to use astral chi to fly. He directly used normal flight to advance. The so-called normal flight was to move forward completely by air without the aid of astral energy. It was a bit like a bird flying. Gradually, an ancient city with a terrifying aura appeared. Upon seeing the outline of the city, Xiangnan's confusion grew even more intense. How could this be? Xiangnan frowned as he looked down at the city from afar. What he saw in front of him was a bit hard for him to understand. This city was so ancient that it was simply indescribable. It was so old that the mysterious murals on the modeled building's outer wall were something Xiangnan had never seen before. The style of the building also made Xiangnan feel extremely unfamiliar. "Little brat Xiangnan, I can sense a sign of vitality in this city." Vitality? Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. A city can also have vitality? The big snake said in a deep voice, "Don't get excited when I say it. In my opinion, this city has existed for at least 10 billion years." Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. How could that be? How could the city be preserved for so long? "I'm afraid it's already completely decertified." The serpent said, "From what I've seen, I'm afraid we've come to a dangerous world." Xiangnan said, "Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me the result." The serpent pondered for a moment and said, "Do you still remember how the extreme dangerous realm appeared? How did the 5 spirits awaken?" Xiangnan said, "Only when the universe is reunited can these dangerous situations be reunited with the ancient 5 spirits." "My God, you mean?" The serpent said, "That's right. I'm afraid it's not just the 5 spirits world that has awakened. In front of us should be an ancient human civilization that has been asleep for over 10 billion years. Xiangnan broke out in cold sweat. 10 billion years ago. Awakened from the ground? Why? How could humans have the ability of the 5 spirits to sleep for 10 billion years without dying? The serpent said, "Back then, all the prosperous human civilizations either destroyed themselves or were destroyed by the divine bull of thunder and lightning. However, I'm not entirely sure that some human worlds have existed for a long time and have not been extinct. My guess is that when the universe was disintegrated by the Creator, the human world was also disintegrated along with it, and the countless humans here fell into a deep sleep in some way. After a long time of baptism, not only did the 5 spirits revive because of the fusion of the universe, even this world appeared again. Kid Xiangnan, be careful. What you're going to face is the most terrifying martial civilization billions of years ago." Xiangnan's heart indeed grew heavy. 10 billion years ago. What kind of cultivation technique and martial skill did they possess? And what was their astral chi attributes? How different was their martial Dao from modern martial Dao? Are they enemies or friends? None of these speculations are clear at the moment. In an ancient civilized world, there might be millions of experts at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. And the tiny Xiangnan was simply not worth mentioning in such a world. Living fossils. Xiangnan tried his best to calm himself down and gradually entered the city. On the streets, the hurried crowd made Xiangnan feel unfamiliar and uncomfortable. These like humans, were different from modern warriors in terms of clothing and attire. What shocked Xiangnan even more was that basically every pedestrian he saw possessed a martial Dao realm, and the lowest was also the Heaven Scryer realm. A heaven-peeping realm martial artist could only be considered a flat-headed commoner in such a world. One could see that a large number of buildings were being rebuilt by the confused people. They had just woken up and hadn't had time to adapt to the changes happening around them. Just like when Xiangnan stepped into this place, they were also at a loss when they recovered. Xiangnan hadn't gone far when he saw a silhouette on the edge of the city. It was an ancient sect with a magnificent aura, and it was being rebuilt. All of the powerful martial artists circled around the sect on guard. Ha! Suddenly, Xiangnan's eyes turned cold. He discovered that among the martial artists flying above the sect, there were actually some who wore the same clothes as modern martial artists. He carefully sensed that the aura fluctuations of those martial artists were similar to those of modern martial artists, and could even be said to be the same. A modern martial artist discovered this place in advance and stepped in. Looking at their cooperation, it seems that they are getting along quite well. The snake heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, this proved that the ancient humans did not have much hostility towards modern humans. Under the careful protection of a group of martial artists, a huge plaque was dug out from the deep soil. After cleaning it up, it was hung above the main gate of the sect. There were 3 faded ancient gold characters on it. Spirit Vulture Sect. Xiangnan carefully walked forward and found a huge stone tablet at the entrance of the sect. Rows of dense words were written on the stone stele. After so many years, this stone stele was still intact. It could be seen that this stone stele had received special protection. The contents of the inscription caused Xiangnan's eyes to widen in surprise. Spirit Qi Sensing. This was a compulsory course for every martial artist in the modern martial world. After strengthening their body, ordinary people had to cultivate the spiritual Qi Sensing chapter to summon the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth and absorb and refine it. It could be said that the Spirit Qi Sensing chapter was the foundation and threshold for all martial artists to enter the sect. At the bottom of the stone stele, the description of this spiritual energy sensing chapter caused Xiangnan's heart to be incomparably shocked. The Spirit Vulture sect created the Spirit Qi Sensing chapter to make it easier for martial artists to feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and to lower the threshold of martial arts. This is a boundless merit and one of the top 10 innovations in martial arts history. In view of this, the Spirit Vulture sect is respectfully called one of the Origin sect's martial arts sections. Xiangnan was also a fanatical martial artist, a martial Dao follower. When he saw this paragraph, his mood was hard to calm down. See the real ancestor. The sect in front of him was actually the Origin sect that laid a smooth path for future generations in the world of martial arts. It could be said that without the contribution of the Spirit Vulture sect, the martial arts history of future generations would never have such a prosperous scene. To all martial artists, this place was like a sacred land. Bai Wuya was already great enough, but Bai Wuya also claimed to be standing on the shoulders of the giant, which was why he would be glorious in the future. Without the Spirit Qi Sensing chapter, it would be hard to imagine whether Bai Wuya's future achievements would be as noble as this. Xiangnan's heart was burning. He could barely control his footsteps and walked into the sect step by step. Before he could realize it, the 4 sect's disciples had already taken him by the wayside. Excuse me, are they future generations martial artists? The 4 disciples weren't fierce. Instead, their faces were full of smiles. When Xiangnan woke up, he realized that he had lost his rationality because of a passionate heart. Oh, I am a martial artist from later generations. I am here to worship. Xiangnan respectfully cupped his fists. The 4 disciples smiled and looked up and down at Xianxia. One of them said, "That's right. He has already stepped into the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation at a young age. He is a plastic genius. We have just woken up from a long time. We haven't paid you a visit in time. Please forgive us for our neglect." Xianxia hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "I don't dare. I don't dare." The disciple said, "Before you, many sect representatives have come to visit. Friend, please come in." Under Xiangxia's guidance, he gradually went deeper into the sect. He knew that at this moment, his heart was still beating non-stop. He didn't know what kind of glorious martial arts he was going to face next. I wonder what kind of martial skill these martial artists are skilled in. Whether it was a divine art or a seizure of the good fortune of heaven and earth. What an amazing sight it would be. Along the way, Xiangxia's mood became even heavier. It was because he discovered that the situation was far worse than he had imagined. The so-called descendant sects that came to visit were all dressed in red robes. They were all pseudo-god believers. As for Xiangxia, none of the martial practitioners of the new world of the Great Whirlpool could be seen here. The eyes of these pseudo-god believers were filled with fanaticism towards the gods. Apart from fanaticism, there was also greed for ancient civilizations. However, they all pretended to be people from different sects, but in reality this was indeed the case. Pseudo-god believers originally came from various planes. Before they entered pseudo-god's feet, they were different disciples and elders from different sects. Now, if he wanted to pretend to be a different power, he would naturally be able to do so with ease. "Kid Xiangxian, this is not a good phenomenon," the serpent said in a deep voice. The pseudo-divinity followers took the lead. "I wonder how these believers slandered us. If the Spirit Vulture sect were to stand on the side of the pseudo-god believers, we would be in real danger." With a heavy heart, Xiangxian went to a rather spectacular ring-shaped field. At first glance, this venue looked quite similar to those of the 6 Emperors world in modern times. In fact, there were a large number of Spirit Vulture sect experts sitting around the grandstand. In the middle of the field, there were a few elders from the Spirit Vulture sect who were listening to a group of pseudo-god believers. "Please learn from our ancestors." 50 pseudo-god believers were sitting on the central arena. One of the men was talking loudly to a small number of Spirit Vulture sect elders. "The world today is not peaceful. The people are in a sorry state and their lives are in dire straits. All of them are being stopped by a heretical sect called the New World." Hearing this, Xiangxia's heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. It was really the villain who complained first. The man's aura was calm. Presumably his cultivation wasn't shallow, and there was a vast righteous aura between his eyebrows. Among the pseudo-god believers, there were a large number of various characters. Before they joined the pseudo-god sect, some of them were good and some were evil. As for this man, he was clearly one of the best. Xiangxian watched with rapt attention. Within the man's body, there was a talent that Xiangxian was familiar with and surprised. Heavenly grade lightning vein. In addition, the divine grade fire vein. How could that be? Xiangxia's heart sank. Heavenly grade lightning meridian talent? Apart from me, there is another person who possesses such talent. At this moment, the elders of the Spirit Vulture sect were frowning. Obviously, they were deeply worried about the description of the handsome man. The man continued, "This group of heretical martial practitioners who call themselves the New World forcefully kidnapped a group of living beings and fled to a new world that is nowhere to be found. We have formed a decent alliance. We are now known as Glory God Cult. We are now fighting against the evil sects of the New World." An elder of the Spirit Vulture sect shouted angrily from his heart. "This is truly outrageous. This evil sect organization should be able to be executed by everyone." Xiangxia's mood was not on this issue. He knew that his side was doomed to be splashed with dirty water by pseudo-god believers, and it was already irreparable. The key point was that the handsome man also possessed the lightning meridian talent. "I can't believe it." Xiangxian frowned and said, "Even among the god race, there is no such thing as a lightning meridian talent. How did those false gods grant humans the lightning meridian talent? That doesn't make sense. The fact that the pseudo-god could use lightning power was already clear, but Xianxia had learned from his conversation with the creator that the god race only possessed the 5 talents of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth, and that there would never be any new changes. This meant that the god race did not possess the lightning talent, but they did possess a divine envoy like the lightning bull envoy. Therefore, their control over lightning did not come from their talent, but from their racial abilities. Just like the dragons also had mountain dragons, volcanic dragons, and living dragons. The bloodlines of these dragons weren't flame attributed, but every dragon could spit out dragon breath. This was a kind of racial ability that was born with it. The serpent said, "There is only one possibility. That man's lightning meridian talent was not bestowed by the false god, but he has always had it. Otherwise, it would not be just a heavenly grade at the moment. But the trouble is, apart from the heavenly grade lightning vein, he also has a divine grade fire vein." Xianxia possessed the heavenly spirit 5 veins, plus the divine grade lightning that man was almost exactly the opposite. It was a divine grade fire vein plus a heavenly grade lightning vein. In terms of talent, Xianxia was still superior to that man. However, this was not a reason to feel at ease. It was impossible to say that the man would be bestowed with another divine talent like the Red Lotus. At that time, it would be really troublesome. At this moment, the handsome man continued to expose the crimes of the New World religion. The elders of the Spirit Vulture sect had just awakened and didn't understand the real world. Now, they were easily influenced by the believers' thoughts. One of the elders was slightly calmer. He turned around and whispered to the angry elder, "Don't believe all of this person's words. It's a bit unfair to say that someone else is an evil sect just because of his family." The furious elder said in a low voice, "What's wrong? Throughout the ages, evil sects have been in the minority, and righteous sects have been in the majority. This will never change. But after we woke up, how many descendants have come to complain? Senior brother, let me ask you, have you ever seen that over 70 to 80% of all martial artists in the world are evil sects, whereas 20 to 30% of them are decent sects?" The moment he said this, the calm elder was also dumbfounded. This is indeed very convincing. Usually, heretical organizations were small forces that lived in the big world and secretly revolted. Who had ever seen people all over the world who were evil, but only a small portion of them were decent? Such a world was simply unimaginable. However, Xianxia always felt that something was wrong. Isn't it a bit too coincidental for someone with lightning vein talent to reverse the black and white? Sure enough, the man's next words almost made Xianxia's anger uncontrollable. After the handsome man spoke with confidence, he said loudly, "To be honest, I was one of the people who was bewitched by the evil sect of the New World. Presumably, as long as I say my name, all the future generations of martial artists present will be familiar with it." Everyone hurriedly pretended to listen carefully. The man raised his right hand and a huge black saber shot straight into the sky. On the black saber, lightning flashed. "I, the 5 continents realm, the Howran sect, and Xianxia are also," the man said loudly. Once these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. Many pseudo-god followers widened their eyes and exclaimed, "Heavens, he is Xianxia! Xianxia has also joined us." Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and his hand had already grasped the hilt of the knife. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered someone who impersonated him before, but the situation was different from now. This fake Xianxia was actually impersonating his own name to slander New World martial artists. The appeal of the word Xianxia was still great. If Xianxia personally admitted that he had already joined the Glory God cult, it was unknown how many people would immediately join the Glory God cult. Moreover, the group of tens of thousands of pseudo-god believers in the stands were actually so shocked. Obviously, the fake Xianxia did not come to fake it after colluding with all the believers. In other words, in reality, most of the pseudo-god followers thought that the real Xianxia had indeed joined Glory sect. Xianxia's anger surged upwards. He grabbed the giant saber and was about to charge forward. "Calm down. Don't be impulsive," You are alone now, and the other party is overwhelming, the snake hurriedly said. Even if you're so clever, you can't argue with them. Hearing this, Xianxia gritted his teeth and did it again. He had experienced the scene described by the big snake. Back then, when he was in the Bai clan, he was also speechless. The key was that there were many people on the other side, so he didn't even have a chance to speak. What should we do? Once they were forced to fight, they would be charged. Oh! The righteous and indignant elder pointed at the fake Xianxia and said, In that case, you are quite a famous person. That Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Exactly. I have once slashed the #1 heretical expert in the Six Emperors world. The leader of the Bai clan dynasty. Bai he. All the martial artists in the world have heard of this. Amongst the pseudo-god believers, there was no lack of enthusiasts for the name Xianxia, just like the Red Lotus. Xianxia's name represented the rise of the grassroots. At this moment, many believers who were still unaware of the situation immediately cheered. That fake Xianxia was using Xianxia's reputation. The real Xianxia sat on the grandstand with his shoulders crossed, quietly watching how the fake Xianxia performed.